Chapter 50 of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 1, The Three Musketeers by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chat between brother and sister. During the time which Lord de Winter took to shut the door, close a shutter, and draw a chair near to his sister-in-law's fauteuil, Milady, anxiously thoughtful, plunged her glance into the depths of possibility, and discovered all the plan of which she could not even obtain a glance as long as she was ignorant into whose hands she had fallen. She knew her brother-in-law to be a worthy gentleman, a bold hunter, an intrepid player, enterprising with women, but by no means remarkable for his skill in intrigues. How had he discovered her arrival and caused her to be seized? Why did he detain her? Athos had dropped some words which proved that the conversation she had with the cardinal had fallen into outside ears, but she could not suppose that he had dug a countermine so promptly and so boldly. She rather feared that her preceding operations in England might have been discovered. Buckingham might have guessed that it was she who had cut off the two studs, and avenged himself for that little treachery, but Buckingham was incapable of going to any excess against a woman, particularly if that woman was supposed to have acted from a feeling of jealousy. This supposition appeared to her most reasonable. It seemed to her that they wanted to revenge the past and not to anticipate the future. At all events, she congratulated herself upon having fallen into the hands of her brother-in-law, with whom she reckoned she could deal very easily, rather than into the hands of an acknowledged and intelligent enemy. "Yes, let us chat, brother," said she, with a kind of cheerfulness, decided as she was to draw from the conversation, in spite of all the dissimulation Lord de Winter could bring, the revelations of which she stood in need to regulate her future conduct. "You have then decided to come to England again," said Lord de Winter, "in spite of the resolutions you so often expressed in Paris, never to set your feet on British ground." Milady replied to this question by another question. "To begin with, tell me," said she, "how have you watched me so closely as to be aware beforehand not only of my arrival, but even of the day, the hour, and the port at which I should arrive?" Lord de Winter adopted the same tactics as Milady, thinking that as his sister-in-law employed them, they must be the best. "But tell me, my dear sister," replied he, "what makes you come to England?" "I come to see you," replied Milady, without knowing how much she aggravated by this reply the suspicions to which D'Artagnan's letter had given birth in the mind of her brother-in-law, and only desiring to gain the goodwill of her auditor by a falsehood. "Ah, to see me?" said de Winter, cunningly. "To be sure, to see you. What is there astonishing in that?" "And you had no other object in coming to England but to see me?" "No." "So it was for me alone you have taken the trouble to cross the Channel?" "For you alone." "The deuce! What tenderness, my sister!" "But am I not your nearest relative?" demanded Milady, with a tone of the most touching ingenuousness. "And my only heir, are you not?" said Lord de Winter in his turn, fixing his eyes on those of Milady. Whatever command she had over herself, Milady could not help starting, and as in pronouncing the last words Lord de Winter placed his hand upon the arm of his sister, this start did not escape him. In fact, the blow was direct and severe. The first idea that occurred to Milady's mind was that she had been betrayed by Kitty, and that she had recounted to the baron the selfish aversion toward himself of which she had imprudently allowed some marks to escape before her servant. She also recollected the furious and imprudent attack she had made upon D'Artagnan when he spared the life of her brother. "I do not understand, my lord," said she, in order to gain time and make her adversary speak out. "What do you mean to say? Is there any secret meaning concealed beneath your words?" "Oh, my God, no!" said Lord de Winter with apparent good nature. "You wish to see me, and you come to England. I learn this desire, or rather I suspect that you feel it, and in order to spare you all the annoyances of a nocturnal arrival in a port and all the fatigues of landing, I send one of my officers to meet you. I place a carriage at his orders, and he brings you hither to this castle, of which I am governor, whither I come every day, and where, in order to satisfy our mutual desire of seeing each other, I have prepared you a chamber. What is there more astonishing in all that I have said to you than in what you have told me?" "No, what I think astonishing is that you should expect my coming." "And yet that is the most simple thing in the world, my dear sister. Have you not observed that the captain of your little vessel, on entering the roadstead, sent forward, in order to obtain permission to enter the port, a little boat bearing his log-book and the register of his voyages? I am commandant of the port. They brought me that book. I recognized your name in it. My heart told me that what your mouth has just confirmed, that is to say, with what view you have exposed yourself to the dangers of a sea so perilous, or at least so troublesome at this moment, and I sent my cutter to meet you. You know the rest." Milady knew that Lord de Winter lied, and she was the more alarmed. "My brother," continued she, "was not that my Lord Buckingham whom I saw on the jetty this evening as we arrived?" "Himself. Ah, I can understand how the sight of him struck you," replied Lord de Winter. "You came from a country where he must be very much talked of, and I know that his armaments against France greatly engaged the attention of your friend, the cardinal." "My friend, the cardinal?" cried Milady, seeing that on this point, as on the other, Lord de Winter seemed well instructed. "Is he not your friend?" replied the baron negligently. "Ah, pardon, I thought so. But we will return to my Lord Duke presently. Let us not depart from the sentimental turn our conversation has taken. You came, you say, to see me?" "Yes." "Well, I reply that you shall be served to the height of your wishes, and that we shall see each other every day." "Am I, then, to remain here eternally?" demanded Milady with a certain terror. "Do you find yourself badly lodged, sister? Demand anything you want, and I will hasten to have you furnished with it." "But I have neither my women nor my servants." "You shall have all, madame. Tell me on what footing your household was established by your first husband, and although I am only your brother-in-law, I will arrange one similar." "My first husband!" cried Milady, looking at Lord de Winter with eyes almost starting from their sockets. "Yes, your French husband. I don't speak of my brother. If you have forgotten, as he is still living, I can write to him, and he will send me information on the subject." A cold sweat burst from the brow of Milady. "You jest," said she in a hollow voice. "Do I look so?" said the baron, rising and going a step backward. "Or rather, you insult me," continued she, pressing with her stiffened hands the two arms of her easy-chair and raising herself upon her wrists. "I insult you!" said Lord de Winter with contempt. "In truth, madame, do you think that can be possible?" "Indeed, sir," said Milady, "you must be either drunk or mad. Leave the room, and send me a woman." "Women are very indiscreet, my sister. Cannot I serve you as a waiting maid? By that means all our secrets will remain in the family." "Insolent!" cried Milady, and as if acted upon by a spring, she bounded toward the baron, who awaited her attack with his crossed arms, but nevertheless with one hand on the hilt of his sword. "Come," said he, "I know you are accustomed to assassinate people, but I warn you, I shall defend myself, even against you." "You are right," said Milady.
You have all the appearance of being cowardly enough to lift your hand against a woman."
"Perhaps so, and I have an excuse, for mine would not be the first hand of a man that has been placed upon you, I imagine." And the Baron pointed with a slow and accusing gesture to the left shoulder of Milady, which he almost touched with his finger. Milady uttered a deep, inward shriek, and retreated to a corner of the room like a panther which crouches for a spring. "Oh, growl as much as you please," cried Lord de Winter, "but don't try to bite, for I warn you that it would be to your disadvantage. There are here no procurators who regulate successions beforehand. There is no knight-errant to come and seek a quarrel with me on account of the fair lady I detain a prisoner, but I have judges quite ready, who will quickly dispose of a woman so shameless as to glide, a bigamist, into the bed of Lord de Winter, my brother. And these judges, I warn you, will soon send you to an executioner who will make both your shoulders alike." The eyes of Milady darted such flashes that although he was a man and armed before an unarmed woman, he felt the chill of fear glide through his whole frame. However, he continued all the same, but with increasing warmth. "Yes, I can very well understand that after having inherited the fortune of my brother, it would be very agreeable to you to be my heir likewise. But know beforehand, if you kill me or cause me to be killed, my precautions are taken. Not a penny of what I possess will pass into your hands. Were you not already rich enough, you who possess nearly 1,000,000? And could you not stop your fatal career if you did not do evil for the infinite and supreme joy of doing it? Oh, be assured, if the memory of my brother were not sacred to me, you should rot in a state dungeon or satisfy the curiosity of sailors at Tyburn. I will be silent, but you must endure your captivity quietly. In 15 or 20 days I shall set out for La Rochelle with the army. But on the eve of my departure, a vessel which I shall see depart will take you hence and convey you to our colonies in the south. And be assured that you shall be accompanied by one who will blow your brains out at the first attempt you make to return to England or the Continent." Milady listened with an attention that dilated her inflamed eyes. "Yes, at present," continued Lord de Winter, "you will remain in this castle. The walls are thick, the doors strong, and the bars solid. Besides, your window opens immediately over the sea. The men of my crew, who are devoted to me for life and death, mount guard around this apartment, and watch all the passages that lead to the courtyard. Even if you gained the yard, there would still be 3 iron gates for you to pass. The order is positive. A step, a gesture, a word on your part, denoting an effort to escape, and you are to be fired upon. If they kill you, English justice will be under an obligation to me for having saved it trouble. Ah, I see your features regain their calmness, your countenance recovers its assurance. You are saying to yourself, 15 days, 20 days, bah! I have an inventive mind. Before that is expired, some idea will occur to me. I have an infernal spirit. I shall meet with a victim. Before 15 days are gone by, I shall be away from here. Ah, try it." Milady, finding her thoughts betrayed, dug her nails into her flesh to subdue every emotion that might give to her face any expression except agony. Lord de Winter continued. "The officer who commands here in my absence you have already seen, and therefore know him. He knows how, as you must have observed, to obey an order, for you did it not, I am sure, come from the Portsmouth hither without endeavoring to make him speak. What do you say of him? Could a statue of marble have been more impassive and more mute? You have already tried the power of your seductions upon many men, and unfortunately you have always succeeded. But I give you leave to try them upon this one. Pardieu! If you succeed with him, I pronounce you the demon himself." He went toward the door and opened it hastily. "Call Mr. Felton," said he. "Wait a minute longer, and I will introduce him to you." There followed between these two personages a strange silence, during which the sound of a slow and regular step was heard approaching. Shortly, a human form appeared in the shade of the corridor, and the young lieutenant, with whom we are already acquainted, stopped at the threshold to receive the orders of the baron. "Come in, my dear John," said Lord de Winter. "Come in and shut the door." The young officer entered. "Now," said the baron, "look at this woman. She is young, she is beautiful, she possesses all earthly seductions. Well, she is a monster, who at 25 years of age has been guilty of as many crimes as you could read in a year in the archives of our tribunals. Her voice prejudices her hearers in her favor. Her beauty serves as a bait to her victims. Her body even pays what she promises. I must do her that justice. She will try to seduce you. Perhaps she will try to kill you. I have extricated you from misery, Felton. I have caused you to be named lieutenant. I once saved your life. You know on what occasion. I am for you not only a protector, but a friend, not only a benefactor, but a father. This woman has come back again into England for the purpose of conspiring against my life. I hold this serpent in my hands. Well, I call you, and I say to you, friend Felton, John, my child, guard me, and more particularly guard yourself against this woman. Swear by your hopes of salvation to keep her safely for the chastisement she has merited. John Felton, I trust your word. John Felton, I put faith in your loyalty." "My lord," said the young officer, summoning to his mild countenance all the hatred he could find in his heart, "my lord, I swear all shall be done as you desire." Milady received this look like a resigned victim. It was impossible to imagine a more submissive or a more mild expression than that which prevailed on her beautiful countenance. Lord de Winter himself could scarcely recognize the tigress who, a minute before, prepared apparently for a fight. "She is not to leave this chamber, understand, John," continued the baron. "She is to correspond with nobody. She is to speak to no one but you, if you will do her the honor to address a word to her." "That is sufficient, my lord. I have sworn." "And now, madame, try to make your peace with God, for you are judged by men." Milady let her head sink, as if crushed by this sentence. Lord de Winter went out, making a sign to Felton, who followed him, shutting the door after him. One instant after, the heavy step of a marine who served as sentinel was heard in the corridor, his axe in his girdle and his musket on his shoulder. Milady remained for some minutes in the same position, for she thought they might perhaps be examining her through the keyhole. She then slowly raised her head, which had resumed its formidable expression of menace and defiance, ran to the door to listen, looked out of her window, and returning to bury herself again in her large armchair, she reflected. End of chapter 50. Recording by jvanstan. Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 51 of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 1, The Three Musketeers by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Officer. Meanwhile, the cardinal looked anxiously for news from England, but no news arrived that was not annoying and threatening. Although La Rochelle was invested, however certain success might appear, thanks to the precautions taken, and above all to the dike, which prevented the entrance of any vessel into the besieged city, the blockade might last a long time yet. This was a great affront to the king's army, and a great inconvenience to the cardinal, who had no longer, it is true, to embroil Louis XIII with Anne of Austria, for that affair was over, but he had to adjust matters for Monsieur de Bassompierre, who was embroiled with the Duc d'Angoulême. As to Monsieur, who had begun the siege, he left to the cardinal the task of finishing it. The city, notwithstanding the incredible perseverance of its mayor, had attempted a sort of mutiny for a surrender. The mayor had hanged the mutineers. This execution quieted the ill-disposed, who resolved to allow themselves to die of hunger, this death always appearing to them more slow and less sure than strangulation. On their side, from time to time, the besiegers took the messengers which the Rochellais sent to Buckingham, or the spies which Buckingham sent to the Rochellais. In one case or the other, the trial was soon over. The cardinal pronounced the single word, "Hanged." The king was invited to come and see the hanging. He came languidly, placing himself in a good situation to see all the details. This amused him sometimes a little, and made him endure the siege with patience. But it did not prevent his getting very tired, or from talking at every moment of returning to Paris, so that if the messengers and the spies had failed, His Eminence, notwithstanding all his inventiveness, would have found himself much embarrassed. Nevertheless, time passed on, and the Rochellais did not surrender. The last spy that was taken was the bearer of a letter. This letter told Buckingham that the city was at an extremity, but instead of adding, "If your succor does not arrive within 15 days, we will surrender," it added quite simply, "If your succor does not come within 15 days, we shall all be dead with hunger when it comes." The Rochellais then had no hope but in Buckingham. Buckingham was their Messiah. It was evident that if they one day learned positively that they must not count on Buckingham, their courage would fail with their hope. The cardinal looked then with great impatience for the news from England which would announce to him that Buckingham would not come. The question of carrying the city by assault, though often debated in the council of the king, had been always rejected. In the first place, La Rochelle appeared impregnable. Then the cardinal, whatever he said, very well knew that the horror of bloodshed in this encounter, in which Frenchmen would combat against Frenchmen, was a retrograde movement of 60 years impressed upon his policy, and the cardinal was at that period what we now call a man of progress. In fact, the sack of La Rochelle and the assassination of 3,000 or 4,000 Huguenots who allowed themselves to be killed would resemble too closely in 1628 the massacre of St. Bartholomew in 1572, and then, above all this extreme measure, which was not at all repugnant to the king, good Catholic as he was, always fell before this argument of the besieging generals: La Rochelle is impregnable except to famine. The cardinal could not drive from his mind the fear he entertained of his terrible emissary, for he comprehended the strange qualities of this woman, sometimes a serpent, sometimes a lion. Had she betrayed him? Was she dead? He knew her well enough in all cases to know that whether acting for or against him, as a friend or an enemy, she would not remain motionless without great impediments. But whence did these impediments arise? That was what he could not know. And yet he reckoned, and with reason, on Milady. He had divined in the past of this woman terrible things which his red mantle alone could cover, and he felt, from one cause or another, that this woman was his own, as she could look to no other but himself for a support superior to the danger which threatened her. He resolved then to carry on the war alone, and to look for no success foreign to himself, but as we look for a fortunate chance. He continued to press the raising of the famous dike which was to starve La Rochelle. Meanwhile he cast his eyes over the unfortunate city which contained so much deep misery and so many heroic virtues, and recalling the saying of Louis XI, his political predecessor, as he himself was the predecessor of Robespierre, he repeated this maxim of Tristan's gossip: divide in order to reign. Henry IV, when besieging Paris, had loaves and provisions thrown over the walls. The cardinal had little notes thrown over in which he represented to the Rochellais how unjust, selfish, and barbarous was the conduct of their leaders. These leaders had corn in abundance, and would not let them partake of it. They adopted as a maxim, for they too had maxims, that it was of very little consequence that women, children, and old men should die, so long as the men who were to defend the walls remained strong and healthy. Up to that time, whether from devotedness or from want of power to act against it, this maxim, without being generally adopted, nevertheless passed from theory into practice, but the notes did it injury. The notes reminded the men that the children, women, and old men whom they allowed to die were their sons, their wives, and their fathers, and that it would be more just for everyone to be reduced to the common misery, in order that equal conditions should give birth to unanimous resolutions. These notes had all the effect that he who wrote them could expect, in that they induced a great number of the inhabitants to open private negotiations with the royal army. But at the moment when the cardinal saw his means already bearing fruit, and applauded himself for having put it in action, an inhabitant of La Rochelle who had contrived to pass the royal lines, God knows how, such was the watchfulness of Bassompierre, Schomberg, and the Duc d'Angoulême, themselves watched over by the cardinal, an inhabitant of La Rochelle, we say, entered the city, coming from Portsmouth, and saying that he had seen a magnificent fleet ready to sail within 8 days. Still further, Buckingham announced to the mayor that at length the Great League was about to declare itself against France, and that the kingdom would be at once invaded by the English, Imperial, and Spanish armies. This letter was read publicly in all parts of the city. Copies were put up at the corners of the streets, and even they who had begun to open negotiations interrupted them, being resolved to await the succor so pompously announced. This unexpected circumstance brought back Richelieu's former anxiety, and forced him, in spite of himself, once more to turn his eyes to the other side of the sea. During this time, exempt from the anxiety of its only and true chief, the royal army led a joyous life, neither provisions nor money being wanting in the camp. All the corps rivaled one another in audacity and gaiety, to take spies and hang them, to make hazardous expeditions upon the dike or the sea, to imagine wild plans and to execute them coolly. Such were the pastimes which made the army find these days short, which were not only so long to the Rochellais, a prey to famine and anxiety, but even to the cardinal, who blockaded them so closely. Sometimes, when the cardinal, always on horseback, like the lowest gendarme of the army, cast a pensive glance over those works, so slowly keeping pace with his wishes, which the engineers, brought from all the corners of France, were executing under his orders, if he met a musketeer of the company of Tréville, he drew near and looked at him in a peculiar manner, and not recognizing in him one of our 4 companions, he turned his penetrating look and profound thoughts in another direction. One day, when oppressed with a mortal weariness of mind, without hope in the negotiations with the city, without news from England, the cardinal went out, without any other aim than to be out of doors, and accompanied only by Cahusac and La Houdinière, strolled along the beach. Mingling the immensity of his dreams with the immensity of the ocean, he came, his horse going at a foot's pace, to a hill from the top of which he perceived behind a hedge, reclining on the sand and catching in its passage one of those rays of the sun so rare at this period of the year, 7 men surrounded by empty bottles. 4 of these men were our Musketeers, preparing to listen to a letter one of them had just received. This letter was so important that it made them forsake their cards and their dice on the drumhead. The other 3 were occupied in opening an enormous flagon of Collicure wine. These were the lackeys of these gentlemen. The cardinal was, as we have said, in very low spirits, and nothing when he was in that state of mind increased his depression so much as gaiety in others. Besides, he had another strange fancy, which was always to believe that the causes of his sadness created the gaiety of others. Making a sign to La Houdinière and Cahusac to stop, he alighted from his horse and went toward these suspected merry companions, hoping by means of the sand which deadened the sound of his steps and of the hedge which concealed his approach, to catch some words of this conversation which appeared so interesting. At 10 paces from the hedge he recognized the talkative Gascon, and as he had already perceived that these men were Musketeers, he did not doubt that the 3 others were those called the Inseparables, that is to say, Athos, Porthos, and Aramis. It may be supposed that his desire to hear the conversation was augmented by this discovery. His eyes took a strange expression, and with a step of a tiger cat he advanced toward the hedge. but he had not been able to catch more than a few vague syllables without any positive sense, when a sonorous and short cry made him start and attracted the attention of the Musketeers. "Officer!" cried Grimaud. "You are speaking, you scoundrel!" said Athos, rising upon his elbow and transfixing Grimaud with his flaming look. Grimaud therefore added nothing to his speech, but contented himself with pointing his index finger in the direction of the hedge, announcing by this gesture the cardinal and his escort. With a single bound, the Musketeers were on their feet and saluted with respect. The cardinal seemed furious. "It appears that Messieurs the Musketeers keep guard," said he. "Are the English expected by land, or do the Musketeers consider themselves superior officers?" "Monseigneur," replied Athos, for amid the general fright he alone had preserved the noble calmness and coolness that never forsook him. "Monseigneur, the Musketeers, when they are not on duty, or when their duty is over, drink and play at dice, and they are certainly superior officers to their lackeys." "Lackeys?" grumbled the cardinal. "Lackeys, who have the order to warn their masters when anyone passes, are not lackeys, they are sentinels."
"Your Eminence may perceive that if we had not taken this precaution, we should have been exposed to allowing you to pass without presenting you our respects or offering you our thanks for the favor you have done us in uniting us. D'Artagnan," continued Athos, "you who but lately were so anxious for such an opportunity for expressing your gratitude to Monseigneur, here it is. Avail yourself of it."
These words were pronounced with that imperturbable phlegm which distinguished Athos in the hour of danger, and with that excessive politeness which made of him at certain moments a king more majestic than kings by birth. D'Artagnan came forward and stammered out a few words of gratitude, which soon expired under the gloomy looks of the cardinal. "It does not signify, gentlemen," continued the cardinal, without appearing to be in the least swerved from his first intention by the diversion which Athos had started. "It does not signify, gentlemen. I do not like to have simple soldiers, because they have the advantage of serving in the privileged corps, thus to play the great lords. Discipline is the same for them as for everybody else." Athos allowed the cardinal to finish his sentence completely, and bowed in sign of assent. Then he resumed in his turn. "Discipline, Monseigneur, has, I hope, in no way been forgotten by us. We are not on duty, and we believe that not being on duty, we were at liberty to dispose of our time as we pleased. If we are so fortunate as to have some particular duty to perform for your Eminence, we are ready to obey you. Your Eminence may perceive," continued Athos, knitting his brow, for this sort of investigation began to annoy him, "that we have not come out without our arms." And he showed the cardinal with his finger the 4 muskets piled near the drum, on which were the cards and dice. "Your Eminence may believe," added D'Artagnan, "that we would have come to meet you if we could have supposed it was Monseigneur coming toward us with so few attendants." The cardinal bit his mustache, and even his lips a little. "Do you know what you look like altogether, as you are armed and guarded by your lackeys?" said the cardinal. "You look like 4 conspirators." "Oh, as to that, Monseigneur, it is true," said Athos. "We do conspire, as your Eminence might have seen the other morning, only we conspire against the Rochellais." "Ah, you gentlemen of policy," replied the cardinal, knitting his brow in his turn, "the secret of many unknown things may perhaps be found in your brains. If we could read them as you read that letter which you concealed as soon as you saw me coming." The color mounted to the face of Athos, and he made a step toward his Eminence. "One might think you really suspected us, Monseigneur, and we were undergoing a real interrogatory.
If it be so, we trust your Eminence will deign to explain yourself, and we should then at least be acquainted with our real position."
"And if it were an interrogatory?" replied the cardinal. "Others besides you have undergone such, Monsieur Athos, and have replied thereto."
"Thus I have told your Eminence that you had but to question us, and we are ready to reply."
"What was that letter you were about to read, Monsieur Aramis, and which you so promptly concealed?" "A woman's letter, Monseigneur." "Ah, yes, I see," said the cardinal. "We must be discreet with this sort of letters, but nevertheless, we may show them to a confessor, and you know I have taken orders."
"Monseigneur," said Athos, with a calmness the more terrible because he risked his head in making this reply, "the letter is a woman's letter, but it is neither signed Marianne de Lorme nor Madame d'Aiguillon."
The cardinal became as pale as death. Lightning darted from his eyes. He turned round as if to give an order to Cahusac and Houdinière. Athos saw the movement. He made a step toward the muskets, upon which the other three friends had fixed their eyes, like men ill disposed to allow themselves to be taken. The cardinalists were 3, the Musketeers, lackeys included, were 7. He judged that the match would be so much the less equal if Athos and his companions were really plotting, and by one of those rapid turns which he always had at command, all his anger faded away into a smile. "Well, well," said he, "you are brave young men, proud in daylight, faithful in darkness. We can find no fault with you for watching over yourselves when you watch so carefully over others. Gentlemen, I have not forgotten the night in which you served me as an escort to the Red Dovecot. If there were any danger to be apprehended on the road I am going, I would request you to accompany me. But as there is none, remain where you are. Finish your bottles, your game, and your letter. Adieu, gentlemen." And remounting his horse, which Cahusac led to him, he saluted them with his hand and rode away. The 4 young men, standing and motionless, followed him with their eyes without speaking a single word until he had disappeared. They then looked at one another. The countenances of all gave evidence of terror, for notwithstanding the friendly adieu of his Eminence, they plainly perceived that the cardinal went away with rage in his heart. Athos alone smiled with a self-possessed, disdainful smile. When the cardinal was out of hearing and sight, "That Grimaud kept bad watch," cried Porthos, who had a great inclination to vent his ill humor on somebody. Grimaud was about to reply, to excuse himself. Athos lifted his finger, and Grimaud was silent. "Would you have given up the letter, Aramis?" said D'Artagnan. "I," said Aramis in his most flute-like tone, "I had made up my mind. If he had insisted upon the letter being given up to him, I would have presented the letter to him with one hand, and with the other I would have run my sword through his body." "I expected as much," said Athos, "and that was why I threw myself between you and him. Indeed, this man is very much to blame for talking thus to other men. One would say he had never had to do with any but women and children." "My dear Athos, I admire you, but nevertheless we were in the wrong after all."
"How in the wrong?" said Athos. "Whose, then, is the air we breathe? Whose is the ocean upon which we look? Whose is the sand upon which we were reclining? Whose is the letter of your mistress? Do these belong to the cardinal? Upon my honor, this man fancies the world belongs to him. There you stood, stammering, stupefied, annihilated. One might have supposed the Bastille appeared before you, and that the gigantic Medusa had converted you into stone. Is being in love conspiring? You are in love with a woman with whom the cardinal has caused to be shut up, and you wish to get her out of the hands of the cardinal. That's a match you are playing with his Eminence. This letter is your game. Why should you expose your game to your adversary? That is never done. Let him find it out if he can. We can find out his."
"Well, that's all very sensible, Athos," said D'Artagnan.
"In that case, let there be no more question of what's past, and let Aramis resume the letter from his cousin, where the cardinal interrupted him."
Aramis drew the letter from his pocket. The three friends surrounded him, and the three lackeys grouped themselves again near the wine jar. "You had only read a line or two," said D'Artagnan. "Read the letter again from the commencement."
"Willingly," said Aramis. "My dear cousin, I think I shall make up my mind to set out for Béthune, where my sister has placed our little servant in the convent of the Carmelites. This poor child is quite resigned, as she knows she cannot live elsewhere without the salvation of her soul being in danger. Nevertheless, if the affairs of our family are arranged, as we hope they will be, I believe she will run the risk of being damned, and will return to those she regrets, particularly as she knows they are always thinking of her. Meanwhile, she is not very wretched. What she most desires is a letter from her intended. I know that such viands pass with difficulty through convent gratings, but after all, as I have given you proofs, my dear cousin, I am not unskilled in such affairs, and I will take charge of the commission. My sister thanks you for your good and eternal remembrance. She has experienced much anxiety, but she is now at length a little reassured, having sent her secretary away in order that nothing may happen unexpectedly. Adieu, my dear cousin. Tell us news of yourself as often as you can. That is to say, as often as you can with safety. I embrace you, Marie Michon."
"Oh, what do I not owe you, Aramis?" said D'Artagnan. "Dear Constance, I have at length, then, intelligence of you. She lives. She is in safety in a convent. She is at Béthune. Where is Béthune, Athos?"
"Why, upon the frontiers of Artois and of Flanders. The siege once over, we shall be able to make a tour in that direction."
"And that will not be long, it is to be hoped,"
said Porthos.
"for they have this morning hanged a spy who confessed that the Rochellais were reduced to the leather of their shoes. Supposing that after having eaten the leather they eat the soles, I cannot see much that is left unless they eat one another."
"Poor fools,"
said Athos, emptying a glass of excellent Bordeaux wine, which, without having at that period the reputation it now enjoys, merited it no less.
"Poor fools! As if the Catholic religion was not the most advantageous and the most agreeable of all religions. All the same,"
resumed he, after having clicked his tongue against his palate,
"they are brave fellows. But what the devil are you about, Aramis?" continued Athos. "Why are you squeezing that letter into your pocket?"
"Yes," said D'Artagnan, "Athos is right. It must be burned. And yet if we burn it, who knows whether Monsieur Cardinal has not a secret to interrogate ashes?"
"He must have one," said Athos.
"What will you do with the letter, then?"
asked Porthos.
"Come here, Grimaud,"
said Athos. Grimaud rose and obeyed.
"As a punishment for having spoken without permission, my friend, you will please to eat this piece of paper. Then, to recompense you for the service you will have rendered us, you shall afterward drink this glass of wine. First, here is the letter. Eat heartily."
Grimaud smiled, and with his eyes fixed upon the glass which Athos held in his hand, he ground the paper well between his teeth, and then swallowed it.
"Bravo, Monsieur Grimaud," said Athos. "And now take this. That's well. We dispense with your saying grace."
Grimaud silently swallowed the glass of Bordeaux wine, but his eyes, raised toward heaven during this delicious occupation, spoke a language which, though mute, was not the less expressive.
"And now," said Athos, "unless Monsieur Cardinal should form the ingenious idea of ripping up Grimaud, I think we may be pretty much at our ease respecting the letter."
Meantime his Eminence continued his melancholy ride, murmuring between his mustaches, "These 4 men must positively be mine." Chapter 51. Recording by jvanstan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 52 of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 1, The Three Musketeers by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Captivity, the first day. Let us return to Milady, whom a glance thrown upon the coast of France has made us lose sight of for an instant. We shall find her still in the despairing attitude in which we left her, plunged in an abyss of dismal reflection, a dark hell at the gate of which she has almost left hope behind, because for the first time she doubts, for the first time she fears. On 2 occasions her fortune has failed her. On 2 occasions she has found herself discovered and betrayed. And on these 2 occasions it was to one fatal genius, sent doubtlessly by the Lord to combat her, that she was succumbed. D'Artagnan has conquered her, that invincible power of evil. He has deceived her in her love, humbled her in her pride, thwarted her in her ambition, and now he ruins her fortune, deprives her of liberty, and even threatens her life. Still more, he has lifted the corner of her mask, that shield with which she covered herself and which rendered her so strong. D'Artagnan has turned aside from Buckingham, whom she hates as she hates everyone she has loved, the tempest with which Richelieu threatened him in the person of the queen. D'Artagnan had passed himself upon her as De Ward, for whom she had conceived one of those tiger-like fancies common to women of her character. D'Artagnan knows that terrible secret which she has sworn no one shall know without dying. In short, at the moment in which she has just obtained from Richelieu a carte blanche by the means of which she is about to take vengeance on her enemy, this precious paper is torn from her hands, and it is D'Artagnan who holds her prisoner and is about to send her to some filthy Botany Bay, some infamous Tyburn of the Indian Ocean. All this she owes to D'Artagnan, without doubt. From whom can come so many disgraces heaped upon her head, if not from him? He alone could have transmitted to Lord de Winter all these frightful secrets which he has discovered, one after another, by a train of fatalities. He knows her brother-in-law. He must have written to him. What hatred she distills, motionless with her burning and fixed glances in her solitary apartment. How well the outbursts of passion which at times escape from the depths of her chest with her respiration accompany the sound of the surf which rises, growls, roars, and breaks itself like an eternal and powerless despair against the rocks on which is built this dark and lofty castle. How many magnificent projects of vengeance she conceives by the light of the flashes which her tempestuous passion casts over her mind against Madame Bonacieux, against Buckingham, but above all against D'Artagnan. Projects lost in the distance of the future. Yes, but in order to avenge herself, she must be free. And to be free, a prisoner has to pierce a wall, detach bars, cut through a floor, all undertakings which a patient and strong man may accomplish, but before which the feverish irritations of a woman must give way. Besides, to do all this, time is necessary, months, years, and she has 10 or 12 days, as Lord de Winter, her fraternal and terrible jailer, has told her. And yet, if she were a man, she would attempt all this, and perhaps might succeed. Why, then, did heaven make the mistake of placing that manlike soul in that frail and delicate body? The first moments of her captivity were terrible. A few convulsions of rage which she could not suppress paid her debt of feminine weakness to nature. But by degrees she overcame the outbursts of her mad passion, and nervous tremblings which agitated her frame disappeared, and she remained folded within herself like a fatigued serpent in repose.
Go to! I must have been mad to allow myself to be carried away so," says she, gazing into the glass, which reflects back to her eyes the burning glance by which she appears to interrogate herself. "No violence. Violence is the proof of weakness. In the first place, I have never succeeded by that means. Perhaps if I employed my strength against women, I might perchance find them weaker than myself, and consequently conquer them. But it is with men that I struggle, and I am but a woman to them. Let me fight like a woman, then. My strength is in my weakness."
Then, as if to render an account to herself of the changes she could place upon her countenance, so mobile and so expressive, she made it take all expressions from that of passionate anger, which convulsed her features, to that of the most sweet, most affectionate, and most seducing smile. Then her hair assumed successively under her skillful hands all the undulations she thought might assist the charms of her face. At length she murmured, satisfied with herself, "Come, nothing is lost. I am still beautiful." It was then nearly 8 o'clock in the evening. Milady perceived a bed. She calculated that the repose of a few hours would not only refresh her head and her ideas, but still further her complexion. A better idea, however, came into her mind before going to bed. She had heard something said about supper. She had already been an hour in this apartment. They could not long delay bringing her a repast. The prisoner did not wish to lose time, and she resolved to make that very evening some attempts to ascertain the nature of the ground she had to work upon, by studying the characters of the men to whose guardianship she was committed. A light appeared under the door. This light announced the reappearance of her jailers. Milady, who had arisen, threw herself quickly into the armchair, her head thrown back, her beautiful hair unbound and disheveled, her bosom half bare beneath her crumpled lace, one hand on her heart, and the other hanging down. The bolts were drawn, the door groaned upon its hinges. Steps sounded in the chamber and drew near. "Place that table there," said a voice which the prisoner recognized as that of Felton. The order was executed. "You will bring lights and relieve the sentinel," continued Felton. And this double order, which the young lieutenant gave to the same individuals, proved to Milady that her servants were the same men as her guards, that is to say, soldiers. Felton's orders were, for the rest, executed with a silent rapidity that gave a good idea of the way in which he maintained discipline. At length Felton, who had not yet looked at Milady, turned toward her. "Aha," said he, "she is asleep. That's well. When she wakes up, she can sup." And he made some steps toward the door. "But, my lieutenant," said a soldier less stoical than his chief, and who had approached Milady, "this woman is not asleep." "What? Not asleep?" said Felton. "What is she doing, then?" "She has fainted. Her face is very pale, and I have listened in vain. I do not hear her breathe." "You are right," said Felton, after having looked at Milady from the spot on which he stood without moving a step toward her. "Go and tell Lord de Winter that his prisoner has fainted. For this event not having been foreseen, I don't know what to do." The soldier went out to obey the orders of his officer. Felton sat down upon an armchair, which happened to be near the door, and waited without speaking a word, without making a gesture. Milady possessed that great art, so much studied by women, of looking through her long eyelashes without appearing to open the lids. She perceived Felton, who sat with his back toward her. She continued to look at him for nearly 10 minutes, and in these 10 minutes the immovable guardian never turned round once. She then thought that Lord de Winter would come, and by his presence give fresh strength to her jailer. Her first trial was lost. She acted like a woman who reckons upon her resources. As a result, she raised her head, opened her eyes, and sighed deeply. At this sigh, Felton turned around. "Ah, you are awake, madame," said he.
then I have nothing more to do here. If you want anything, you can ring."
"Oh, my God, my God, how I have suffered!" said Milady in that harmonious voice which, like that of the ancient enchantresses, charmed all whom she wished to destroy. And she assumed, upon sitting up in the armchair, a still more graceful and abandoned position than when she reclined. Felton arose. "You will be served thus, madame, 3 times a day," said he, "in the morning at 9 o'clock, in the day at 1 o'clock, and in the evening at 8. If that does not suit you, you can point out what other hours you prefer, and in this respect your wishes will be complied with." "But am I to remain always alone in this vast and dismal chamber?" asked Milady.
"A woman of the neighborhood has been sent for, who will be tomorrow at the castle, and will return as often as you desire her presence."
"I thank you, sir,"
replied the prisoner humbly. Felton made a slight bow and directed his steps toward the door. At the moment he was about to go out, Lord de Winter appeared in the corridor, followed by the soldier who had been sent to inform him of the swoon of Milady. He held a vial of salts in his hand.
"Well, what is this? What is going on here?"
said he in a jeering voice on seeing the prisoner sitting up and Felton about to go out.
"Is the corpse come to life already? Felton, my lad, did you not perceive that you were taken for a novice, and that the first act was being performed of a comedy of which we shall doubtless have the pleasure of following out all the developments?" "I thought so, my lord," said Felton, "but as the prisoner is a woman, after all, I wish to pay her the attention that every man of gentle birth owes to a woman, if not on her account, at least on my own."
Milady shuddered through her whole system. These words of Felton's passed like ice through her veins.
"So," replied de Winter, laughing, "that beautiful hair so skillfully disheveled, that white skin, and that languishing look have not yet seduced you, you heart of stone?"
"No, my lord," replied the impassive young man. "Your lordship may be assured that it requires more than the tricks and coquetry of a woman to corrupt me."
"In that case, my brave lieutenant, let us leave Milady to find out something else and go to supper. But be easy. She has a fruitful imagination, and the second act of the comedy will not delay its steps after the first."
At these words, Lord de Winter passed his arm through that of Felton and led him out laughing.
"Oh, I will be a match for you," murmured Milady between her teeth. "Be assured of that, you poor spoiled monk, you poor converted soldier who has cut his uniform out of a monk's frock."
"By the way,"
resumed de Winter, stopping at the threshold of the door,
"you must not, Milady, let this check take away your appetite. Taste that fowl and those fish. On my honor, they are not poisoned. I have a very good cook, and he is not to be my heir. I have full and perfect confidence in him. Do as I do. Adieu, dear sister, till your next swoon."
This was all that Milady could endure. Her hands clutched her armchair. She ground her teeth inwardly. Her eyes followed the motion of the door as it closed behind Lord de Winter and Felton, and the moment she was alone, a fresh fit of despair seized her. She cast her eyes upon the table, saw the glittering of a knife, rushed toward it and clutched it, but her disappointment was cruel. The blade was round and of flexible silver. A burst of laughter resounded from the other side of the ill-closed door, and the door reopened.
"Ha, ha, ha!" cried Lord de Winter. "Ha, ha! Don't you see, my brave Felton? Don't you see what I told you? That knife was for you, my lad. She would have killed you. Observe, this is one of her peculiarities.
to get rid thus, after one fashion or another, of all the people who bother her. If I had listened to you, the knife would have been pointed and of steel. Then no more, Felton. She would have cut your throat, and after that, everybody else's. See, John, see how well she knows how to handle a knife."
In fact, Milady still held the harmless weapon in her clenched hand, but these last words, this supreme insult, relaxed her hands, her strength, and even her will. The knife fell to the ground.
"You were right, my lord,"
said Felton with a tone of profound disgust, which sounded to the very bottom of the heart of Milady.
"You were right, my lord, and I was wrong."
And both again left the room. But this time Milady lent a more attentive ear than the first, and she heard their steps die away in the distance of the corridor.
"I am lost," murmured she. "I am lost. I am in the power of men upon whom I can have no more influence than upon statues of bronze or granite. They know me by heart, and are steeled against all my weapons. It is, however, impossible that this should end as they have decreed."
In fact, as this last reflection indicated, this instinctive return to hope, sentiments of weakness or fear did not dwell long in her ardent spirit. Milady sat down to table, ate from several dishes, drank a little Spanish wine, and felt all her resolution return. Before she went to bed, she had pondered, analyzed, turned all sides, examined on all points, the words, the steps, the gestures, the signs, and even the silence of her interlocutors. And of this profound, skillful, and anxious study, the result was that Felton, everything considered, appeared the more vulnerable of her two persecutors. One expression above all recurred to the mind of the prisoner. "If I had listened to you," Lord de Winter had said to Felton. Felton, then, had spoken in her favor, since Lord de Winter had not been willing to listen to him.
"Weak or strong?" repeated Milady. "That man has then a spark of pity in his soul. Of that spark I will make a flame that shall devour him. As to the other, he knows me, he fears me, and knows what he has to expect of me if ever I escape from his hands. It is useless, then, to attempt anything with him. But Felton, that's another thing. He is a young, ingenious, pure man, who seems virtuous. Him there are means of destroying."
And Milady went to bed and fell asleep with a smile upon her lips. Anyone who had seen her sleeping might have said she was a young girl dreaming of the crown of flowers she was to wear on her brow at the next festival.
End of chapter 52. Recording by jvanstan, Savannah, Georgia.
Chapter 53 of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 1, The Three Musketeers by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Captivity, the second day. Milady dreamed that she at length had D'Artagnan in her power, that she was present at his execution, and it was the sight of his odious blood flowing beneath the axe of the headsman which spread that charming smile upon her lips. She slept as a prisoner sleeps, rocked by his first hope. In the morning, when they entered her chamber, she was still in bed. Felton remained in the corridor. He brought with him the woman of whom he had spoken the evening before and who had just arrived. This woman entered, and approaching Milady's bed, offered her services. Milady was habitually pale. Her complexion might therefore deceive a person who saw her for the first time.
"I am in fever," said she. "I have not slept a single instant during all this long night. I suffer horribly. Are you likely to be more humane to me than others were yesterday? All I ask is permission to remain abed."
"Would you like to have a physician called?" said the woman.
Felton listened to this dialogue without speaking a word. Milady reflected that the more people she had around her, the more she would have to work upon, and Lord de Winter would redouble his watch. Besides, the physician might declare the ailment feigned, and Milady, after having lost the first trick, was not willing to lose the second. "Go and fetch a physician," said she. "What could be the good of that? These gentlemen declared yesterday that my illness was a comedy. It would be just the same today, no doubt, for since yesterday evening they have had plenty of time to send for a doctor."
"Then,"
said Felton, who became impatient,
"say yourself, madame, what treatment you wish followed."
How can I tell? My God, I know that I suffer, that's all. Give me anything you like, it is of little consequence."
"Go and fetch Lord de Winter,"
said Felton, tired of these eternal complaints. "Oh, no, no!" cried Milady. "No, sir, do not call him, I conjure you. I am well, I want nothing. Do not call him." She gave so much vehemence, such magnetic eloquence to this exclamation, that Felton, in spite of himself, advanced some steps into the room. "He has come," thought Milady.
"Meanwhile, madame, if you really suffer," said Felton, "a physician shall be sent for, and if you deceive us, well, it will be the worse for you. But at least we shall not have to reproach ourselves with anything."
Milady made no reply, but turning her beautiful head round upon her pillow, she burst into tears and uttered heartbreaking sobs. Felton surveyed her for an instant with his usual impassiveness. Then, seeing that the crisis threatened to be prolonged, he went out. The woman followed him, and Lord de Winter did not appear. "I fancy I begin to see my way," murmured Milady with a savage joy, burying herself under the clothes to conceal from anybody who might be watching her this burst of inward satisfaction. 2 hours passed away. "Now it is time that the malady should be over," said she. "Let me rise and obtain some success this very day. I have but 10 days, and this evening 2 of them will be gone." In the morning, when they entered Milady's chamber, they had brought her breakfast. Now, she thought, they could not long delay coming to clear the table, and that Felton would then reappear. Milady was not deceived. Felton reappeared, and without observing whether Milady had or had not touched her repast, made a sign that the table should be carried out of the room, it having been brought in ready spread. Felton remained behind. He held a book in his hand. Milady, reclining in an armchair near the chimney, beautiful, pale, and resigned, looked like a holy virgin awaiting martyrdom. Felton approached her and said, "Lord de Winter, who is a Catholic, like yourself, madame, thinking that the deprivation of the rites and ceremonies of your church might be painful to you, has consented that you should read every day the ordinary of your Mass, and here is the book which contains the ritual." At the manner in which Felton laid the book upon the little table near which Milady was sitting, at the tone in which he pronounced the 2 words, "your Mass," at the disdainful smile with which he then accompanied them, Milady raised her head and looked more attentively at the officer. By that plain arrangement of the hair, by that costume of extreme simplicity, by the brow polished like marble and as hard and impenetrable, she recognized one of those gloomy Puritans she had so often met, not only in the court of King James, but in that of the King of France, where, in spite of the remembrance of the Saint Bartholomew, they sometimes came to seek refuge. She then had one of those sudden inspirations which only people of genius receive in great crises, in supreme moments which are to decide their fortunes or their lives. Those 2 words, "your Mass," and a simple glance cast upon Felton, revealed to her all the importance of the reply she was about to make. But with that rapidity of intelligence which was peculiar to her, this reply, ready arranged, presented itself to her lips. "I," said she, with an accent of disdain in unison with that which she had remarked in the voice of the young officer.
"I, sir? My Mass? Lord de Winter, the corrupted Catholic, knows very well that I am not of his religion, and this is a snare he wishes to lay for me."
"And of what religion are you, then, madame?"
asked Felton, with an astonishment which, in spite of the empire he held over himself, he could not entirely conceal.
"I will tell it,"
cried Milady, with a feigned exultation,
"on the day when I shall have suffered sufficiently for my faith."
The look of Felton revealed to Milady the full extent of the space she had opened for herself by this single word. The young officer, however, remained mute and motionless. His look alone had spoken.
"I am in the hands of my enemies,"
continued she, with that tone of enthusiasm which she knew was familiar to the Puritans.
"Well, let my God save me, or let me perish for my God. That is my reply I beg you to make to Lord de Winter. And as to this book,"
added she, pointing to the manual with her finger, but without touching it, as if she must be contaminated by it,
"you may carry it back and make use of it yourself, for doubtless you are doubly the accomplice of Lord de Winter, the accomplice in his persecutions, the accomplice in his heresies."
Felton made no reply, took the book with the same appearance of repugnance which he had before manifested, and retired pensively. Lord de Winter came toward 5 o'clock in the evening. Milady had had time during the whole day to trace her plan of conduct. She received him like a woman who had already recovered all her advantages. "It appears," said the baron, seating himself in the armchair opposite that occupied by Milady, and stretching out his legs carelessly upon the hearth, "it appears we have made a little apostasy."
"What do you mean, sir?"
"I mean to say that since we last met you have changed your religion. You have not by chance married a Protestant for a third husband, have you?"
"Explain yourself, my lord,"
replied the prisoner with majesty.
"For though I hear your words, I declare I do not understand them."
"Then you have no religion at all? I like that best," replied Lord de Winter, laughing.
"Certainly, that is most in accord with your own principles,"
replied Milady frigidly. "Oh, I confess it is all the same to me."
"Oh, you need not avow this religious indifference, my lord. Your debaucheries and crimes would vouch for it."
"What? You talk of debaucheries? Madame Messalina, Lady Macbeth, either I misunderstand you or you are very shameless."
"You only speak thus because you are overheard,"
coolly replied Milady.
"and you wish to interest your jailers and your hangmen against me."
"My jailers and my hangmen? Heyday, madam, you are taking a poetical tone, and the comedy of yesterday turns to the tragedy this evening. As to the rest, in 8 days you will be where you ought to be, and my task will be completed."
"Infamous task! Impious task!"
cried Milady with an exultation of a victim who provokes his judge. "My word," said de Winter, rising, "I think the hussy is going mad. Come, come, calm yourself, Madame Puritan, or I'll remove you to a dungeon. It's my Spanish wine that has got into your head, is it not? But never mind, that sort of intoxication is not dangerous, and will have no bad effects." And Lord de Winter retired swearing, which at that period was a very nightly habit. Felton was indeed behind the door, and had not lost one word of this scene. Milady had guessed aright.
"Yes, go, go," said she to her brother. "The effects are drawing near, on the contrary, but you weak fool will not see them until it is too late to shun them."
Silence was re-established. 2 hours passed away. Milady's supper was brought in, and she was found deeply engaged in saying her prayers aloud, prayers which she had learned of an old servant of her second husband, the most austere Puritan. She appeared to be in ecstasy, and did not pay the least attention to what was going on around her. Felton made a sign that she should not be disturbed, and when all was arranged, he went out quietly with the soldiers. Milady knew she might be watched, and so she continued her prayers to the end, and it appeared to her that the soldier who was on duty at her door did not march with the same step, and seemed to listen. For the moment she wished nothing better. She arose, came to the table, ate but little, and drank only water. An hour after, her table was cleared, but Milady remarked that this time Felton did not accompany the soldiers. He feared then to see her too often. She turned toward the wall to smile, for there was in this smile such an expression of triumph that this smile alone would have betrayed her. She allowed, therefore, half an hour to pass away, and as at that moment all was silence in the old castle, as nothing was heard but the eternal murmur of the waves, that immense breaking of the ocean, with her pure, harmonious, and powerful voice, she began the first couplet of the psalm, then in great favor with the Puritans.
Thou leave thy servants, Lord, to see if they be strong, but soon thou dost afford thy hand to lead them on.
These verses were not excellent, very far from it. But as it is well known, the Puritans did not pique themselves upon their poetry. While singing, Milady listened. The soldier on guard at her door stopped, as if he had been changed into stone. Milady was then able to judge of the effect she had produced. Then she continued her singing with inexpressible fervor and feeling. It appeared to her that the sounds spread to a distance beneath the vaulted roofs, and carried with them a magic charm to soften the hearts of her jailers. It, however, likewise appeared that the soldier on duty, a zealous Catholic no doubt, shook off the charm, for through the door he called, "Hold your tongue, madame! Your song is as dismal as a De Profundis, and if besides the pleasure of being in garrison here, we must hear such things as these, no mortal can hold out." "Silence!" then exclaimed another stern voice, which Milady recognized as that of Felton. "What are you meddling with, stupid? Did anybody order you to prevent that woman from singing? No, you were told to guard her, to fire at her if she attempted to fly. Guard her. If she flies, kill her, but don't exceed your orders." An expression of unspeakable joy lightened the countenance of Milady, but this expression was fleeting as the reflection of lightning. Without appearing to have heard the dialogue, of which she had not lost a word, she began again, giving to her voice all the charm, all the power, all the seduction the demon had bestowed upon it.
For all my tears, my cares, my exile and my chains, I have my youth, my prayers, and God who counts my pains.
Her voice, of immense power and sublime expression, gave to the rude, unpolished poetry of these psalms a magic and an effect which the most exalted Puritans rarely found in the songs of their brethren, and which they were forced to ornament with all the resources of their imagination. Felton believed he heard the singing of the angel who consoled the 3 Hebrews in the furnace. Milady continued,
"One day our doors will ope, with God come our desire, and if betrays that hope, to death we can aspire."
This verse, into which the terrible enchantress threw her whole soul, completed the trouble which had seized the heart of the young officer. He opened the door quickly, and Milady saw him appear, pale as usual, but with his eye inflamed and almost wild. "Why do you sing thus, and with such a voice?" said he.
"Your pardon, sir,"
said Milady with mildness.
"I forgot that my songs are out of place in this castle. I have perhaps offended you in your creed, but it was without wishing to do so, I swear. Pardon me, then, a fault which is perhaps great, but which certainly was involuntary."
Milady was so beautiful at this moment, the religious ecstasy in which she appeared to be plunged gave such an expression to her countenance, that Felton was so dazzled that he fancied he beheld the angel whom he had only just before heard. "Yes, yes," said he, "you disturb, you agitate the people who live in the castle." The poor, senseless young man was not aware of the incoherence of his words, while Milady was reading with her lynx's eyes the very depths of his heart.
"I will be silent, then,"
said Milady, casting down her eyes with all the sweetness she could give to her voice, with all the resignation she could impress upon her manner. "No, no, madame," said Felton, "only do not sing so loud, particularly at night." At these words, Felton, feeling that he could not long maintain his severity toward his prisoner, rushed out of the room. "You have done right, Lieutenant," said the soldier. "Such songs disturb the mind, and yet we become accustomed to them. Her voice is so beautiful." End of chapter 53. Recording by jvanstan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 54 of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 1, The Three Musketeers by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Captivity, the third day. Felton had fallen, but there was still another step to be taken. He must be retained, or rather, he must be left quite alone, and Milady but obscurely perceived the means which could lead to this result. Still more must be done. He must be made to speak, in order that he might be spoken to. For Milady very well knew that her greatest seduction was in her voice, which so skillfully ran over the whole gamut of tones from human speech to language celestial. Yet in spite of all this seduction, Milady might fail. For Felton was forewarned, and that against the least chance. From that moment she watched all his actions, all his words, from the simplest glance of his eyes to his gestures, even to a breath that could be interpreted as a sigh. In short, she studied everything, as a skillful comedian does to whom a new part has been assigned in a line to which he is not accustomed. Face to face with Lord de Winter, her plan of conduct was more easy. She had laid that down the preceding evening, to remain silent and dignified in his presence, from time to time to irritate him by affected disdain, by a contemptuous word, to provoke him to threats and violence which would produce a contrast with her own resignation. Such was her plan. Felton would see all. Perhaps he would say nothing, but he would see. In the morning Felton came as usual, but Milady allowed him to preside over all the preparations for breakfast without addressing a word to him. At the moment when he was about to retire, she was cheered with a ray of hope, for she thought he was about to speak. But his lips moved without any sound leaving his mouth, and making a powerful effort to control himself, he sent back to his heart the words that were about to escape from his lips, and went out. Toward midday, Lord de Winter entered. It was a tolerably fine winter's day, and a ray of that pale English sun which lights but does not warm came through the bars of her prison. Milady was looking out at the window, and pretended not to hear the door as it opened. "Ah, ha!" said Lord de Winter. "After having played comedy, after having played tragedy, we are now playing melancholy." The prisoner made no reply. "Yes, yes," continued Lord de Winter, "I understand. You would like very well to be at liberty on that beach. You would like very well to be in a good ship, dancing upon the waves of that emerald green sea. You would like very well, either on land or on the ocean, to lay for me one of those nice little ambuscades you are so skillful in planning. Patience, patience. In 4 days' time the shore will be beneath your feet. The sea will be open to you, more open than will perhaps be agreeable to you, for in 4 days England will be relieved of you." Milady folded her hands, and raising her fine eyes toward heaven,
"Lord, Lord,"
said she, with an angelic meekness of gesture and tone,
"pardon this man, as I myself pardon him."
"Yes, pray, accursed woman," cried the baron. "Your prayer is so much the more generous, from your being, I swear to you, in the power of a man who will never pardon you." And he went out. At the moment he went out, a piercing glance darted through the opening of a nearly closed door, and she perceived Felton, who drew quickly to one side to prevent being seen by her. Then she threw herself upon her knees and began to pray.
My God,"
said she,
"thou knowest in what holy cause I suffer. Give me then strength to suffer."
The door opened gently. The beautiful supplicant pretended not to hear the noise, and in a voice broken by tears she continued,
"God of vengeance, God of goodness, wilt thou allow the frightful projects of this man to be accomplished?"
Then she only pretended to hear the sound of Felton's steps, and rising quick as thought, she blushed, as if ashamed of being surprised on her knees. "I do not like to disturb those who pray, madame," said Felton seriously. "Do not disturb yourself on my account, I beseech you."
"How do you know I was praying, sir?"
said Milady in a voice broken by sobs.
"You were deceived, sir. I was not praying."
"Do you then think, madame," replied Felton in the same serious voice, but with a milder tone, "do you think I assume the right of preventing a creature from prostrating herself before a creator? God forbid! Besides, repentance becomes the guilty, whatever crimes they may have committed. For me, the guilty are sacred at the feet of God."
"Guilty? I?"
said Milady with a smile which might have disarmed the angel of the last judgment.
"Guilty? Oh, my God, thou knowest whether I am guilty? Say I am condemned, sir, if you please, but you know that God, who loves martyrs, sometimes permits the innocent to be condemned."
"Were you condemned? Were you innocent? Were you a martyr?" replied Felton. "The greater would be the necessity for prayer, and I myself would aid you with my prayers."
"Oh, you are a just man!"
cried Milady, throwing herself at his feet.
"I can hold out no longer, for I fear I shall be wanting in strength at the moment when I shall be forced to undergo the struggle and confess my faith. Listen, then, to the supplication of a despairing woman. You are abused, sir, but that is not the question. I only ask you one favor, and if you grant it me, I will bless you in this world and in the next."
"Speak to the master, madame," said Felton. "Happily, I am neither charged with the power of pardoning nor punishing. It is upon one higher placed than I am that God has laid this responsibility."
"To you? No, to you alone. Listen to me. Rather than add to my destruction, rather than add to my ignominy—"
"If you have merited this shame, madame, if you have incurred this ignominy, you must submit it as an offering to God."
"What do you say? Oh, you do not understand me. When I speak of ignominy, then I speak of some chastisement, of imprisonment or death. Would to heaven! Of what consequence to me is imprisonment or death?"
"It is I who no longer understand you, madame," said Felton.
or rather, who pretend not to understand me, sir,"
replied the prisoner with a smile of incredulity. "No, madame, on the honor of a soldier, on the faith of a Christian."
"What? You are ignorant of Lord de Winter's designs upon me?"
"I am."
"Impossible! You are his confidant."
"I never lie, madame."
"Oh, he conceals them too little for you not to divine them?"
"I seek to divine nothing, madame. I wait till I am confided in, and apart from that which Lord de Winter has said to me before you, he has confided nothing to me."
"What, then?"
cried Milady with an incredible tone of truthfulness.
"You are not his accomplice? You do not know that he destines me to a disgrace which all the punishments of the world cannot equal in horror?"
"You are deceived, madame," said Felton, blushing. "Lord de Winter is not capable of such a crime."
"Good," said Milady to herself. "Without thinking what it is, he calls it a crime."
Then aloud,
"The friend of that wretch is capable of everything."
"Whom do you call that wretch?" asked Felton.
"Are there, then, in England two men to whom such an epithet can be applied?"
"You mean George Villiers?" asked Felton, whose looks became excited.
"Whom pagans and unbelieving Gentiles call Duke of Buckingham,"
replied Milady.
"I could not have thought that there was an Englishman in all England who would have required so long an explanation to make him understand of whom I was speaking."
"The hand of the Lord is stretched over him," said Felton. "He will not escape the chastisement he deserves." Felton only expressed, with regard to the duke, the feeling of execration which all the English had declared toward him whom the Catholics themselves called the extortioner, the pillager, the debauchee, and whom the Puritans styled simply Satan.
"Oh, my God, my God!"
cried Milady.
"When I supplicate thee to pour upon this man the chastisement which is his due, thou knowest it is not my own vengeance I pursue, but the deliverance of a whole nation that I implore."
"Do you know him, then?" asked Felton.
"At length he interrogates me,"
said Milady to herself, at the height of joy at having obtained so quickly such a great result.
"Oh, know him? Yes, yes, to my misfortune, to my eternal misfortune."
And Milady twisted her arms as if in a paroxysm of grief. Felton no doubt felt within himself that his strength was abandoning him, and he made several steps toward the door; but the prisoner, whose eye never left him, sprang in pursuit of him and stopped him.
"Sir,"
cried she,
"be kind, be clement, listen to my prayer. That knife, which the fatal prudence of the baron deprived me of, because he knows the use I would make of it. Oh, hear me to the end! That knife, give it to me for a minute only, for mercy's, for pity's sake. I will embrace your knees. You shall shut the door that you may be certain I contemplate no injury to you. My God, to you, the only just, good, and compassionate being I have met with, to you, my preserver, perhaps. 1 minute that knife, 1 minute, a single minute, and I will restore it to you through the grating of the door. Only 1 minute, Mr. Felton, and you will have saved my honor."
"To kill yourself?" cried Felton with terror, forgetting to withdraw his hands from the hands of the prisoner. "To kill yourself?"
"I have told, sir,"
murmured Milady, lowering her voice and allowing herself to sink, overpowered, to the ground.
"I have told my secret. He knows all. My God, I am lost!"
Felton remained standing, motionless and undecided.
"He still doubts," thought Milady. "I have not been earnest enough."
Someone was heard in the corridor. Milady recognized the step of Lord de Winter. Felton recognized it also, and made a step toward the door. Milady sprang toward him.
"Oh, not a word!"
said she in a concentrated voice.
"Not a word of all that I have said to you to this man, or I am lost, and it would be you.
Then, as the steps drew near, she became silent for fear of being heard, applying with a gesture of infinite terror her beautiful hand to Felton's mouth. Felton gently repulsed Milady, and she sank into a chair. Lord de Winter passed before the door without stopping, and they heard the noise of his footsteps soon die away. Felton, as pale as death, remained some instants with his ear bent and listening. Then, when the sound was quite extinct, he breathed like a man awakening from a dream, and rushed out of the apartment.
"Ah!"
said Milady, listening in her turn to the noise of Felton's steps, which withdrew in a direction opposite to those of Lord de Winter.
"At length you are mine."
Then her brow darkened.
"If he tells the Baron," said she, "I am lost, for the Baron, who knows very well that I shall not kill myself, will place me before him with a knife in my hand, and he will discover that all this despair is but acted."
She placed herself before the glass and regarded herself attentively. Never had she appeared more beautiful.
"Oh, yes,"
said she, smiling,
"but we won't tell him."
In the evening, Lord de Winter accompanied the supper.
"Sir," said Milady, "is your presence an indispensable accessory of my captivity? Could you not spare me the increase of torture which your visits cause me?"
"How, dear sister," said Lord de Winter, "did not you sentimentally inform me with that pretty mouth of yours, so cruel to me today, that you came to England solely for the pleasure of seeing me at your ease, an enjoyment of which you told me you so sensibly felt the deprivation that you had risked everything for it? Seasickness, tempest, captivity. Well, here I am. Be satisfied. Besides, this time my visit has a motive."
Milady trembled. She thought Felton had told all. Perhaps never in her life had this woman, who had experienced so many opposite and powerful emotions, felt her heart beat so violently. She was seated. Lord de Winter took a chair, drew it toward her, and sat down close beside her. Then, taking a paper out of his pocket, he unfolded it slowly.
"Here," said he, "I want to show you the kind of passport which I have drawn up, and which will serve you henceforward as the rule of order in the life I consent to leave you."
Then, turning his eyes from Milady to the paper, he read, "Order to conduct."
"The name is blank," interrupted Lord de Winter. "If you have any preference, you can point it out to me, and if it be not within 1,000 leagues of London, attention will be paid to your wishes. I will begin again, then. Order to conduct to the person named Charlotte Backson, branded by the justice of the kingdom of France, but liberated after chastisement. She is to dwell in this place, without ever going more than 3 leagues from it. In case of any attempt to escape, the penalty of death is to be applied. She will receive 5 shillings per day for lodging and food."
"That order does not concern me,"
replied Milady coldly,
"since it bears another name than mine."
"A name? Have you a name, then?"
"I bear that of your brother."
But you are mistaken. My brother is only your second husband, and your first is still living. Tell me his name, and I will put it in the place of the name of Charlotte Backson. No, you will not. You are silent? Well,
Then you must be registered as Charlotte Backson." Milady remained silent, only this time it was no longer from affectation, but from terror. She believed the order ready for execution. She thought that Lord de Winter had hastened her departure. She thought she was condemned to set off that very evening. Everything in her mind was lost for an instant, when all at once she perceived that no signature was attached to the order. The joy she felt at this discovery was so great, she could not conceal it. "Yes, yes," said Lord de Winter, who perceived what was passing in her mind. "Yes, you look for the signature, and you say to yourself, 'All is not lost, for that order is not signed. It is only shown to me to terrify me, that's all.' You are mistaken. Tomorrow this order will be sent to the Duke of Buckingham. The day after tomorrow it will return signed by his hand and marked with his seal. And 24 hours afterward I will answer for its being carried into execution. Adieu, madame. That is all I had to say to you." "And I reply to you, sir, that this abuse of power, this exile under a fictitious name, are infamous." "Would you like better to be hanged in your true name, Milady? You know that the English laws are inexorable on the abuse of marriage. Speak freely. Although my name, or rather that of my brother, would be mixed up with the affair, I will risk the scandal of a public trial to make myself certain of getting rid of you." Milady made no reply, but became as pale as a corpse. "Oh, I see you prefer peregrination. That's well, madame. And there is an old proverb that says, 'Traveling trains youth.' My faith! You are not wrong after all, and life is sweet. That's the reason which I take such care you shall not deprive me of mine. There only remains, then, the question of the 5 shillings to be settled. You think me rather parsimonious, don't you? That's because I don't care to leave you the means of corrupting your jailers. Besides, you will always have your charms left to seduce them with. Employ them, if your check with regard to Felton has not disgusted you with attempts of that kind." "Felton has not told him," said Milady to herself. "Nothing is lost, then." "And now, madame, till I see you again, tomorrow I will come and announce to you the departure of my messenger." Lord de Winter rose, saluted her ironically, and went out. Milady breathed again. She had still 4 days before her. 4 days would quite suffice to complete the seduction of Felton. A terrible idea, however, rushed into her mind. She thought that Lord de Winter would perhaps send Felton himself to get the order signed by the Duke of Buckingham. In that case, Felton would escape her, for in order to secure success, the magic of a continuous seduction was necessary. Nevertheless, as we have said, one circumstance reassured her. Felton had not spoken. As she would not appear to be agitated by the threats of Lord de Winter, she placed herself at the table and ate. Then, as she had done the evening before, she fell on her knees and repeated her prayers aloud. As on the evening before, the soldier stopped his march to listen to her. Soon after she heard lighter steps than those of the sentinel, which came from the end of the corridor and stopped before her door. "It is he," said she, and she began the same religious chant which had so strongly excited Felton the evening before. But although her voice, sweet, full, and sonorous, vibrated as harmoniously and as affectingly as ever, the door remained shut. It appeared, however, to Milady that in one of the furtive glances she darted from time to time at the grating of the door, she thought she saw the ardent eyes of the young man through the narrow opening. But whether this was reality or vision, he had this time sufficient self-command not to enter. However, a few instants after she had finished her religious song, Milady thought she heard a profound sigh. Then the same steps she had heard approach slowly withdrew, as if with regret. End of chapter 54. Recording by jvanstan. Savannah, Georgia.
Chapter 55 of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 1, The Three Musketeers, by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Captivity. The fourth day. The next day, when Felton entered Milady's apartment, he found her standing, mounted upon a chair, holding in her hands a cord made by means of torn cambric handkerchiefs, twisted into a kind of rope, one with another, and tied at the ends. At the noise Felton made in entering, Milady leaped lightly to the ground and tried to conceal behind her the improvised cord she held in her hands. The young man was more pale than usual, and his eyes, reddened by want of sleep, denoted that he had passed a feverish night. Nevertheless, his brow was armed with a severity more austere than ever. He advanced slowly toward Milady, who had seated herself, taking an end of the murderous rope, which by neglect, or perhaps by design, she had allowed to be seen. "What is this, madame?" he asked coldly.
"That? Nothing,"
said Milady, smiling with that painful expression which she knew so well how to give to her smile.
"Ennui is the mortal enemy of prisoners. I had ennui, and I amused myself with twisting that rope."
Felton turned his eyes toward the part of the wall of the apartment before which he had found Milady standing in the armchair in which she was now seated, and over her head he perceived a gilt-headed screw fixed in the wall for the purpose of hanging up clothes or weapons. He started, and the prisoner saw that start, for though her eyes were cast down, nothing escaped her. "What were you doing on that armchair?" asked he.
"Of what consequence?"
replied Milady. "But," replied Felton, "I wish to know."
"Do not question me,"
said the prisoner.
"You know that we who are true Christians are forbidden to lie."
"Well, then," said Felton, "I will tell you what you were doing, or rather what you meant to do. You were going to complete the fatal project that you cherish in your mind. Remember, madame, if our God forbids falsehood, he much more severely condemns suicide."
"When God sees one of his creatures persecuted unjustly, placed between suicide and dishonor, believe me, sir,"
replied Milady in a tone of deep conviction,
"God pardons suicide, for then suicide becomes martyrdom."
"You say either too much or too little. Speak, madame. In the name of heaven, explain yourself."
"That I may relate my misfortunes for you to treat them as fables, that I may tell you my project for you to go and betray them to my persecutor? No, sir. And besides, of what importance to you is the life or death of a condemned wretch? You are only responsible for my body, is it not so? And provided you produce a carcass that may be recognized as mine, they will require no more of you. Nay, perhaps you will even have a double reward."
"I, madame, I?" cried Felton. "You suppose that I would ever accept the price of your life? Oh, you cannot believe what you say."
"Let me act as I please, Felton. Let me act as I please,"
said Milady, elated.
"Every soldier must be ambitious, must he not? You are a lieutenant. Well, you will follow me to the grave with the rank of captain."
"What have I, then, done to you?" said Felton, much agitated, "that you should load me with such responsibility before God and before men? In a few days you will be away from this place. Your life, madame, will then no longer be under my care. And," added he with a sigh, "then you can do what you will with it."
"So,"
cried Milady, as if she could not resist giving utterance to a holy indignation,
"you, a pious man, you who are called a just man, you ask but one thing, and that is that you may not be inculpated, annoyed by my death."
It is my duty to watch over your life, madame, and I will watch."
"But do you understand the mission you are fulfilling? Cruel enough if I am guilty, but what name can you give it? What name will the Lord give it if I am innocent?"
"I am a soldier, madame, and fulfill the orders I have received."
"Do you believe, then, that at the day of the last judgment God will separate blind executioners from iniquitous judges? You are not willing that I should kill my body, and you make yourself the agent of him who would kill my soul."
"But I repeat it again to you," replied Felton in great emotion, "no danger threatens you. I will answer for Lord de Winter as for myself."
"Dunce!" cried Milady. "Dunce! Who dares to answer for another man when the wisest, when the most after God's own heart, hesitate to answer for themselves, and who ranges himself on the side of the strongest and the most fortunate to crush the weakest and the most unfortunate?"
"Impossible, madame, impossible," murmured Felton, who felt to the bottom of his heart the justness of this argument. "A prisoner, you will not recover your liberty through me. Living, you will not lose your life through me."
"Yes," cried Milady, "but I shall lose that which is much dearer to me than life. I shall lose my honor, Felton, and it is to you, you whom I make responsible before God and before men for my shame and my infamy."
This time Felton, immovable as he was, or appeared to be, could not resist the secret influence which had already taken possession of him. To see this woman, so beautiful, fair as the brightest vision, to see her by turns overcome with grief and threatening, to resist at once the ascendancy of grief and beauty, it was too much for a visionary, it was too much for a brain weakened by the ardent dreams of an ecstatic faith, it was too much for a heart furrowed by the love of heaven that burns, by the hatred of men that devours. Milady saw the trouble. She felt by intuition the flame of the opposing passions which burned with the blood in the veins of the young fanatic. As a skillful general, seeing the enemy ready to surrender, marches toward him with a cry of victory, she rose beautiful as an antique priestess, inspired like a Christian virgin, her arms extended, her throat uncovered, her hair disheveled, holding with one hand her robe modestly drawn over her breast, her look illumined by that fire which had already created such disorder in the veins of the young Puritan, and went toward him, crying out with a vehement air, and in her melodious voice, to which on this occasion she communicated a terrible energy.
"Let this victim to Baal be sent, to the lions the martyr be thrown. Thy God shall teach thee to repent. From the abyss he'll give ear to my moan."
Felton stood before this strange apparition like one petrified.
"Who art thou? Who art thou?"
cried he, clasping his hands.
"Art thou a messenger from God? Art thou a minister from hell? Art thou an angel or a demon? Callest thou thyself Eloa or Astarte?"
"Do you not know me, Felton? I am neither an angel nor a demon. I am a daughter of earth. I am a sister of thy faith. That is all."
"Yes, yes," said Felton. "I doubted, but now I believe."
"You believe, and still you are an accomplice of that child of Belial who is called Lord de Winter. You believe, and yet you leave me in the hands of mine enemies, of the enemy of England, of the enemy of God. You believe, and yet you deliver me up to him who fills and defiles the world with his heresies and debaucheries, to that infamous Sardanapalus whom the blind call the Duke of Buckingham, and whom believers name Antichrist."
I deliver you up to Buckingham? I? What mean you by that?"
"They have eyes," cried Milady, "but they see not. Ears have they, but they hear not."
"Yes, yes," said Felton, passing his hands over his brow covered with sweat, as if to remove his last doubt. "Yes, I recognize the voice which speaks to me in my dreams. Yes, I recognize the features of the angel who appears to me every night, crying to my soul, which cannot sleep, 'Strike! Save England! Save thyself! For thou wilt die without having appeased God!' Speak, speak!" cried Felton. "I can understand you now." A flash of terrible joy, but rapid as thought, gleamed from the eyes of Milady. However fugitive this homicide flash, Felton saw it, and started as if its light had revealed the abysses of this woman's heart. He recalled all at once the warnings of Lord de Winter, the seductions of Milady, her first attempts after her arrival. He drew back a step and hung down his head, without, however, ceasing to look at her. As if fascinated by this strange creature, he could not detach his eyes from her eyes. Milady was not a woman to misunderstand the meaning of this hesitation. Under her apparent emotions, her icy coolness never abandoned her. Before Felton replied, and before she should be forced to resume this conversation, so difficult to be sustained in the same exalted tone, she let her hands fall, and as if the weakness of the woman overpowered the enthusiasm of the inspired fanatic, she said,
"But no, it is not for me to be the Judith to deliver Bethulia from this Holofernes. The sword of the Eternal is too heavy for my arm. Allow me, then, to avoid dishonor by death. Let me take refuge in martyrdom. I do not ask you for liberty, as a guilty one would, nor for vengeance, as would a pagan. Let me die. That is all. I supplicate you, I implore you on my knees. Let me die, and my last sigh shall be a blessing for my preserver."
Hearing that voice so sweet and suppliant, seeing that look so timid and downcast, Felton reproached himself. By degrees the enchantress had clothed herself with that magic adornment which she assumed and threw aside at will. That is to say, beauty, meekness, and tears, and above all, the irresistible attraction of mystical voluptuousness, the most devouring of all voluptuousness.
"Alas," said Felton, "I can do but one thing, which is to pity you if you prove to me you are a victim. But Lord de Winter makes cruel accusations against you. You are a Christian. You are my sister in religion. I feel myself drawn toward you, I, who have never loved anyone but my benefactor. I, who have met with nothing but traitors and impious men. But you, madame, so beautiful in reality, you, so pure in appearance, must have committed great iniquities for Lord de Winter to pursue you thus."
"They have eyes,"
repeated Milady with an accent of indescribable grief,
"but they see not. Ears have they, but they hear not."
"But," cried the young officer, "speak, then speak."
"Confide my shame to you,"
cried Milady with a blush of modesty upon her countenance,
"for often the crime of one becomes the shame of another. Confide my shame to you, a man, and I a woman. Oh,"
continued she, placing her hand modestly over her beautiful eyes,
"never, never! I could not."
"To me, to a brother," said Felton.
Milady looked at him for some time with an expression which the young man took for doubt. but which, however, was nothing but observation, or rather the wish to fascinate. Felton, in his turn, a suppliant, clasped his hands.
"Well, then," said Milady, "I confide in my brother. I will dare to."
At this moment the steps of Lord de Winter were heard, but this time the terrible brother-in-law of Milady did not content himself, as on the preceding day, with passing before the door and going away again. He paused, exchanged 2 words with the sentinel, then the door opened, and he appeared. During the exchange of these 2 words, Felton drew back quickly, and when Lord de Winter entered, he was several paces from the prisoner. The baron entered slowly, sending a scrutinizing glance from Milady to the young officer.
"You have been here a very long time, John," said he. "Has this woman been relating her crimes to you? In that case, I can comprehend the length of the conversation."
Felton started, and Milady felt she was lost if she did not come to the assistance of the disconcerted Puritan.
"Ah, you fear your prisoner should escape,"
said she.
"Well, ask your worthy jailer what favor I this instant solicited of him."
"You demanded a favor?"
said the baron suspiciously. "Yes, my lord," replied the young man, confused.
"And what favor, pray?"
asked Lord de Winter. "A knife, which she would return to me through the grating of the door a minute after she had received it," replied Felton.
"There is someone, then, concealed here, whose throat this amiable lady is desirous of cutting?" said de Winter in an ironical, contemptuous tone.
"There is myself,"
replied Milady.
"I have given you the choice between America and Tyburn," replied Lord de Winter. "Choose Tyburn, madam. Believe me, the cord is more certain than the knife."
Felton grew pale and made a step forward, remembering that at the moment he entered, Milady had a rope in her hand.
"You are right,"
said she.
"I have often thought of it."
Then she added in a low voice,
"And I will think of it again."
Felton felt a shudder run to the marrow of his bones. Probably Lord de Winter perceived this emotion.
"Mistrust yourself, John," said he. "I have placed reliance upon you, my friend. Beware, I have warned you. But be of good courage, my lad. In 3 days we shall be delivered from this creature, and where I shall send her, she can harm nobody."
"You hear him?"
cried Milady with vehemence, so that the baron might believe she was addressing heaven, and that Felton might understand she was addressing him. Felton lowered his head and reflected. The baron took the young officer by the arm and turned his head over his shoulder, so as not to lose sight of Milady till he was gone out.
"Well,"
said the prisoner when the door was shut,
"I am not so far advanced as I believed. De Winter has changed his usual stupidity into a strange prudence. It is the desire of vengeance, and how desire molds a man. As to Felton, he hesitates. Ah, he is not a man like that cursed D'Artagnan. A Puritan only adores virgins, and he adores them by clasping his hands. A Musketeer loves women, and he loves them by clasping his arms round them."
Milady waited then with much impatience, for she feared the day would pass away without her seeing Felton again. At last, in an hour after the scene we have just described, she heard someone speaking in a low voice at the door. Presently the door opened, and she perceived Felton. The young man advanced rapidly into the chamber, leaving the door open behind him and making a sign to Milady to be silent. His face was much agitated.
"What do you want with me?"
said she. "Listen," replied Felton in a low voice. "I have just sent away the sentinel that I might remain here without anybody knowing it, in order to speak to you without being overheard. The baron has just related a frightful story to me." Milady assumed her smile of a resigned victim and shook her head.
Either you are a demon," continued Felton, "or the Baron, my benefactor, my father, is a monster. I have known you 4 days. I have loved him 4 years. I therefore may hesitate between you. Be not alarmed at what I say. I want to be convinced. Tonight, after 12, I will come and see you, and you shall convince me."
"No, Felton, no, my brother," said
she.
"the sacrifice is too great, and I feel what it must cost you. No, I am lost. Do not be lost with me. My death will be much more eloquent than my life, and the silence of the corpse will convince you much better than the words of the prisoner."
"Be silent, madame," cried Felton, "and do not speak to me thus. I came to entreat you to promise me upon your honor, to swear to me by what you hold most sacred, that you will make no attempt upon your life."
"I will not promise,"
said Milady,
"for no one has more respect for a promise or an oath than I have, and if I make a promise, I must keep it."
"Well," said Felton, "only promise till you have seen me again. If, when you have seen me again, you still persist, well, then you shall be free, and I myself will give you the weapon you desire."
"Well,"
said Milady,
"for you, I will wait."
"Swear."
"I swear it by our God. Are you satisfied?"
"Well," said Felton, "till tonight." And he darted out of the room, shut the door, and waited in the corridor, the soldier's half-pike in his hand, and as if he had mounted guard in his place. The soldier returned, and Felton gave him back his weapon. Then, through the grating to which she had drawn near, Milady saw the young man make a sign with delirious fervor, and depart in an apparent transport of joy. As for her, she returned to her place with a smile of savage contempt upon her lips, and repeated, blaspheming that terrible name of God by whom she had just sworn, without ever having learned to know him.
"My God," said she, "what a senseless fanatic! My God, it is I, and this fellow who will help me to avenge myself."
End of chapter 55. Recording by jvanstan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 56 of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 1, The Three Musketeers by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Captivity, the 5th day. Milady had, however, achieved a half-triumph, and success doubled her forces. It was not difficult to conquer, as she had hitherto done, men prompt to let themselves be seduced, and whom the gallant education of a court led quickly into her net. Milady was handsome enough not to find much resistance on the part of the flesh, and she was sufficiently skillful to prevail over all the obstacles of the mind. But this time she had to contend with an unpolished nature, concentrated and insensible by force of austerity. Religion and its observances had made Felton a man inaccessible to ordinary seductions. There fermented in that sublimated brain plans so vast, projects so tumultuous, that there remained no room for any capricious or material love, that sentiment which is fed by leisure and grows with corruption. Milady had, then, made a breach by her false virtue in the opinion of a man horribly prejudiced against her, and by her beauty in the heart of a man hitherto chaste and pure. In short, she had taken the measure of motives hitherto unknown to herself, through this experiment, made upon the most rebellious subject that nature and religion could submit to her study. Many a time, nevertheless, during the evening she despaired of fate and of herself. She did not invoke God, we very well know, but she had faith in the genius of evil, that immense sovereignty which reigns in all the details of human life, and by which, as in the Arabian fable, a single pomegranate seed is sufficient to reconstruct a ruined world. Milady, being well prepared for the reception of Felton, was able to erect her batteries for the next day.
She knew she had only 2 days left, that when once the order was signed by Buckingham, and Buckingham would sign it the more readily from its bearing a false name, and he could not, therefore, recognize the woman in question. Once this order was signed, we say, the baron would make her embark immediately, and she knew very well that women condemned to exile employ arms much less powerful in their seductions than the pretendedly virtuous woman whose beauty is lighted by the sun of the world, whose style the voice of fashion lauds, and whom a halo of aristocracy gilds with enchanting splendors. To be a woman condemned to a painful and disgraceful punishment is no impediment to beauty, but it is an obstacle to the recovery of power. Like all persons of real genius, Milady knew what suited her nature and her means. Poverty was repugnant to her. Degradation took away 2/3 of her greatness. Milady was only a queen while among queens. The pleasure of satisfied pride was necessary to her domination. To command inferior beings was rather a humiliation than a pleasure for her. She should certainly return from her exile. She did not doubt that a single instant. But how long might this exile last? For an active, ambitious nature like that of Milady, days not spent in climbing are inauspicious days. What word, then, can be found to describe the days which they occupy in descending? To lose a year, 2 years, 3 years, is to talk of an eternity. To return after the death or disgrace of the cardinal, perhaps. To return when D'Artagnan and his friends, happy and triumphant, should have received from the queen the reward they had well acquired by the services they had rendered her. These were devouring ideas that a woman like Milady could not endure. For the rest, the storm which raged within her doubled her strength, and she would have burst the walls of her prison if her body had been able to take for a single instant the proportions of her mind. Then, that which spurred her on additionally in the midst of all this was the remembrance of the cardinal. What must the mistrustful, restless, suspicious cardinal think of her silence? The cardinal, not merely her only support, her only prop, her only protector at present, but still further, the principal instrument of her future fortune and vengeance. She knew him. She knew that at her return from a fruitless journey, it would be in vain to tell him of her imprisonment, in vain to enlarge upon the sufferings she had undergone. The cardinal would reply, with the sarcastic calmness of the skeptic, strong at once by power and genius, "You should not have allowed yourself to be taken." Then Milady collected all her energies, murmuring in the depths of her soul the name of Felton, the only beam of light that penetrated to her in the hell into which she had fallen. And like a serpent which folds and unfolds its rings to ascertain its strength, she enveloped Felton beforehand in the 1,000 meshes of her inventive imagination. Time, however, passed away. The hours, one after another, seemed to awaken the clock as they passed, and every blow of the brass hammer resounded upon the heart of the prisoner. At 9 o'clock, Lord de Winter made his customary visit, examined the window and the bars, sounded the floor and the walls, looked to the chimney and the doors, without, during this long and minute examination, he or Milady pronouncing a single word. Doubtless both of them understood that the situation had become too serious to lose time in useless words and aimless wrath. "Well," said the baron on leaving her, "you will not escape tonight." At 10 o'clock, Felton came and placed the sentinel. Milady recognized his step. She was as well acquainted with it now as a mistress is with that of the lover of her heart. And yet Milady, at the same time, detested and despised this weak fanatic. That was not the appointed hour. Felton did not enter. 2 hours after, as midnight sounded, the sentinel was relieved. This time it was the hour, and from this moment Milady waited with impatience. The new sentinel commenced his walk in the corridor. At the expiration of 10 minutes, Felton came. Milady was all attention. "Listen," said the young man to the sentinel. "On no pretense leave the door, for you know that last night my lord punished a soldier for having quit his post for an instant, although I, during his absence, watched in his place." "Yes, I know it," said the soldier. "I recommend you, therefore,
to keep the strictest watch. For my part, I am going to pay a second visit to this woman, who I fear entertains sinister intentions upon her own life, and I have received orders to watch her."
"Good," murmured Milady. "The austere Puritan lies."
As to the soldier, he only smiled.
"Zounds, Lieutenant," said he, "you are not unlucky in being charged with such commissions, particularly if my Lord has authorized you to look into her bed."
Felton blushed. Under any other circumstance he would have reprimanded the soldier for indulging in such pleasantry, but his conscience murmured too loud for his mouth to dare speak.
"If I call, come," said he. "If anyone comes, call me." "I will, Lieutenant," said the soldier.
Felton entered Milady's apartment. Milady arose.
"You are here,"
said she.
"I promised to come," said Felton, "and I have come."
"You promised me something else."
"What? My God!"
said the young man, who, in spite of his self-command, felt his knees tremble and the sweat start from his brow.
"You promised to bring a knife, and to leave it with me after our interview."
"Say no more of that, madame," said Felton. "There is no situation, however terrible it may be, which can authorize a creature of God to inflict death upon himself. I have reflected, and I cannot, must not be guilty of such a sin."
"Ah, you have reflected?"
said the prisoner, sitting down in her armchair with a smile of disdain.
"And I also have reflected."
"Upon what?"
"That I can have nothing to say to a man who does not keep his word."
"Oh, my God!" murmured Felton.
"You may retire," said Milady. "I will not talk."
"Here is the knife," said Felton, drawing his pocket the weapon which he had brought, according to his promise, but which he hesitated to give to his prisoner.
"Let me see it,"
said Milady. "For what purpose?"
"Upon my honor, I will instantly return it to you. You shall place it on that table, and you may remain between it and me."
Felton offered the weapon to Milady, who examined the temper of it attentively, and who tried the point of the tip of her finger.
"Well,"
said she, returning the knife to the young officer,
"this is fine and good steel. You are a faithful friend, Felton."
Felton took back the weapon and laid it upon the table, as he had agreed with the prisoner. Milady followed him with her eyes, and made a gesture of satisfaction.
"Now," said she, "listen to me."
The request was needless. The young officer stood upright before her, awaiting her words as if to devour them.
"Felton,"
said Milady, with a solemnity full of melancholy,
"imagine that your sister, the daughter of your father, speaks to you. While yet young, unfortunately handsome, I was dragged into a snare. I resisted. Ambushes and violences multiplied around me, but I resisted. The religion I serve, the God I adore, were blasphemed because I called upon that religion and that God, but still I resisted. Then outrages were heaped upon me, and as my soul was not subdued, they wished to defile my body forever. Finally—"
Milady stopped, and a bitter smile passed over her lips.
"Finally?" said Felton. "Finally? What did they do?"
"At length, one evening, my enemy resolved to paralyze the resistance he could not conquer. One evening he mixed a powerful narcotic with my water. Scarcely had I finished my repast when I felt myself sink by degrees into a strange torpor. Although I was without mistrust, a vague fear seized me, and I tried to struggle against sleepiness. I arose. I wished to run to the window and call for help, but my legs refused their office. It appeared as if the ceiling sank upon my head and crushed me with its weight. I stretched out my arms. I tried to speak. I could only utter inarticulate sounds, and irresistible faintness came over me. I supported myself by a chair, feeling that I was about to fall, but this support was soon insufficient on account of my weak arms. I fell upon one knee, then upon both. I tried to pray, but my tongue was frozen. God doubtless neither heard nor saw me, and I sank upon the floor, a prey to a slumber which resembled death. Of all that passed in that sleep, or the time which gilded away while it lasted, I have no remembrance. The only thing I recollect is that I awoke in bed in a round chamber, the furniture of which was sumptuous, and into which light only penetrated by an opening in the ceiling. No door gave entrance to the room. It might be called a magnificent prison. It was a long time before I was able to make out what place I was in, or to take account of the details I describe. My mind appeared to strive in vain to shake off the heavy darkness of the sleep from which I could not rouse myself. I had vague perceptions of space traversed, of the rolling of a carriage, of a horrible dream in which my strength had been exhausted, but all this was so dark and so indistinct in my mind that these events seemed to belong to another life than mine, and yet mixed with mine in fantastic duality. At times, the state into which I had fallen appeared so strange that I believed myself dreaming. I arose trembling. My clothes were near me on a chair. I neither remembered having undressed myself nor going to bed. Then by degrees the reality broke upon me, full of chaste terrors. I was no longer in the house where I had dwelt. As well as I could judge by the light of the sun, the day was already 2/3 gone. It was the evening before when I had fallen asleep. My sleep, then, must have lasted 24 hours? What had taken place during this long sleep? I dressed myself as quickly as possible. My slow and stiff motions all attested that the effects of the narcotic were not yet entirely dissipated. The chamber was evidently furnished for the reception of a woman, and the most finished coquette could not have formed a wish. But on casting her eyes about the apartment, she would have found that wish accomplished. Certainly I was not the first captive that had been shut up in this splendid prison. But you may easily comprehend, Felton, that the more superb the prison, the greater was my terror. Yes, it was a prison, for I tried in vain to get out of it. I sounded all the walls in the hopes of discovering a door, but everywhere the walls returned a full and flat sound. I made the tour of the room at least 20 times in search of an outlet of some kind, but there was none. I sank exhausted with fatigue and terror into an armchair. Meantime, night came on rapidly, and with night my terrors increased. I did not know, but I had better remain where I was seated. It appeared that I was surrounded with unknown dangers into which I was about to fall at every instant. Although I had eaten nothing since the evening before, my fears prevented my feeling hunger. No noise from without by which I could measure the time reached me. I only supposed it must be 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, for it was in the month of October, and it was quite dark. All at once the noise of a door turning on its hinges made me start. A globe of fire appeared above the glazed opening of the ceiling, casting a strong light into my chamber, and I perceived with terror that a man was standing within a few paces of me. A table with 2 covers, bearing a supper ready prepared, stood as if by magic in the middle of the apartment. That man was he who had pursued me during a whole year, who had vowed my dishonor, and who by the first words that issued from his mouth gave me to understand he had accomplished it the preceding night.
"Scoundrel!" murmured Felton.
"Oh, yes, scoundrel!"
cried Milady, seeing the interest which the young officer, whose soul seemed to hang on her lips, took in this strange recital.
"Oh, yes, scoundrel! He believed, having triumphed over me in my sleep, that all was completed. He came hoping that I would accept my shame, as my shame was consummated. He came to offer his fortune in exchange for my love. All that the heart of a woman could contain of haughty contempt and disdainful words I poured out upon this man. Doubtless He was accustomed to such reproaches, for he listened to me calm and smiling, with his arms crossed over his breast. Then, when he thought I had said all, he advanced toward me. I sprang toward the table. I seized a knife. I placed it to my breast. "Take one more step," said I, "and in addition to my honor, you shall have my death to reproach yourself with." There was no doubt in my look, my voice, my whole person, that sincerity of gesture, of attitude, of accent, which carries conviction to the most perverse minds. For he paused. "Your death," said he. "Oh, no! You are too charming a mistress to allow me to consent to lose you thus. After I have had the happiness to possess you only a single time. Adieu, my charmer. I will wait to pay you my next visit till you are in a better humor." At these words he blew a whistle. The globe of fire which lighted the room reascended and disappeared. I found myself again in complete darkness. The same noise of a door opening and shutting was repeated the instant afterward. The flaming globe descended afresh, and I was completely alone. This moment was frightful. If I had any doubts as to my misfortune, these doubts had vanished in an overwhelming reality. I was in the power of a man whom I not only detested but despised, of a man capable of anything, and who had already given me a fatal proof of what he was able to do.
"But who, then, was this man?" asked Felton.
I passed the night on a chair, starting at the least noise, for toward midnight the lamp went out, and I was again in darkness. But the night passed away without any fresh attempt on the part of my persecutor. Day came, the table had disappeared, only I still had the knife in my hand. The knife was my only hope. I was worn out with fatigue. Sleeplessness inflamed my eyes. I had not dared to sleep a single instant. The light of day reassured me. I went and threw myself on the bed without parting with the emancipating knife which I concealed under my pillow. When I awoke, a fresh meal was served. This time, in spite of my terrors, in spite of my agony, I began to feel a devouring hunger. It was 48 hours since I had taken any nourishment. I ate some bread and some fruit. Then, remembering the narcotic mixed with the water I had drunk, I would not touch that which was placed on the table, but filled my glass at a marble fountain fixed on the wall over my dressing table. And yet, notwithstanding these precautions, I remained for some time in a terrible agitation of mind. But my fears were this time ill-founded. I passed the day without experiencing anything of the kind I dreaded. I took the precaution to half empty the carafe, in order that my suspicions might not be noticed. The evening came on, and with it darkness. But however profound was this darkness, my eyes began to accustom themselves to it. I saw amid the shadows the table sink through the floor. A quarter of an hour later it reappeared, bearing my supper. In an instant, thanks to the lamp, my chamber was once more lighted. I was determined to eat only such things as could not possibly have any soporific introduced into them. 2 eggs and some fruit composed my repast. Then I drew another glass of water from my protecting fountain and drank it. At the first swallow, it appeared to me not to have the same taste as in the morning. Suspicion instantly seized me. I paused, but I had already drunk half a glass. I threw the rest away with horror, and waited with the dew of fear upon my brow. No doubt some invisible witness had seen me draw the water from that fountain, and had taken advantage of my confidence in it, the better to assure my ruin, so coolly resolved upon, so cruelly pursued. Half an hour had not passed when the same symptoms began to appear. But as I had only drunk half a glass of the water, I contended longer, and instead of falling entirely asleep, I sank into a state of drowsiness, which left me a perception of what was passing around me, while depriving me of the strength either to defend myself or to fly. I dragged myself toward the bed, to seek the only defense I had left, my saving knife, but I could not reach the bolster. I sank on my knees, my hands clasped round one of the bedposts. Then I felt that I was lost.
Felton became frightfully pale, and a convulsive tremor crept through his whole body.
"And what was most frightful,"
continued Milady, her voice altered, as if she still experienced the same agony as at that awful minute,
"was that at this time I retained a consciousness of the danger that threatened me. Was that my soul, if I may say so, waked in my sleeping body. Was that I saw, that I heard. It is true that all was like a dream, but it was not the less frightful. I saw the lamp ascend and leave me in darkness. Then I heard the well-known creaking of the door, although I had heard that door open but twice. I felt instinctively that someone approached me. It is said that the doomed wretch in the deserts of America thus feels the approach of the serpent. I wished to make an effort. I attempted to cry out. By an incredible effort of will, I even raised myself up, but only sank down again immediately, and to fall into the arms of my persecutor."
"Tell me who this man was!" cried the young officer. Milady saw at a single glance all the painful feelings she inspired in Felton by dwelling on every detail of her recital, but she would not spare him a single pang. The more profoundly she wounded his heart, the more certainly he would avenge her. She continued then, as if she had not heard his exclamation, or as if she thought the moment was not yet come to reply to it,
"Only this time it was no longer an inert body, without feeling, that the villain had to deal with. I had told you that without being able to regain the complete exercise of my faculties, I retained the sense of my danger. I struggled then with all my strength, and doubtless opposed, weak as I was, a long resistance, for I heard him cry out, 'These miserable Puritans!' I knew very well that they tired out their executioners, but I did not believe them so strong against their lovers. Alas! This desperate resistance could not last long. I felt my strength fail, and this time it was not my sleep that enabled the coward to prevail, but my swoon."
Felton listened without uttering a word or sound, except an inward expression of agony. The sweat streamed down his marbled forehead, and his hand under his coat tore his breast.
"My first impulse on coming to myself was to feel under my pillow for the knife I had not been able to reach. If it had not been useful for defense, it might at least serve for expiation. But on taking this knife, Felton, a terrible idea occurred to me. I have sworn to tell you all, and I will tell you all. I have promised you the truth. I will tell it, were it to destroy me."
"The idea came into your mind to avenge yourself on this man, did it not?" cried Felton.
"Yes," said
Milady.
"The idea was not that of a Christian, I knew, but without doubt that eternal enemy of our souls, that lion roaring constantly around us, breathed into it my mind. In short, what shall I say to you, Felton?"
continued Milady in the tone of a woman accusing herself of a crime.
"This idea occurred to me and did not leave me. It is of this homicidal thought that I now bear the punishment."
"Continue, continue," said Felton. "I am eager to see you attain your vengeance."
"Oh, I resolved that it should take place as soon as possible. I had no doubt he would return the following night. During the day I had nothing to fear. When the hour of breakfast came, therefore, I did not hesitate to eat and drink. I had determined to make believe sup, but to eat nothing. I was forced then to combat the fast of the evening with the nourishment of the morning. Only I concealed a glass of water which remained after my breakfast, thirst having been the chief of my sufferings when I remained 48 hours without eating or drinking. The day passed away without having any other influence on me than to strengthen the resolution I had formed. Only I took care that my face should not betray the thoughts of my heart, for I had no doubt I was watched. Several times even I felt a smile on my lips. Felton, I dare not tell you at what idea I smiled. You would hold me in horror."
Go on, said Felton. "You see plainly that I listen, and that I am anxious to know the end."
Evening came. The ordinary events took place. During the darkness, as before, my supper was brought. Then the lamp was lighted, and I sat down to table. I only ate some fruit. I pretended to pour out water from the jug, but I only drank that which I had saved in my glass. The substitution was made so carefully that my spies, if I had any, could have no suspicion of it. After supper I exhibited the same marks of languor as on the preceding evening, but this time as I yielded to fatigue, or as if I had become familiarized with danger, I dragged myself toward my bed, let my robe fall, and lay down. I found my knife where I had placed it, under the pillow, and while feigning to sleep, my hand grasped the handle of it convulsively. 2 hours passed away without anything fresh happening. Oh, my God! Who could have said so the evening before? I began to fear that he would not come. At length I saw the lamp rise softly and disappear in the depths of the ceiling. My chamber was filled with darkness and obscurity, but I made a strong effort to penetrate this darkness and obscurity. Nearly 10 minutes passed. I heard no other noise but the beating of my own heart. I implored heaven that he might come. At length I heard the well-known noise of the door, which opened and shut. I heard, notwithstanding the thickness of the carpet, a step which made the floor creak. I saw, notwithstanding the darkness, a shadow which approached my bed.
"Haste, haste," said Felton. "Do you not see that each of your words burns me like molten lead?"
"Then," continued Milady, "then I collected all my strength. I recalled to my mind that the movement of vengeance, or rather of justice, had struck. I looked upon myself as another Judith. I gathered myself up, my knife in my hand, and when I saw him near me, stretching out his arms to find his victim, then, with the last cry of agony and despair, I struck him in the middle of his breast. The miserable villain! He had foreseen all. His breast was covered with a coat of mail. The knife was bent against it. "Aha!" cried he, seizing my arm and wresting me from the weapon that had so badly served me. "You want to take my life, do you, my pretty Puritan? But that's more than dislike, that's ingratitude. Come, calm yourself, my sweet girl. I thought you had softened. I am not one of those tyrants who detain women by force. You don't love me. With my usual fatuity, I doubted it. Now I am convinced. Tomorrow you shall be free." I had but one wish. That was that he should kill me. "Beware," said I, "for my liberty is your dishonor." "Explain yourself, my pretty Sibyl." "Yes, for as soon as I leave this place, I will tell everything. I will proclaim the violence you have used toward me. I will describe my captivity. I will denounce this place of infamy. You are placed on high, my lord, but tremble! Above you there is the king. Above the king there is God." However perfect master he was over himself, my persecutor allowed a movement of anger to escape him. I could not see the expression of his countenance, but I felt the arm tremble upon which my hand was placed. "Then you shall not leave this place," said he. "Very well," cried I, "then the place of my punishment will be that of my tomb. I will die here, and you will see if a phantom that accuses is not more terrible than a living being that threatens. You shall have no weapon left in your power. There is a weapon which despair has placed within the reach of every creature who has the courage to use it. I will allow myself to die with hunger." "Come," said the wretch, "is not peace much better than such a war as that? I will restore you to liberty this moment. I will proclaim you a piece of immaculate virtue. I will name you the Lucretia of England. And I will say that you are the Sextus. I will denounce you before men as I have denounced you before God. And if it be necessary that, like Lucretia, I should sign my accusation with my blood, I will sign it." "Ah," said my enemy, in a jeering tone, "that's quite another thing. My faith, everything considered, you are very well off here. You shall want for nothing, and if you let yourself die of hunger, that will be your own fault." At these words he retired. I heard the door open and shut, and I remained overwhelmed, less, I confess it, by my grief than by the mortification of not having avenged myself. He kept his word. All the day, all the next night, passed away without my seeing him again. But I also kept my word to him, and I neither ate nor drank. I was, as I told him, resolved to die of hunger. I passed the day and the night in prayer, for I hoped that God would pardon me my suicide. The second night the door opened. I was lying on the floor, for my strength began to abandon me. At the noise I raised myself up on one hand. "Well," said a voice which vibrated in too terrible a manner in my ear not to be recognized. "Well, are we softened a little? Will we not pay for our liberty with a single promise of silence? Come, I am a good sort of prince," added he, "and although I like not Puritans, I do them justice. And it is the same with Puritanesses when they are pretty. Come, take a little oath for me on the cross. I won't ask anything more of you." "On the cross!" cried I, rising, for at that abhorrent voice I had recovered all my strength. "On the cross! I swear that no promise, no menace, no force, no torture shall close my mouth. On the cross I swear to denounce you everywhere as a murderer, as a thief of honor, as a base coward. On the cross I swear, if ever I leave this place, to call down vengeance upon you from the whole human race." "Beware," said the voice, in a threatening accent that I had never yet heard. "I have an extraordinary means which I will not employ but in the last extremity, to close your mouth, or at least to prevent anyone from believing a word you may utter." I mustered all my strength to reply to him with a burst of laughter. He saw that it was a merciless war between us, a war to the death. "Listen," said he, "I give you the rest of the night and all the day tomorrow. Reflect. Promise to be silent, and riches, consideration, even honor shall surround you. Threaten to speak, and I will condemn you to infamy." "You?" cried I. "You? To interminable, ineffaceable infamy?" "You?" repeated I. Oh, I declare to you, Felton, I thought him mad. "Yes, yes, I," replied he. "Oh, leave me," said I. "Be gone if you do not desire to see me dash my head against that wall before your eyes. Very well, it is your own doing. Tomorrow evening, then." "Till tomorrow evening, then," replied I, allowing myself to fall and biting the carpet with rage.
Felton leaned for support upon a piece of furniture, and Milady saw, with the joy of a demon, that his strength would fail him, perhaps, before the end of her recital. End of chapter 56. Recording by jvanstan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 57 of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 1, The Three Musketeers by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Means for classical tragedy. After a moment of silence employed by Milady in observing the young man who listened to her, Milady continued her recital.
"It was nearly 3 days since I had eaten or drunk anything. I suffered frightful torments. At times there passed before me clouds which pressed my brow, which veiled my eyes. This was delirium. When the evening came, I was so weak that every time I fainted I thanked God, for I thought I was about to die. In the midst of one of these swoons I heard the door open. Terror recalled me to myself. He entered the apartment followed by a man in a mask. He was masked likewise, but I knew his step, I knew his voice, I knew him by those imposing bearing which hell has bestowed upon his person for the curse of humanity. "Well," said he to me, "have you made your mind up to take the oath I requested of you? You have said Puritans have but one word. Mine you have heard, and that is to pursue you, on earth to the tribunal of men, in heaven to the tribunal of God." "You persist, then?" "I swear it before the God who hears me. I will take the whole world as a witness of your crime, and that until I have found an avenger." "You are a prostitute," said he in a voice of thunder, "and you shall undergo the punishment of prostitutes. Branded in the eyes of the world you invoke, try to prove to that world that you are neither guilty nor mad." Then addressing the man who accompanied him, "Executioner," said he, "do your duty."
"Oh, his name! His name!" cried Felton. "His name! Tell it to me!"
Then, in spite of my cries, in spite of my resistance, for I began to comprehend that there was a question of something worse than death, the executioner seized me, threw me on the floor, fastened me with his bonds, and suffocated by sobs, almost without sense, invoking God, who did not listen to me, I uttered all at once a frightful cry of pain and shame. A burning fire, a red-hot iron, the iron of the executioner, was imprinted on my shoulder.
Felton uttered a groan.
"Here,"
said Milady, rising with the majesty of a queen.
"Here, Felton. Behold the new martyrdom, invented for a pure young girl, the victim of the brutality of a villain. Learn to know the heart of men, and henceforth make yourself less easily the instrument of their unjust vengeance."
Milady, with a rapid gesture, opened her robe, tore the cambric that covered her bosom, and read with feigned anger and simulated shame, showed the young man the ineffaceable impression which dishonored that beautiful shoulder.
"But," cried Felton, "that is a fleur-de-lis which I see there."
"And therein consisted the infamy,"
replied Milady.
"the brand of England. It would be necessary to prove what tribunal had imposed it on me, and I could have made a public appeal to all the tribunals of the kingdom. But the brand of France! Oh, by that, I was branded indeed."
This was too much for Felton. Pale, motionless, overwhelmed by this frightful revelation, dazzled by the superhuman beauty of this woman who unveiled herself before him with an immodesty which appeared to him sublime, he ended by falling on his knees before her, as the early Christians did before those pure and holy martyrs whom the persecution of the emperors gave up in the circus to the sanguinary sensuality of the populace. The brand disappeared, the beauty alone remained.
"Pardon, pardon!" cried Felton. "Oh, pardon!"
Milady read in his eyes love, love.
"Pardon for what?"
asked she.
"Pardon me for having joined with your persecutors."
Milady held out her hand to him.
"So beautiful, so young!"
cried Felton, covering that hand with his kisses. Milady let one of those looks fall upon him which make a slave of a king. Felton was a Puritan. He abandoned the hand of this woman to kiss her feet. He no longer loved her, he adored her. When this crisis was past, when Milady appeared to have resumed her self-possession, which she had never lost, when Felton had seen her recover with the veil of chastity those treasures of love which were only concealed from him to make him desire them the more ardently, he said,
"Ah, now, I have only one thing to ask of you. That is, the name of your true executioner. For to me there is but one. The other was an instrument, that was all."
What, brother?" cried Milady. "Must I name him again? Have you not yet divined who he is?"
"What?" cried Felton. "He? Again he? Always he? What, the truly guilty?"
"The truly guilty," said Milady, "is the ravager of England, the persecutor of true believers, the base ravisher of the honor of so many women, he who, to satisfy a caprice of his corrupt heart, is about to make England shed so much blood, who protects the Protestants today and will betray them tomorrow."
"Buckingham! It is then Buckingham!" cried Felton in a high state of excitement.
Milady concealed her face in her hands, as if she could not endure the shame which this name recalled to her.
"Buckingham, the executioner of this angelic creature!" cried Felton. "And thou hast not hurled thy thunder at him, my God! And thou hast left him noble, honored, powerful, for the ruin of us all!"
"God abandons him who abandons himself," said Milady.
"But he will draw upon his head the punishment reserved for the damned," said Felton with increasing exultation. "He wills that human vengeance should precede celestial justice."
"Men fear him and spare him."
"I," said Felton, "I do not fear him, nor will I spare him."
The soul of Milady was bathed in an infernal joy.
"But how can Lord de Winter, my protector, my father," asked Felton, "possibly be mixed up with all this?"
"Listen, Felton,"
resumed Milady,
"for by the side of base and contemptible men there are often found great and generous natures. I had an affianced husband, a man whom I loved and who loved me, a heart like yours, Felton, a man like you. I went to him and told him all. He knew me, that man did, and did not doubt an instant. He was a nobleman, a man equal to Buckingham in every respect. He said nothing. He only girded on his sword, wrapped himself in his cloak, and went straight to Buckingham Palace."
"Yes, yes," said Felton, "I understand how he would act. But with such men it is not the sword that should be employed, it is the poniard."
"Buckingham had left England the day before, sent as ambassador to Spain to demand the hand of the Infanta for King Charles I, who was then only Prince of Wales. My affianced husband returned. 'Hear me,' said he. 'This man has gone, and for the moment has consequently escaped my vengeance. But let us be united as we were to have been, and then leave it to Lord de Winter to maintain his own honor and that of his wife.'"
"Lord de Winter!" cried Felton.
"Yes," said Milady, "Lord de Winter. And now you can understand it all, can you not? Buckingham remained nearly a year absent. A week before his return, Lord de Winter died, leaving me his sole heir. Whence came the blow? God knows all, knows without doubt. But as for me, I accuse nobody."
"Oh, what an abyss! What an abyss!" cried Felton.
"Lord de Winter died without revealing anything to his brother. The terrible secret was to be concealed till it burst, like a clap of thunder over the head of the guilty. Your protector had seen with pain this marriage of his elder brother with a portionless girl. I was sensible that I could look for no support from a man disappointed in his hopes of an inheritance. I went to France, with a determination to remain there for the rest of my life. But all my fortune is in England. Communication being closed by the war, I was in want of everything. I was then obliged to come back again. 6 days ago I landed at Portsmouth."
"Well?" said Felton.
"Well, Buckingham heard by some means, no doubt, of my return. He spoke of me to Lord de Winter, already prejudiced against me, and told him that his sister-in-law was a prostitute, a branded woman. The noble and pure voice of my husband was no longer here to defend me. Lord de Winter believed all that was told him with so much the more ease that it was his interest to believe it. He caused me to be arrested, had me conducted hither, and placed me under your guard. You know the rest. The day after tomorrow he banishes me, he transports me. The day after tomorrow he exiles me among the infamous. Oh, the train is well laid, the plot is clever. My honor will not survive it. You see, then, Felton, I can do nothing but die. Felton, give me that knife."
And at these words, as if all her strength was exhausted, Milady sank, weak and languishing, into the arms of the young officer, who, intoxicated with love, anger, and voluptuous sensations hitherto unknown, received her with transport, pressed her against his heart, all trembling at the breath from that charming mouth, bewildered by the contact with that palpitating bosom.
"No, no," said he. "No, you shall live honored and pure. You shall live to triumph over your enemies."
Milady put him from her slowly with her hand, while drawing him nearer with her look. But Felton, in his turn, embraced her more closely, imploring her like a divinity.
"Oh, death, death!"
said she, lowering her voice and her eyelids.
"Oh, death rather than shame! Felton, my brother, my friend, I conjure you."
"No!" cried Felton. "No! You shall live, and you shall be avenged."
"Felton, I bring misfortune to all who surround me. Felton, abandon me. Felton, let me die."
"Well, then we will live and die together,"
cried he, pressing his lips to those of the prisoner. Several strokes resounded at the door. This time Milady really pushed him away from her.
"Hark!"
said she.
"We have been overheard. Someone is coming. All is over. We are lost."
"No,"
said Felton. "It is only the sentinel warning me that they are about to change the guard."
"Then run to the door and open it yourself."
Felton obeyed. This woman was now his whole thought, his whole soul. He found himself face to face with a sergeant commanding a watch patrol.
"Well, what is the matter?"
asked the young lieutenant.
"You told me to open the door if I heard anyone cry out," said the soldier, "but you forgot to leave me the key. I heard you cry out, without understanding what you said. I tried to open the door, but it was locked inside. Then I called the sergeant." "And here I am," said the sergeant.
Felton, quite bewildered, almost mad, stood speechless. Milady plainly perceived that it was now her turn to take part in the scene. She ran to the table, and seizing the knife which Felton had laid down, exclaimed,
"And by what right will you prevent me from dying?"
"Great God!"
exclaimed Felton on seeing the knife glitter in her hand. At that moment a burst of ironical laughter resounded through the corridor. The baron, attracted by the noise, in his chamber gown, his sword under his arm, stood in the doorway.
"Ha!"
said he.
"Here we are, at the last act of the tragedy. You see, Felton, the drama has gone through all the phases I named.
But be easy, no blood will flow." Milady perceived that all was lost unless she gave Felton an immediate and terrible proof of her courage.
"You are mistaken, my lord. Blood will flow, and may that blood fall back on those who cause it to flow."
Felton uttered a cry and rushed toward her. He was too late. Milady had stabbed herself. But the knife had fortunately, we ought to say skillfully, come in contact with the steel busk, which at that period, like a cuirass, defended the chests of women. It had glided down it, tearing the robe, and had penetrated slantingly between the flesh and the ribs. Milady's robe was not the less stained with blood in a second. Milady fell down and seemed to be in a swoon. Felton snatched away the knife. "See, my lord," said he in a deep, gloomy tone, "here is a woman who was under my guard, and who has killed herself." "Be at ease, Felton," said Lord de Winter. "She is not dead. Demons do not die so easily. Be tranquil, and go and wait for me in my chamber." "But, my lord—" "Go, sir, I command you." At this injunction from his superior, Felton obeyed, but in going out he put the knife into his bosom. As to Lord de Winter, he contented himself with calling the woman who waited on Milady, and when she was come, he recommended the prisoner, who was still fainting, to her care, and left them alone. Meanwhile, all things considered, and notwithstanding his suspicions, as the wound might be serious, he immediately sent off a mounted man to find a physician. End of chapter 57. Recording by jvanstan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 58 of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 1. The Three Musketeers, by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Escape. As Lord de Winter had thought, Milady's wound was not dangerous. So soon as she was left alone with the woman whom the baron had summoned to her assistance, she opened her eyes. It was, however, necessary to affect weakness and pain, not a very difficult task for so finished an actress as Milady. Thus the poor woman was completely the dupe of the prisoner, whom, notwithstanding her hints, she persisted in watching all night. But the presence of this woman did not prevent Milady from thinking. There was no longer a doubt that Felton was convinced. Felton was hers. If an angel appeared to that young man as an accuser of Milady, he would take him in the mental disposition in which he found himself for a messenger sent by the devil. Milady smiled at this thought, for Felton was now her only hope, her only means of safety. But Lord de Winter might suspect him. Felton himself might now be watched. Toward 4 o'clock in the morning the doctor arrived. But since the time Milady stabbed herself, however short, the wound had closed. The doctor could therefore measure neither the direction nor the depth of it. He only satisfied himself by Milady's pulse that the case was not serious. In the morning, Milady, under the pretext that she had not slept well in the night and wanted rest, sent away the woman who attended her. She had one hope, which was that Felton would appear at the breakfast hour, but Felton did not come. Were her fears realized? Was Felton, suspected by the baron, about to fail her at the decisive moment? She had only 1 day left. Lord de Winter had announced her embarkation for the 23rd, and it was now the morning of the 22nd. Nevertheless, she still waited patiently till the hour for dinner. Although she had eaten nothing in the morning, the dinner was brought in at its usual time. Milady then perceived with terror that the uniform of the soldiers who guarded her was changed. Then she ventured to ask what had become of Felton. She was told that he had left the castle an hour before on horseback. She inquired if the baron was still at the castle. The soldier replied that he was, and that he had given orders to be informed if the prisoner wished to speak to him. Milady replied that she was too weak at present, and that her only desire was to be left alone. The soldier went out, leaving the dinner served. Felton was sent away. The marines were removed. Felton was then mistrusted. This was the last blow to the prisoner. Left alone, she arose. The bed which she had kept from prudence, and that they might believe her seriously wounded, burned her like a bed of fire. She cast a glance at the door. The baron had had a plank nailed over the grating. He no doubt feared that by this opening she might still, by some diabolical means, corrupt her guards. Milady smiled with joy. She was free now to give way to her transports without being observed. She traversed the chamber with the excitement of a furious maniac, or of a tigress shut up in an iron cage. Certes, if the knife had been left in her power, she would now have thought, not of killing herself, but of killing the baron. At 6 o'clock, Lord de Winter came in. He was armed at all points. This man, in whom Milady till that time had only seen a very simple gentleman, had become an admirable jailer. He appeared to foresee all, to divine all, to anticipate all. A single look at Milady apprised him of all that was passing in her mind.
"Aye," said he, "I see, but you shall not kill me today. You have no longer a weapon, and besides, I am on my guard. You had begun to pervert my poor Felton. He was yielding to your infernal influence, but I will save him. He will never see you again. All is over. Get your clothes together. Tomorrow you will go. I had fixed the embarkation for the 24th, but I have reflected that the more promptly the affair takes place, the more sure it will be. Tomorrow by 12 o'clock, I shall have the order for your exile signed Buckingham. If you speak a single word to anyone before going aboard ship, my sergeant will blow your brains out. He has orders to do so. If when on the ship you speak a single word to anyone before the captain permits you, the captain will have you thrown into the sea. That is agreed upon. Au revoir, then. That is all I have to say today. Tomorrow I will see you again to take my leave."
With these words the baron went out. Milady had listened to all this menacing tirade with a smile of disdain on her lips, but rage in her heart. Supper was served. Milady felt that she stood in need of all her strength. She did not know what might take place during this night which approached so menacingly, for large masses of cloud rolled over the face of the sky, and distant lightning announced a storm. The storm broke about 10 o'clock. Milady felt a consolation in seeing nature partake of the disorder of her heart. The thunder growled in the air like the passion and anger in her thoughts. It appeared to her that the blast, as it swept along, disheveled her brow, as it bowed the branches of the trees and bore away their leaves. She howled as the hurricane howled, and her voice was lost in the great voice of nature, which also seemed to groan with despair. All at once she heard a tap at her window, and by the help of a flash of lightning she saw the face of a man appear behind the bars. She ran to the window and opened it.
"Felton!"
cried she.
"I am saved."
"Yes," said Felton, "but silence, silence! I must have time to file through these bars. Only take care that I am not seen through the wicket."
"Oh, it is a proof that the Lord is on our side, Felton,"
replied Milady.
"They have closed up the grating with a board."
"That is well. God has made them senseless," said Felton.
"But what must I do?"
asked Milady. "Nothing, nothing. Only shut the window. Go to bed, or at least lie down in your clothes. As soon as I have done, I will knock on one of the panes of glass. But will you be able to follow me?"
"Oh, yes."
"Your wound?"
"Gives me pain, but will not prevent my walking."
"Be ready, then, at the first signal." Milady shut the window, extinguished the lamp, and went as Felton had desired her to lie down on the bed. Amid the moaning of the storm, she heard the grinding of the file upon the bars, and by the light of every flash she perceived the shadow of Felton through the panes. She passed an hour without breathing, panting, with a cold sweat upon her brow, and her heart oppressed by frightful agony at every movement she heard in the corridor. There are hours which last a year. At the expiration of an hour, Felton tapped again. Milady sprang out of bed and opened the window. 2 bars removed formed an opening for a man to pass through. "Are you ready?" asked Felton.
"Yes. Must I take anything with me?"
"Money, if you have any."
"Yes. Fortunately, they have left me all I had."
"So much the better.
for I have expended all mine in chartering a vessel."
"Here," said Milady, placing a bag full of louis in Felton's hands. Felton took the bag and threw it to the foot of the wall.
"Now," said he, "will you come?"
"I am ready."
Milady mounted upon a chair and passed the upper part of her body through the window. She saw the young officer suspended over the abyss by a ladder of ropes. For the first time an emotion of terror reminded her that she was a woman. The dark space frightened her.
"I expected this," said Felton.
"It's nothing, it's nothing," said Milady. "I will descend with my eyes shut."
"Have you confidence in me?" said Felton.
"You ask that?"
"Put your 2 hands together. Cross them. That's right."
Felton tied her 2 wrists together with his handkerchief, and then with a cord over the handkerchief.
What are you doing?"
asked Milady with surprise.
"Pass your arms around my neck, and fear nothing."
"But I shall make you lose your balance, and we shall both be dashed to pieces."
"Don't be afraid. I am a sailor."
Not a second was to be lost. Milady passed her 2 arms round Felton's neck and let herself slip out of the window. Felton began to descend the ladder slowly, step by step. Despite the weight of 2 bodies, the blast of the hurricane shook them in the air. All at once Felton stopped.
"What is the matter?"
asked Milady.
"Silence," said Felton. "I hear footsteps."
"We are discovered."
There was a silence of several seconds.
"No,"
said Felton.
"It is nothing."
"But what then is the noise?"
"That of the patrol going their rounds."
"Where is their road?"
"Just under us."
"They will discover us."
"No, if it does not lighten."
"But they will run against the bottom of the ladder."
"Fortunately, it is too short by 6 feet."
"Here they are. My God!"
"Silence!"
Both remained suspended, motionless and breathless, within 20 paces of the ground, while the patrol passed beneath them laughing and talking. This was a terrible moment for the fugitives. The patrol passed. The noise of their retreating footsteps and the murmur of their voices soon died away.
"Now,"
said Felton,
"we are safe."
Milady breathed a deep sigh and fainted. Felton continued to descend. Near the bottom of the ladder, when he found no more support for his feet, he clung with his hands. At length arrived at the last step, he let himself hang by the strength of his wrists and touched the ground. He stooped down, picked up the bag of money, and placed it between his teeth. Then he took Milady in his arms and set off briskly in the direction opposite to that which the patrol had taken. He soon left the pathway of the patrol, descended across the rocks, and when arrived on the edge of the sea, whistled. A similar signal replied to him, and 5 minutes after a boat appeared, rowed by 4 men. The boat approached as near as it could to the shore, but there was not depth enough of water for it to touch land. Felton walked into the sea up to his middle, being unwilling to trust his precious burden to anybody. Fortunately, the storm began to subside, but the sea was still disturbed. The little boat bounded over the waves like a nutshell.
"To the sloop," said Felton, "and row quickly."
The 4 men bent to their oars, but the sea was too high to let them get much hold of it. However, they left the castle behind. That was the principal thing. The night was extremely dark. It was almost impossible to see the shore from the boat. They would therefore be less likely to see the boat from the shore. A black point floated on the sea. That was the sloop. While the boat was advancing with all the speed its 4 rowers could give it, Felton untied the cord and then the handkerchief which bound Milady's hands together. When her hands were loosed, he took some sea water and sprinkled it over her face. Milady breathed a sigh and opened her eyes.
"Where am I?"
said she. "Saved," replied the young officer.
"Oh, saved? Saved!"
cried she.
"Yes, there is the sky. Here is the sea. The air I breathe is the air of liberty. Ah, thanks, Felton, thanks!"
The young man pressed her to his heart.
"But what is the matter with my hands?"
asked Milady.
"It seems as if my wrists had been crushed in a vice."
Milady held out her arms. Her wrists were bruised. "Alas!" said Felton, looking at those beautiful hands, and shaking his head sorrowfully.
"Oh, it's nothing, nothing!"
cried Milady.
"I remember now."
Milady looked around her as if in search of something. "It is there," said Felton, touching the bag of money with his foot. They drew near to the sloop. A sailor on watch hailed the boat. The boat replied.
"What vessel is that?"
asked Milady. "The one I have hired for you."
"Where will it take me?"
"Where you please, after you have put me on shore at Portsmouth."
"What are you going to do at Portsmouth?"
asked Milady. "Accomplish the orders of Lord de Winter," said Felton with a gloomy smile.
"What orders?"
asked Milady. "You do not understand?" asked Felton.
"No. Explain yourself, I beg."
"As he mistrusted me, he determined to guard you himself, and sent me in his place to get Buckingham to sign the order for your transportation."
"But if he mistrusted you, how could he confide such an order to you?"
"How could I know what I was the bearer of?"
"That's true. And you are going to Portsmouth?"
"I have no time to lose. Tomorrow is the 23rd, and Buckingham sets sail tomorrow with his fleet."
"He sets sail tomorrow? Where for?"
"For La Rochelle."
"He need not sail,"
cried Milady, forgetting her usual presence of mind. "Be satisfied," replied Felton. "He will not sail." Milady started with joy. She could read to the depths of the heart of this young man. The death of Buckingham was written there at full length.
"Felton," cried she, "you are as great as Judas Maccabeus. If you die, I will die with you. That is all I can say to you."
"Silence!" cried Felton. "We are here." In fact, they touched the sloop. Felton mounted the ladder first and gave his hand to Milady, while the sailors supported her, for the sea was still much agitated. An instant after, they were on deck. "Captain," said Felton, "this is the person of whom I spoke to you, and whom you must convey safe and sound to France." "For 1,000 pistoles?" said the captain. "I have paid you 500 of them." "That's correct," said the captain.
"And here are the other 500,"
replied Milady, placing her hand upon the bag of gold. "No," said the captain, "I make but one bargain, and I have agreed with this young man that the other 500 shall not be due to me till we arrive at Boulogne."
"And shall we arrive there?"
"Safe and sound, as true as my name's Jack Butler."
"Well," said Milady, "if you keep your word instead of 500, I will give you 1,000 pistoles."
"Hurrah for you, then, my beautiful lady!" cried the captain, "and may God often send me such passengers as your ladyship." "Meanwhile," said Felton, "convey me to the little bay of... You know it was agreed you should put in there." The captain replied by ordering the necessary maneuvers, and toward 7 o'clock in the morning the little vessel cast anchor in the bay that had been named. During this passage,
Felton related everything to Milady, how instead of going to London he had chartered the little vessel, how he had returned, how he had scaled the wall by fastening cramps in the interstices of the stones as he ascended to give him foothold, and how he had reached the bars, he fastened his ladder. Milady knew the rest. On her side, Milady tried to encourage Felton in his project, but at the first words which issued from her mouth, she plainly saw that the young fanatic stood more in need of being moderated than urged. It was agreed that Milady should wait for Felton till 10 o'clock. If he did not return by 10 o'clock, she was to sail. In that case, and supposing he was at liberty, he was to rejoin her in France at the convent of the Carmelites at Bethune. End of chapter 58. Recording by jvanstan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 59 of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 1, The Three Musketeers, by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. What took place at Portsmouth, August 23rd, 1628. Felton took leave of Milady as a brother about to go for a mere walk takes leave of his sister, kissing her hand. His whole body appeared in its ordinary state of calmness. Only an unusual fire beamed from his eyes, like the effects of a fever. His brow was more pale than it generally was. His teeth were clenched, and his speech had a short, dry accent which indicated that something dark was at work within him. As long as he remained in the boat which conveyed him to land, he kept his face toward Milady, who, standing on the deck, followed him with her eyes. Both were free from the fear of pursuit. Nobody ever came into Milady's apartment before 9 o'clock, and it would require 3 hours to go from the castle to London. Felton jumped on shore, climbed the little ascent which led to the top of the cliff, saluted Milady a last time, and took its course toward the city. At the end of 100 paces, the ground began to decline, and he could only see the mast of the sloop. He immediately ran in the direction of Portsmouth, which he saw at nearly half a league before him, standing out in the haze of the morning with its houses and towers. Beyond Portsmouth, the sea was covered with vessels whose masts, like a forest of poplars despoiled by the winter, bent with each breath of the wind. Felton, in his rapid walk, reviewed in his mind all the accusations against the favorite of James I and Charles I, furnished by 2 years of premature meditation and a long sojourn among the Puritans. When he compared the public crimes of this minister, startling crimes, European crimes, if so we may say, with the private and unknown crimes with which Milady had charged him, Felton found that the more culpable of the 2 men which formed the character of Buckingham was the one of whom the public knew not the life. This was because his love, so strange, so new, and so ardent, made him view the infamous and imaginary accusations of Milady de Winter as through a magnifying glass one views as frightful monsters, atoms, in reality imperceptible by the side of an ant. The rapidity of his walk heated his blood still more. The idea that he left behind him, exposed to a frightful vengeance, the woman he loved, or rather whom he adored as a saint, the emotion he had experienced, present fatigue, altogether exalted his mind above human feeling. He entered Portsmouth about 8 o'clock in the morning. The whole population was on foot. Drums were beating in the streets and in the port. The troops about to embark were marching toward the sea. Felton arrived at the palace of the Admiralty, covered with dust and streaming with perspiration. His countenance, usually so pale, was purple with heat and passion. The sentinel wanted to repulse him, but Felton called to the officer of the post, and drawing from his pocket the letter of which he was the bearer, he said, "A pressing message from Lord de Winter." At the name of Lord de Winter, who was known to be one of the Grace's most intimate friends, the officer of the post gave orders to let Felton pass, who besides wore the uniform of a naval officer. Felton darted into the palace. At the moment he entered the vestibule, another man was entering likewise, dusty, out of breath, leaving at the gate a post-horse which, on reaching the palace, tumbled on his 4 knees. Felton and he addressed Patrick, the duke's confidential lackey, at the same moment. Felton named Lord de Winter. The unknown would not name anybody, and pretended that it was to the duke alone he would make himself known. Each was anxious to gain admission before the other. Patrick, who knew Lord de Winter was in affairs of the service, and in relations of friendship with the duke, gave the preference to the one who came in his name. The other was forced to wait, and it was easily to be seen how he cursed the delay. The valet led Felton through a large hall in which waited the deputies from La Rochelle, headed by the Prince de Soubise, and introduced him into a closet where Buckingham, just out of the bath, was finishing his toilet, upon which, as at all times, he bestowed extraordinary attention.
"Lieutenant Felton, from Lord de Winter," said Patrick.
"From Lord de Winter?" repeated Buckingham. "Let him come in."
Felton entered. At that moment Buckingham was throwing upon a couch a rich toilet robe, worked with gold, in order to put on a blue velvet doublet embroidered with pearls.
"Why didn't the baron come himself?" demanded Buckingham.
"I expected him this morning."
"He desired me to tell your grace," replied Felton, "that he very much regretted not having that honor, but that he was prevented by the guard he is obliged to keep at the castle."
"Yes, I know that," said Buckingham. "He has a prisoner."
"It is of that prisoner that I wish to speak to your grace," replied Felton.
"Well, then speak."
"That which I have to say of her can only be heard by yourself, my lord."
"Leave us, Patrick," said Buckingham, "but remain within the sound of the bell. I shall call you presently." Patrick went out.
"We are alone, sir,"
said Buckingham.
"Speak." "My lord," said Felton, "the Baron de Winter wrote to you the other day to request you to sign an order of embarkation relative to a young woman named Charlotte Boxon."
"Yes, sir, and I answered him to bring or send me that order, and I would sign it."
"Here it is, my lord."
"Give it to me," said the duke. And taking it from Felton, he cast a rapid glance over the paper, and perceiving that it was the one that had been mentioned to him, he placed it on the table, took a pen, and prepared to sign it.
"Pardon, my lord," said Felton, stopping the duke, "but does your grace know that the name of Charlotte Boxon is not the true name of this young woman?"
"Yes, sir, I know it," replied the duke, dipping the quill in the ink.
"Then your grace knows her real name?"
asked Felton in a sharp tone.
"I know it."
And the duke put the quill to the paper. Felton grew pale.
"And knowing that real name, my lord," replied Felton, "will you sign it all the same?"
"Doubtless," said Buckingham,
"and rather twice than once." "I cannot believe," continued Felton in a voice that became more sharp and rough, "that your grace knows that it is to Milady de Winter this relates."
"I know it perfectly,
although I am astonished that you know it." "And will your grace sign that order without remorse?"
Buckingham looked at the young man haughtily.
"Do you know, sir, that you are asking me very strange questions, and that I am very foolish to answer them?"
"Reply to them, my lord," said Felton. "The circumstances are more serious than you perhaps believe."
Buckingham reflected that the young man, coming from Lord de Winter, undoubtedly spoke in his name, and softened.
"Without remorse," said he, "the baron knows as well as myself that Milady de Winter is a very guilty woman, and is treating her very favorably to commute her punishment to transportation."
The duke put his pen to the paper.
"You will not sign that order, my lord,"
said Felton, making a step toward the duke.
"I will not sign this order. And why not?"
"Because you will look into yourself, and you will do justice to the lady."
"I should do her justice by sending her to Tyburn," said Buckingham. "This lady is infamous."
"My lord, Milady de Winter is an angel. You know that she is, and I demand her liberty of you."
"Bah! Are you mad to talk to me thus?" said Buckingham.
"My lord, excuse me. I speak as I can. I restrain myself. But, my lord, think of what you're about to do, and beware of going too far."
"What do you say? God pardon me," cried Buckingham. "I really think he threatens me."
"No, my lord, I still plead, and I say to you, one drop of water suffices to make the full vase overflow. One slight fault may draw down punishment upon the head spared, despite many crimes."
"Mr. Felton," said Buckingham, "you will withdraw and place yourself at once under arrest."
"You will hear me to the end, my lord. You have seduced this young girl. You have outraged, defiled her. Repair your crimes toward her. Let her go free, and I will exact nothing else from you."
"You will exact?" said Buckingham, looking at Felton with astonishment, and dwelling upon each syllable of the three words as he pronounced them.
"My lord,"
continued Felton, becoming more excited as he spoke,
"my lord, beware! All England is tired of your iniquities, my lord. You have abused the royal power, which you have almost usurped, my lord. You are held in horror by God and men. God will punish you hereafter, but I will punish you here."
"Ah, this is too much!" cried Buckingham, making a step toward the door. Felton barred his passage.
"I ask it humbly of you, my lord," said he. "Sign the order for the liberation of Milady de Winter. Remember that she is a woman whom you have dishonored."
"Withdraw, sir," said Buckingham, "or I will call my attendant and have you placed in irons."
"You shall not call,"
said Felton, throwing himself between the duke and the bell placed on a stand encrusted with silver.
"Beware, my lord, you are in the hands of God."
"In the hands of the devil, you mean?" cried Buckingham, raising his voice so as to attract the notice of his people without absolutely shouting.
"Sign, my lord, sign the liberation of Milady de Winter,"
said Felton, holding out a paper to the duke. "By force? You are joking. Holloa, Patrick!"
"Sign, my lord."
"Never."
"Never?"
"Help!" shouted the duke, and at the same time he sprang toward his sword. But Felton did not give him time to draw it. He held the knife with which Milady had stabbed herself open in his bosom. At one bound he was upon the duke. At that moment Patrick entered the room, crying, "A letter from France, my lord." "From France?" cried Buckingham, forgetting everything and thinking from whom that letter came. Felton took advantage of this moment and plunged the knife into his side up to the handle.
"Ah, traitor!" cried Buckingham. "You have killed me."
"Murder!" screamed Patrick. Felton cast his eyes round for means of escape, and seeing the door free, he rushed into the next chamber, in which, as we have said, the deputies from La Rochelle were waiting, crossed it as quickly as possible, and rushed toward the staircase. But upon the first step he met Lord de Winter, who, seeing him pale, confused, livid, and stained with blood both on his hands and face, seized him by the throat, crying, "I knew it! I guessed it! But too late by a minute! Unfortunate, unfortunate that I am!" Felton made no resistance. Lord de Winter placed him in the hands of the guards, who led him, while awaiting further orders, to a little terrace commanding the sea, and then the baron hastened to the duke's chamber. at the cry uttered by the duke and the scream of Patrick. The man whom Felton had met in the antechamber rushed into the chamber. He found the duke reclining upon a sofa, with his hand pressed upon the wound.
"Laporte," said the duke in a dying voice, "Laporte, do you come from her?"
"Yes, Monseigneur,"
replied the faithful cloak-bearer of Anne of Austria.
"But too late, perhaps."
"Silence, Laporte! You may be overheard. Patrick, let no one enter. Oh, I cannot tell what she says to me. My God, I am dying."
And the duke swooned. Meanwhile, Lord de Winter, the deputies, the leaders of the expedition, the officers of Buckingham's household, had all made their way into the chamber. Cries of despair resounded on all sides. The news, which filled the palace with tears and groans, soon became known and spread itself throughout the city. The report of a cannon announced that something new and unexpected had taken place. Lord de Winter tore his hair.
"Too late by a minute!" cried he. "Too late by a minute! Oh, my God! My God! What a misfortune!"
He had been informed at 7 o'clock in the morning that a rope ladder floated from one of the windows of the castle. He had hastened to Milady's chamber, had found it empty, the window open, and the bars filed, had remembered the verbal caution D'Artagnan had transmitted to him by his messenger, had trembled for the duke, and running to the stable without taking time to have his horse saddled, had jumped upon the first he found, had galloped off like the wind, had alighted below in the courtyard, and ascended the stairs precipitately, and on the top step, as we have said, had encountered Felton. The duke, however, was not dead. He recovered a little, reopened his eyes, and hope revived in all hearts.
"Gentlemen," said he,
"leave me alone with Patrick and Laporte."
"Ah, is that you, De Winter?
You sent me a strange madman this morning.
See the state in which he has put me."
"Oh, my lord," cried the baron, "I shall never console myself."
"And you would be quite wrong, my dear De Winter,"
said Buckingham, holding out his hand to him.
"I do not know the man who deserves being regretted during the whole life of another man. But leave us, I pray you."
The baron went out sobbing. There only remained in the closet of the wounded duke, Laporte, and Patrick. A physician was sought for, but none was yet found.
"You will live, my lord, you will live,"
repeated the faithful servant of Anne of Austria on his knees before the duke's sofa.
"What has she written to me?"
said Buckingham feebly, streaming with blood and suppressing his agony to speak of her he loved.
"What has she written to me? Read me her letter."
"Oh, my lord,"
said Laporte.
"Obey, Laporte. Do you not see I have no time to lose?"
Laporte broke the seal and placed the letter before the eyes of the duke, but Buckingham in vain tried to read out the writing.
"Read,"
said he.
"Read. I cannot see. Read, then, for soon, perhaps, I shall not hear, and I shall die without knowing what she has written to me."
Laporte made no further objection and read,
"My lord, by that which, since I have known you, have suffered by you and for you, I conjure you, if you have any care for my repose, to countermand those great armaments which you are preparing against France, to put an end to a war of which is publicly said religion is the ostensible cause, and of which it is generally whispered your love for me is the concealed cause. This war may not only bring great catastrophes upon England and France, but misfortune upon you, my lord, for which I should never console myself. Be careful of your life which is menaced, and which will be dear to me from the moment I am not obliged to see an enemy in you. Your affectionate Anne.
Buckingham collected all his remaining strength to listen to the reading of the letter. Then, when it was ended, as if he had met with a bitter disappointment, he asked,
"Have you nothing else to say to me by the living voice, Laporte?"
The queen charged me to tell you to watch over yourself, for she had advice that your assassination would be attempted.
"And is that all? Is that all?"
replied Buckingham impatiently.
She likewise charged me to tell you that she still loved you.
"Ah," said Buckingham,
God be praised.
"my death, then, will not be to her as the death of a stranger."
Laporte burst into tears.
"Patrick," said the duke, "bring me the casket in which the diamond studs were kept."
Patrick brought the object desired, which Laporte recognized as having belonged to the queen.
"Now the scent bag of white satin, on which her cipher is embroidered in pearls."
Patrick again obeyed.
"Here, Laporte," said Buckingham, "these are the only tokens I ever received from her, this silver casket and these 2 letters. You will restore them to Her Majesty, and as a last memorial—"
He looked round for some valuable object.
"You will add—"
He still sought, but his eyes, darkened by death, encountered only the knife which had fallen from the hand of Felton, still smoking with the blood spread over its blade.
"And you will add to them this knife,"
said the duke, pressing the hand of Laporte. He had just strength enough to place the scent bag at the bottom of the silver casket, and to let the knife fall into it, making a sign to Laporte that he was no longer able to speak. Then, in a last convulsion, which this time he had not the power to combat, he slipped from the sofa to the floor. Patrick uttered a loud cry. Buckingham tried to smile a last time, but death checked his thought, which remained engraved on his brow like a last kiss of love. At this moment the duke's surgeon arrived, quite terrified. He was already on board the admiral's ship, where they had been obliged to seek him. He approached the duke, took his hand, held it for an instant in his own, and letting it fall,
"All is useless,"
said he.
"He is dead."
Dead? Dead?
cried Patrick. At this cry all the crowd re-entered the apartment, and throughout the palace and town there was nothing but consternation and tumult. As soon as Lord de Winter saw Buckingham was dead, he ran to Felton, whom the soldiers still guarded on the terrace of the palace. "Wretch!" said he to the young man, who since the death of Buckingham had regained that coolness and self-possession which never after abandoned him.
"Wretch, what have you done?" "I have avenged myself," said he.
Avenged yourself, said the baron. Rather say that you have served as an instrument to that accursed woman. But I swear to you that this crime shall be her last."
"I don't know what you mean," replied Felton quietly, "and I am ignorant of whom you are speaking, my lord. I killed the Duke of Buckingham because he twice refused you yourself to appoint me captain. I have punished him for his injustice. That is all."
De Winter, stupefied, looked on while the soldiers bound Felton, and could not tell what to think of such insensibility. One thing alone, however, threw a shade over the pallid brow of Felton. At every noise he heard, the simple Puritan fancied he recognized the step and voice of Milady coming to throw herself into his arms, to accuse herself, and die with him. All at once he started. His eyes became fixed upon a point in the sea commanded by the terrace where he was. With the eagle glance of a sailor, he had recognized there, where another would have seen only a gull hovering over the waves, the sail of a sloop, which was directed toward the coast of France. He grew deadly pale, placed his hand upon his heart, which was breaking, and at once perceived all the treachery. "One last favor, my lord," said he to the baron. "What?" asked his lordship. "What o'clock is it?" The baron drew out his watch. "It wants 10 minutes to 9," said he. Milady had hastened her departure by an hour and a half. As soon as she heard the cannon which announced the fatal event, she had ordered the anchor to be weighed. The vessel was making way under a blue sky at great distance from the coast. "God has so willed it," said he, with the resignation of a fanatic, but without, however, being able to take his eyes from that ship, on board of which he doubtless fancied he could distinguish the white outline of her to whom he had sacrificed his life. De Winter followed his look, observed his feelings, and guessed all. "Be punished alone for the first, miserable man," said Lord de Winter to Felton, who was being dragged away with his eyes turned toward the sea. "But I swear to you, by the memory of my brother, whom I have loved so much, that your accomplice is not saved." Felton lowered his head without pronouncing a syllable. As to Lord de Winter, he descended the stairs rapidly and went straight to the port. End of chapter 59. Recording by jvanstan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 60 of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 1, The Three Musketeers by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In France. The first fear of the King of England, Charles I, on learning of the death of the duke, was that such terrible news might discourage the Rochellais. He tried, says Richelieu in his Memoirs, to conceal it from them as long as possible, closing all the ports of his kingdom and carefully keeping watch that no vessel should sail until the army which Buckingham was getting together had gone, taking upon himself, in default of Buckingham, to superintend the departure. He carried the strictness of this order so far as to detain in England the ambassadors of Denmark, who had taken their leave, and the regular ambassador of Holland, who was to take back to the port of Flushing the Indian merchantmen of which Charles I had made restitution to the United Provinces. But as he did not think of giving this order till 5 hours after the event, that is to say, till 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 2 vessels had already left the port, the one bearing, as we know, Milady, who, already anticipating the event, was further confirmed in that belief by seeing the black flag flying at the masthead of the admiral's ship. As to the second vessel, we will tell hereafter whom it carried and how it set sail. During this time nothing new occurred in the camp at La Rochelle. Only the king, who was bored, as always, but perhaps a little more so in camp than elsewhere, resolved to go incognito and spend the festival of St. Louis at St. Germain, and asked the cardinal to order him an escort of only 20 Musketeers. The cardinal, who sometimes became weary of the king, granted this leave of absence with great pleasure to his royal lieutenant, who promised to return about the 15th of December. M. de Tréville, being informed of this by his Eminence, packed his portmanteau, and as, without knowing the cause, he knew the great desire and even imperative need which his friends had of returning to Paris, it goes without saying that he fixed upon them to form part of the escort. The 4 young men heard the news a quarter of an hour after M. de Tréville, for they were the first to whom he communicated it. It was then that D'Artagnan appreciated the favor the cardinal had conferred upon him in making him at last enter the Musketeers, for without that circumstance he would have been forced to remain in the camp while his companions left it. It goes without saying that this impatience to return toward Paris had for a cause the danger which Mme. Bonacieux would run of meeting at the convent of Béthune with Milady, her mortal enemy. Aramis, therefore, had written immediately to Marie Michon, the seamstress at Tours, who had such fine acquaintances, to obtain from the queen authority for Mme. Bonacieux to leave the convent, and to retire either into Lorraine or Belgium. They had not long to wait for an answer. 8 or 10 days afterward, Aramis received the following letter. My dear cousin, here is the authorization from my sister to withdraw our little servant from the convent of Béthune, the air of which you think is bad for her. My sister sends you this authorization with great pleasure, for she is very partial to the little girl, to whom she intends to be more serviceable hereafter. I salute you, Marie Michon. To this letter was added an order conceived in these terms. At the Louvre, August 10th, 1628. The superior of the convent of Béthune will place in the hands of the person who shall present this note to her the novice who entered the convent upon my recommendation and under my patronage, Anne. It may be easily imagined how the relationship between Aramis and a seamstress, who called the queen her sister, amused the young men. But Aramis, after having blushed 2 or 3 times up to the whites of his eyes at the gross pleasantry of Porthos, begged his friends not to revert to the subject again, declaring that if a single word more was said to him about it, he would never again implore his cousins to interfere in such affairs. There was no further question, therefore, about Marie Michon among the 4 Musketeers, who besides had what they wanted. That was, the order to withdraw Mme. Bonacieux from the convent of the Carmelites of Béthune. It was true that this order would not be of great use to them while they were in camp at La Rochelle, that is to say, at the other end of France. Therefore D'Artagnan was going to ask leave of absence of M. de Tréville, confiding to him candidly the importance of his departure, when the news was transmitted to him, as well as to his 3 friends, that the king was about to set out for Paris with an escort of 20 Musketeers, and that they formed part of the escort. Their joy was great. The lackeys were sent on before with the baggage, and they set out on the morning of the 16th. The cardinal accompanied his Majesty from Surgères to Meuse, and there the king and his minister took leave of each other with great demonstrations of friendship. The king, however, who sought distraction while traveling as fast as possible, for he was anxious to be in Paris by the 23rd, stopped from time to time to fly the magpie, a pastime for which the taste had been formerly inspired in him by de Luynes, and for which he had always preserved a great predilection. Out of the 20 Musketeers, 16, when this took place, rejoiced greatly at this relaxation, but the other 4 cursed it heartily. D'Artagnan, in particular, had a perpetual buzzing in his ears, which Porthos explained thus.
A very great lady has told me that this means that somebody is talking of you somewhere.
At length the escort passed through Paris on the 23rd, in the night. The king thanked M. de Tréville, and permitted him to distribute furloughs for 4 days, on condition that the favored parties should not appear in any public place, under penalty of the Bastille. The first 4 furloughs granted, as may be imagined, were to our 4 friends. Still further, Athos obtained of M. de Tréville 6 days instead of 4, and introduced into these 6 days 2 more nights, for they set out on the 24th at 5 o'clock in the evening, and as a further kindness, M. de Tréville post-dated the leave to the morning of the 25th. "Good Lord!" said D'Artagnan, who, as we have often said, never stumbled at anything. "It appears to me that we are making a great trouble of a very simple thing. In 2 days, and by using up 2 or 3 horses, that's nothing, I have plenty of money. I am at Béthune. I present my letter from the queen to the superior, and I bring back the dear treasure I go to seek, not into Lorraine, not into Belgium, but to Paris, where she will be much better concealed, particularly while the cardinal is at La Rochelle. Well, once returned from the country, half by the protection of her cousin, half through what we have personally done for her, we shall obtain from the queen what we desire. Remain, then, where you are, and do not exhaust yourselves with useless fatigue. Myself and Planchet are all that such a simple expedition requires." To this Athos replied quietly, "We also have money left, for I have not yet drunk all my share of the diamond, and Porthos and Aramis have not eaten all theirs. We can therefore use up 4 horses as well as 1. But consider, D'Artagnan," said he in a tone so solemn that it made the young man shudder, "consider that Béthune is a city where the cardinal has given rendezvous to a woman who, wherever she goes, brings misery with her. If you had only to deal with 4 men, D'Artagnan, I would allow you to go alone. You have to do with that woman. We 4 will go, and I hope to God that with our 4 lackeys we may be in sufficient number." "You terrify me, Athos!" cried D'Artagnan. "My God, what do you fear?" "Everything," replied Athos. D'Artagnan examined the countenances of his companions, which, like that of Athos, wore an impression of deep anxiety, and they continued their route as fast as their horses could carry them, but without adding another word. On the evening of the 25th, as they were entering Arras, and as D'Artagnan was dismounting at the inn of the Golden Harrow to drink a glass of wine, a horseman came out of the post-yard, where he had just had a relay, started off at a gallop, and with a fresh horse took the road to Paris. At the moment he passed through the gateway into the street, the wind blew open the cloak in which he was wrapped, although it was in the month of August, and lifted his hat, which the traveler seized with his hand the moment it had left his head, pulling it eagerly over his eyes. D'Artagnan, who had his eyes fixed upon this man, became very pale and let his glass fall. "What is the matter, monsieur?" said Planchet. "Oh, come, gentlemen, my master is ill." The 3 friends hastened toward D'Artagnan, who, instead of being ill, ran toward his horse. They stopped at the door. "Well, where the devil are you going now?" cried Athos. "It is he!" cried D'Artagnan, pale with anger and with sweat on his brow. "It is he! Let me overtake him!" "He? What he?" asked Athos. "He! That man!" "What man?" "That cursed man, my evil genius, whom I have always met with when threatened by some misfortune, he who accompanied that horrible woman when I met her for the first time, he whom I was seeking when I offended our Athos, he whom I saw on the very morning Madame Bonacieux was abducted. I have seen him. That is he. I recognized him when the wind blew upon his cloak." "The devil!" said Athos, musingly. "To saddle, gentlemen, to saddle! Let us pursue him, and we shall overtake him." "My dear friend," said Aramis, "remember that he goes in an opposite direction from that in which we are going, that he has a fresh horse, and ours are fatigued, so that we shall disable our own horses without even a chance of overtaking him. Let the man go, D'Artagnan. Let us save the woman." "Monsieur, monsieur!" cried a hostler, running out and looking after the stranger. "Monsieur, here is a paper which dropped out of your hat. Eh, monsieur, eh!" "Friend," said D'Artagnan, "half a pistole for that paper." "My faith, monsieur, with great pleasure. Here it is." The hostler, enchanted with the good day's work he had done, returned to the yard. D'Artagnan unfolded the paper. "Well?" eagerly demanded all his 3 friends. "Nothing but 1 word," said D'Artagnan. "Yes," said Aramis, "but that 1 word is the name of some town or village."
"Armentières,"
read Porthos.
"Armentières? I don't know such a place."
"And that name of a town or village is written in her hand," cried Athos. Come on," said D'Artagnan. "Let us keep that paper carefully. Perhaps I have not thrown away my half pistole. To horse, my friends, to horse!" And the 4 friends flew at a gallop along the road to Béthune. Chapter 60. Recording by jvanstan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 61 of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 1, The Three Musketeers, by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Carmelite Convent at Bethune. Great criminals bear about them a kind of predestination, which makes them surmount all obstacles, which makes them escape all dangers, up to the moment which a wearied Providence has marked as the rock of their impious fortunes. It was thus with Milady. She escaped the cruisers of both nations and arrived at Boulogne without accident. When landing at Portsmouth, Milady was an Englishwoman whom the persecutions of the French drove from La Rochelle. When landing at Boulogne after 2 days' passage, she passed for a Frenchwoman whom the English persecuted at Portsmouth out of their hatred for France. Milady had likewise the best of passports: her beauty, her noble appearance, and the liberality with which she distributed her pistoles. Freed from the usual formalities by the affable smile and gallant manners of an old governor of the port, who kissed her hand, she only remained long enough at Boulogne to put into a post a letter conceived in the following terms:
To His Eminence Monseigneur the Cardinal Richelieu, in his camp before La Rochelle. Monseigneur, let your Eminence be reassured. His Grace the Duke of Buckingham will not set out for France. Milady de Boulogne, evening of the 25th. P.S. According to the desire of your Eminence, I report to the convent of the Carmelites at Bethune, where I will await your orders.
Accordingly, that same evening Milady commenced her journey. Night overtook her. She stopped and slept at an inn. At 5 o'clock the next morning she again proceeded, and in 3 hours after entered Bethune. She inquired for the convent of the Carmelites and went thither immediately. The superior met her. Milady showed her the cardinal's order. The abbess assigned her a chamber and had breakfast served. All the past was effaced from the eyes of this woman, and her looks, fixed on the future, beheld nothing but the high fortunes reserved for her by the cardinal, whom she had so successfully served without his name being in any way mixed up with the sanguinary affair. The ever-new passions which consumed her gave to her life the appearance of those clouds which float in the heavens, reflecting sometimes azure, sometimes fire, sometimes the opaque blackness of the tempest, and which leave no traces upon the earth behind them but devastation and death. After breakfast the abbess came to pay her a visit. There is very little amusement in the cloister, and the good superior was eager to make the acquaintance of her new boarder. Milady wished to please the abbess. This was a very easy matter for a woman so really superior as she was. She tried to be agreeable, and she was charming, winning the good superior by her varied conversation and by the graces of her whole personality. The abbess, who was the daughter of a noble house, took particular delight in stories of the court, which so seldom travel to the extremities of the kingdom, and which, above all, have so much difficulty in penetrating the walls of convents, at whose threshold the noise of the world dies away. Milady, on the contrary, was quite conversant with all aristocratic intrigues, amid which she had constantly lived for 5 or 6 years. She made it her business, therefore, to amuse the good abbess with the worldly practices of the court of France, mixed with the eccentric pursuits of the king. She made for her the scandalous chronicle of the lords and ladies of the court, whom the abbess knew perfectly by name, touched lightly on the amours of the queen and the Duke of Buckingham, talking a great deal to induce her auditor to talk a little. But the abbess contented herself with listening and smiling, without replying a word. Milady, however, saw that this sort of narrative amused her very much, and kept at it, only she now let her conversation drift toward the cardinal. But she was greatly embarrassed. She did not know whether the abbess was a royalist or a cardinalist. She therefore confined herself to a prudent middle course. But the abbess, on her part, maintained a reserve still more prudent, contenting herself with making a profound inclination of the head every time the fair traveler pronounced the name of his Eminence. Milady began to think she should soon grow weary of a convent life. She resolved then to risk something in order that she might know how to act afterward. Desirous of seeing how far the discretion of the good abbess would go, she began to tell a story, obscure at first, but very circumstantial afterward, about the cardinal, relating the amours of the minister with Madame d'Aiguillon, Marion de Lorme, and several other gay women. The abbess listened more attentively, grew animated by degrees, and smiled.
"Good," thought Milady. "She takes pleasure in my conversation. If she is a cardinalist, she has no fanaticism at least."
She then went on to describe the persecutions exercised by the cardinal upon his enemies. The abbess only crossed herself without approving or disapproving. This confirmed Milady in her opinion that the abbess was rather royalist than cardinalist. Milady therefore continued, coloring her narrations more and more.
"I am very ignorant of these matters," said the abbess at length, "but however distant from the court we may be, however remote from the interests of the world we may be placed, we have very sad examples of what you have related, and one of our boarders has suffered much from the vengeance and persecution of the cardinal."
"One of your boarders?" said Milady. "Oh, my God! Poor woman! I pity her, then."
"And you have reason, for she is much to be pitied. Imprisonment, menaces, ill treatment, she has suffered everything. But after all," resumed the abbess, "Monsieur Cardinal has perhaps plausible motives for acting thus, and though she has the look of an angel, we must not always judge people by the appearance."
"Good," said Milady to herself. "Who knows? I am about, perhaps, to discover something here. I am in the vein."
She tried to give her countenance an appearance of perfect candor.
"Alas," said Milady, "I know it is so. It is said that we must not trust to the face. But in what, then, shall we place confidence, if not in the most beautiful work of the Lord? As for me, I shall be deceived all of my life, perhaps, but I shall always have faith in a person whose countenance inspires me with sympathy."
"You would, then, be tempted to believe," said the abbess, "that this young person is innocent?"
"The cardinal pursues not only crimes," said she. "There are certain virtues which he pursues more severely than certain offenses."
"Permit me, madame, to express my surprise," said the abbess.
"At what?"
said Milady with the utmost ingenuousness.
"At the language you use."
"What do you find so astonishing in that language?"
said Milady, smiling.
"You are the friend of the cardinal, for he sends you hither, and yet—"
"And yet I speak ill of him,"
replied Milady, finishing the thought of the superior.
"At least you don't speak well of him."
"That is because I am not his friend," said she, sighing, "but his victim."
"But this letter in which he recommends you to me?"
"Is in order for me to confine myself to a sort of prison, from which he will release me by one of his satellites."
"But why have you not fled?"
"Whither should I go? Do you believe there is a spot on the earth which the cardinal cannot reach, if he takes the trouble to stretch forth his hand? If I were a man, that would barely be possible. But what can a woman do? This young boarder of yours, has she tried to fly?"
"No, that is true. But that is another thing. I believe she is detained in France by some love affair."
"Ah,"
said Milady with a sigh,
"if she loves, she is not altogether wretched."
"Then," said the abbess, looking at Milady with increasing interest, I behold another poor victim."
"Alas, yes,"
said Milady. The abbess looked at her for an instant with uneasiness, as if a fresh thought suggested itself to her mind.
"You are not an enemy of our holy faith?" said she, hesitatingly.
"Who? I?"
cried Milady.
"I, a Protestant? Oh, no, I call to witness the God who hears us, that on the contrary I am a fervent Catholic."
"Then, madame," said the abbess, smiling, "be reassured. The house in which you are shall not be a very hard prison, and we will do all in our power to make you cherish your captivity. You will find here, moreover, the young woman of whom I spoke, who is persecuted, no doubt, in consequence of some court intrigue. She is amiable and well behaved."
"What is her name?"
"She was sent to me by someone of high rank, under the name of Kitty. I have tried not to discover her other name."
"Kitty!"
cried Milady.
"What? Are you sure?"
"That she is called so? Yes, madame. Do you know her?"
Milady smiled to herself at the idea which had occurred to her, that this might be her old chambermaid. There was connected with the remembrance of this girl a remembrance of anger, and a desire of vengeance disordered the features of Milady, which, however, immediately recovered the calm and benevolent expression which this woman of 100 faces had for a moment allowed them to lose.
"And when can I see this young lady, for whom I already feel so great a sympathy?"
asked Milady.
"Why, this evening," said the abbess. "Today even, but you have been traveling these 4 days, as you told me yourself. This morning you rose at 5 o'clock. You must stand in need of repose. Go to bed and sleep. At dinner time we will rouse you."
Although Milady would very willingly have gone without sleep, sustained as she was by all the excitements which a new adventure awakened in her heart, ever thirsting for intrigues, she nevertheless accepted the offer of the superior. During the last 15 days she had experienced so many and such various emotions that if her frame of iron was still capable of supporting fatigue, her mind required repose. She therefore took leave of the abbess and went to bed, softly rocked by the ideas of vengeance, which the name of Kitty had naturally brought to her thoughts. She remembered that almost unlimited promise which the cardinal had given her if she succeeded in her enterprise. She had succeeded. D'Artagnan was then in her power. One thing alone frightened her. That was the remembrance of her husband, the Comte de la Fère, whom she had believed dead, or at least expatriated, and whom she found again in Athos, the best friend of D'Artagnan. But alas, if he was the friend of D'Artagnan, he must have lent him his assistance in all the proceedings by whose aid the queen had defeated the project of his Eminence. If he was the friend of D'Artagnan, he was the enemy of the cardinal, and she doubtless would succeed in involving him in the vengeance by which she hoped to destroy the young Musketeer. All these hopes were so many sweet thoughts for Milady. So rocked by them, she soon fell asleep. She was awakened by a soft voice which sounded at the foot of her bed. She opened her eyes and saw the abbess, accompanied by a young woman with light hair and delicate complexion, who fixed upon her a look full of benevolent curiosity. The face of the young woman was entirely unknown to her. Each examined the other with great attention, while exchanging the customary compliments. Both were very handsome, but of quite different styles of beauty. Milady, however, smiled in observing that she excelled the young woman by far in her high air and aristocratic bearing. It is true that the habit of a novice, which the young woman wore, was not very advantageous in a contest of this kind. The abbess introduced them to each other, When this formality was ended, as her duties called her to chapel, she left the two young women alone. The novice, seeing Milady in bed, was about to follow the example of the superior, but Milady stopped her.
"How, madame?" said she. "I have scarcely seen you, and you already wish to deprive me of your company, upon which I had counted a little, I must confess, for the time I have to pass here." "No, madame," replied the novice, "only I thought I had chosen my time ill. You were asleep. You are fatigued." "Well," said Milady, "what can those who sleep wish for? A happy awakening? This awakening you have given me. Allow me, then, to enjoy it at my ease."
And taking her hand, she drew her toward the armchair by the bedside. The novice sat down.
"How unfortunate I am," said she. "I have been here 6 months without the shadow of recreation. You arrive, and your presence was likely to afford me delightful company. Yet I expect, in all probability, to quit the convent at any moment." "How? You are going soon?" asked Milady. "At least I hope so," said the novice, with an expression of joy which she made no effort to disguise. "I think I learned you had suffered persecutions from the cardinal," continued Milady. "That would have been another motive for sympathy between us." "What I have heard, then, from our good mother is true. You have likewise been a victim of that wicked priest." "Hush!" said Milady. "Let us not, even here, speak thus of him. All my misfortunes arise from my having said nearly what you have said before a woman whom I thought my friend, and who betrayed me. Are you also the victim of a treachery?" "No," said the novice, "but of my devotion, of a devotion to a woman I loved, for whom I would have laid down my life, for whom I would give it still." "And who has abandoned you? Is that it?" "I have been sufficiently unjust to believe so, but during the last 2 or 3 days I have obtained proof to the contrary, for which I thank God, for it would have cost me very dear to think she had forgotten me. But you, madame, you appear to be free," continued the novice, "and if you were inclined to fly, it only rests with yourself to do so." "Whither would you have me go? Without friends, without money, in a part of France with which I am unacquainted, and where I have never been before?" "Oh," cried the novice, "as to friends, you would have them wherever you want. You appear so good and are so beautiful." "That does not prevent," replied Milady, softening her smile so as to give it an angelic expression, "my being alone or being persecuted." "Hear me," said the novice. "We must trust in heaven. There always comes a moment when the good you have done pleads your cause before God. And see, perhaps it is a happiness for you, humble and powerless as I am, that you have met with me. For if I leave this place, well, I have powerful friends who, after having exerted themselves on my account, may also exert themselves for you." "Oh, when I said I was alone," said Milady, hoping to make the novice talk by talking of herself, "it is not for want of friends in high places, but these friends themselves tremble before the cardinal. The queen herself does not dare to oppose the terrible minister. I have proof that her Majesty, notwithstanding her excellent heart, has more than once been obliged to abandon to the anger of his Eminence persons who had served her." "Trust me, madame, the queen may appear to have abandoned those persons, but we must not put faith in appearances. The more they are persecuted, the more she thinks of them, and often, when they least expect it, they have proof of a kind remembrance." "Alas," said Milady, "I believe so. The queen is so good." "Oh, you know her, then, that lovely and noble queen, that you speak of her thus?" cried the novice with enthusiasm. "That is to say," replied Milady, driven into her entrenchment, "that I have not the honor of knowing her personally, but I know a great number of her most intimate friends. I am acquainted with Monsieur de Putange. I met Monsieur Duhart in England. I know Monsieur de Tréville." "Monsieur de Tréville!" exclaimed the novice. "Do you know Monsieur de Tréville?" "Yes, perfectly well, intimately even." "The captain of the king's Musketeers?" "The captain of the king's Musketeers." "Why, then, only see!" cried the novice. "We shall soon be well acquainted, almost friends. If you know Monsieur de Tréville, you must have visited him." "Often," said Milady, who, having entered this track, and perceiving that falsehood succeeded, was determined to follow it to the end. "With him? Then you must have seen some of his Musketeers?" "All those he is in the habit of receiving," replied Milady, for whom this conversation began to have a real interest. "Name a few of those whom you know, and you will see if they are my friends." "Well," said Milady, embarrassed, "I know Monsieur de Louvigny, Monsieur de Courtivron, Monsieur de Ferussac." The novice let her speak, then seeing that she paused, she said, "Don't you know a gentleman named Athos?" Milady became as pale as the sheets in which she was lying, and mistress as she was of herself, she could not help uttering a cry, seizing the hand of the novice, and devouring her with looks. "What's the matter? Good God!" asked the poor woman. "Have I said anything that has wounded you?" "No, but the name struck me, because I also have known that gentleman, and it appeared strange to me to meet with a person who appears to know him well." "Oh, yes, very well. Not only him, but some of his friends, Messieurs Porthos and Aramis." "Indeed, you know them likewise?" "I know them," cried Milady, who began to feel a chill penetrate her heart. "Well, if you know them, you know that they are good and free companions. Why do you not apply to them if you stand in need of help?" "That is to say," stammered Milady, "I am not really very intimate with any of them. I know them from having heard one of their friends, Monsieur d'Artagnan, say a great deal about them." "You know Monsieur d'Artagnan?" cried the novice, in her turn seizing the hands of Milady and devouring her with her eyes. Then, remarking the strange expression of Milady's countenance, she said, "Pardon me, Madame, you know him by what title?" "Why," replied Milady, embarrassed, "why, by the title of friend." "You deceive me, madame," said the novice. "You have been his mistress." "It is you who have been his mistress, madame," cried Milady in her turn. "I?" said the novice. "Yes, you. I know you now. You are Madame Bonacieux." The young woman drew back, filled with surprise and terror. "Oh, do not deny it. Answer," continued Milady. "Well, yes, madame," said the novice. "Are we rivals?" The countenance of Milady was illumined by so savage a joy that under any other circumstances Madame Bonacieux would have fled in terror, but she was absorbed by jealousy. "Speak, madame," resumed Madame Bonacieux with an energy of which she might not have been believed capable. "Have you been, or are you, his mistress?" "Oh, no," cried Milady, with an accent that admitted no doubt of her truth. "Never, never." "I believe you," said Madame Bonacieux, "but why then did you cry out so?" "Do you not understand?" said Milady, who had already overcome her agitation and recovered her presence of mind. "How can I understand? I know nothing." "Can you not understand that Monsieur d'Artagnan, being my friend, might take me into his confidence?" "Truly?" "Do you not perceive that I know all? Your abduction from the little house at St. Germain, his despair, that of his friends, and their useless inquiries up to this moment. How could I help be astonished when, without having the least expectation of such a thing, I meet you face to face? You, of whom we have so often spoken together, you, whom he loves with all his soul, you, whom he had taught me to love before I had seen you. Ah, dear Constance, I have found you, then. I see you at last."
And Milady stretched out her arms to Mme. Bonacieux, who, convinced by what she had just said, saw nothing in this woman whom an instant before she had believed her rival, but a sincere and devoted friend.
"Oh, pardon me, cried she, sinking upon the shoulders of Milady. "Pardon me, I love him so much."
These two women held each other for an instant in a close embrace. Certainly, if Milady's strength had been equal to her hatred, Mme. Bonacieux would never have left that embrace alive. But not being able to stifle her, she smiled upon her.
"Oh, you beautiful, good little creature," said Milady. "How delightful I am to have found you! Let me look at you."
And while saying these words, she absolutely devoured her by her looks.
"Oh, yes, it is you indeed. From what he has told me, I know you now. I recognize you perfectly."
The poor young woman could not possibly suspect what frightful cruelty was behind the rampart of that pure brow, behind those brilliant eyes in which she read nothing but interest and compassion.
"Then you know what I have suffered?"
said Mme. Bonacieux.
"Since he has told you what he has suffered, but to suffer for him is happiness."
Milady replied mechanically,
"Yes, that is happiness."
She was thinking of something else.
"Ah, then,"
continued Mme. Bonacieux,
"my punishment is drawing to a close. Tomorrow, this evening perhaps, I shall see him again, and then the past will no longer exist." "This evening?"
asked Milady, roused from her reverie by these words.
"What do you mean? Do you expect news from him?" "I expect himself." "Himself? D'Artagnan? Here?" "Himself." "But that's impossible. He is at the siege of La Rochelle with the cardinal. He will not return till after taking the city." "Ah, you fancy so? But is there anything impossible for my D'Artagnan, the noble and loyal gentleman?" "Oh, I cannot believe you." "Well, read then,"
said the unhappy young woman, in the excess of her pride and joy, presenting a letter to Milady.
"The writing of Madame de Chevreuse,"
said Milady to herself.
"Ah, I always thought there was some secret understanding in that quarter."
And she greedily read the following few lines. "My dear child, hold yourself ready. Our friend will see you soon, and he will only see you to release you from that imprisonment in which your safety required you should be concealed. Prepare, then, for your departure, and never despair of us. Our charming Gascon has just proved himself as brave and faithful as ever. Tell him that certain parties are grateful for the warning he has given."
"Yes, yes," said Milady. "The letter is precise. Do you know what that warning was?" "No, I only suspect he has warned the queen against some fresh machinations of the cardinal." "Yes, that's it, no doubt,"
said Milady, returning the letter to Mme. Bonacieux and letting her head sink pensively upon her bosom. At that moment they heard the gallop of a horse.
"Oh!"
cried Mme. Bonacieux, darting to the window.
"Can it be he?"
Milady remained still in bed, petrified by surprise. So many unexpected things happened to her all at once that for the first time she was at a loss.
He,
murmured she.
"Can it be he?"
And she remained in bed with her eyes fixed.
"Alas, no," said Mme. Bonacieux. "It is a man I don't know, although he seems to be coming here. Yes, he checks his pace. He stops at the gate. He rings."
Milady sprang out of bed.
"You are sure it is not he?"
said she.
Yes, yes, very sure. Perhaps you did not see well. Oh, if I were to see the plume of his hat, the end of his cloak, I should know him.
Milady was dressing herself all the time.
Yes, he has entered. It is for you or me. My God, how agitated you seem. Yes, I admit it. I have not your confidence. I fear the cardinal. Hush,
said Mme. Bonacieux.
Somebody is coming.
Immediately the door opened and the superior entered.
"Do you come from Boulogne?" demanded she of Milady.
Yes,
replied she, trying to recover her self-possession.
Who wants me?
"A man who will not tell his name, but who comes from the cardinal."
And who wishes to speak with me?
"Who wishes to speak to a lady recently come from Boulogne."
Then let him come in, if you please. Oh, my God, my God!
cried Mme. Bonacieux.
Can it be bad news? I fear it. I will leave you with this stranger, but as soon as he is gone, if you will permit me, I will return. Permit you? I beseech you.
The superior and Mme. Bonacieux retired. Milady remained alone with her eyes fixed upon the door. An instant later the jingling of spurs was heard upon the stairs. Steps drew near, the door opened, and a man appeared. Milady uttered a cry of joy. This man was the Comte de Rochefort, the demoniacal tool of his Eminence. End of chapter 61. Recording by jvanstan. Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 62 of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 1, The Three Musketeers by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Two varieties of demons.
Ah,
cried Milady and Rochefort together.
It is you.
Yes, it is I.
And you come?
asked Milady.
From La Rochelle. And you?
From England.
Buckingham.
Dead or desperately wounded. As I left without having been able to hear anything of him, a fanatic has just assassinated him.
Ah, said Rochefort with a smile. This is a fortunate chance, one that will delight his Eminence. Have you informed him of it?
I wrote to him from Boulogne, but what brings you here?
His Eminence was uneasy, and sent me to find you.
I only arrived yesterday.
And what have you been doing since yesterday?
I have not lost my time.
Oh, I don't doubt that.
Do you know whom I have encountered here?
No.
Guess.
How can I?
That young woman whom the queen took out of prison.
The mistress of that fellow D'Artagnan?
Yes, Mme. Bonacieux, with whose retreat the cardinal was unacquainted.
Well, well, said Rochefort, here is a chance which may pair off with the other. Monsieur Cardinal is indeed a privileged man.
Imagine my astonishment, continued Milady, when I found myself face to face with this woman.
Does she know you?
No.
Then she looks upon you as a stranger?
Milady smiled. I am her best friend.
Upon my honor, said Rochefort, it takes you, my dear Countess, to perform such miracles.
And it is well I can, Chevalier,
said Milady,
for do you know what is going on here?
No.
They will come for her tomorrow or the day after with an order from the queen.
Indeed? And who?
D'Artagnan and his friends.
Indeed. They will go so far that we shall be obliged to send them to the Bastille.
Why is it not done already?
What would you? The cardinal has a weakness for these men which I cannot comprehend."
"Indeed?"
"Yes."
"Well, then tell him this, Rochefort. Tell him that our conversation at the inn of the Red Dovecot was overheard by these four men. Tell him that after his departure, one of them came up to me and took from me by violence the safe conduct which he had given me. Tell him they warned Lord de Winter of my journey to England, that this time they nearly foiled my mission as they foiled the whole affair of the studs. Tell him that among these four men two only are to be feared, D'Artagnan and Athos. Tell him that the third, Aramis, is the lover of Madame de Chevreuse. He may be left alone, we know his secret, and it may be useful. As to the fourth, Porthos, he is a fool, a simpleton, a blustering booby, not worth troubling himself about."
"But these four men must now be at the siege of La Rochelle."
"I thought so too, but a letter which Madame Bonacieux has received from Madame the Constable, and which she has had the imprudence to show me, leads me to believe that these four men, on the contrary, are on the road hither to take her away."
"The devil! What's to be done?"
"What did the cardinal say about me?"
"I was to take your dispatches, written or verbal, and return by post. And when he shall know what you have done, he will advise what you have to do."
"I must then remain here?"
"Here or in the neighborhood."
"You cannot take me with you?"
"No, the order is imperative. Near the camp you might be recognized, and your presence, you must be aware, would compromise the cardinal."
"Then I must wait here or in the neighborhood?"
"Only tell me beforehand where you will wait for intelligence from the cardinal. Let me know always where to find you."
"Observe, it is probable that I may not be able to remain here."
"Why?"
"You forget that my enemies may arrive at any minute."
"That's true. But is this little woman, then, to escape his Eminence?"
"Bah!" said Milady, with a smile that belonged only to herself.
"You forget that I am her best friend."
"Ah, that's true. I may then tell the cardinal, with respect to this little woman—"
"That he may be at ease."
"Is that all?"
"He will know what that means."
"He will guess, at least. Now, then, what had I better do?"
"Return instantly. It appears to me that the news you bear is worth the trouble of a little diligence."
"My chaise broke down coming into Lilliers."
"Capital."
"What? Capital?"
"Yes, I want your chaise."
"And how shall I travel, then?"
"On horseback."
"You talk very comfortably. 180 leagues?"
"What's that?"
"One can do it. Afterward?"
"Afterward? Why, in passing through Lilliers, you will send me your chaise with an order to your servant to place himself at my disposal."
"Well?"
"You have, no doubt, some order from the cardinal about you?"
"I have my full power."
"Show it to the abbess, and tell her that someone will come and fetch me, either today or tomorrow, and that I am to follow the person who presents himself in your name."
"Very well."
"Don't forget to treat me harshly in speaking of me to the abbess."
"To what purpose?"
"I am a victim of the cardinal. It is necessary to inspire confidence in that poor little Madame Bonacieux."
"That's true. Now, will you make me a report of all that has happened?"
"Why, I have related the events to you. You have a good memory. Repeat what I have told you. A paper may be lost."
"You are right. Only let me know where to find you, that I may not run needlessly about the neighborhood."
"That's correct. Wait."
"Do you want a map?"
"Oh, I know this country marvelously."
"You? When were you here?"
I was brought up here.
Truly?
It is worth something, you see, to have been brought up somewhere.
You will wait for me, then?
Let me reflect a little. Ah, that will do, at Armentières.
Where is that Armentières?
A little town on the Lys. I shall only have to cross the river, and I shall be in a foreign country.
Capital. But is it understood you will only cross the river in case of danger?
That is well understood.
And in that case, how shall I know where you are?
You do not want your lackey? Is he a sure man?
To the proof.
Give him to me. Nobody knows him. I will leave him at the place I quit, and he will conduct you to me.
And you say you will wait for me at Armentières?
At Armentières?
Write that name on a bit of paper, lest I should forget it. There is nothing compromising in the name of a town. Is it not so?
Who knows? Never mind,
said Milady, writing the name on half a sheet of paper.
I will compromise myself.
Well,
said Rochefort, taking the paper from Milady, folding it, and placing it in the lining of his hat.
You may be easy. I will do as children do, for fear of losing the paper. Repeat the name along the route. Now, is that all?
I believe so.
Let us see. Buckingham dead or grievously wounded. Your conversation with the cardinal overheard by the four Musketeers. Lord de Winter warned of your arrival at Portsmouth. D'Artagnan and Athos to the Bastille. Aramis, the lover of Madame de Chevreuse. Porthos, an ass. Madame Bonacieux found again. To send you the chaise as soon as possible. To place my lackey at your disposal. To make you out a victim of the cardinal in order that the abbess may entertain no suspicion. Armentières, on the bank of the Lys. Is that all, then?
In truth, my dear Chevalier, you are a miracle of memory. Apropos, add one thing.
What?
I saw some very pretty woods which almost touch the convent garden. Say that I am permitted to walk in those woods. Who knows? Perhaps I shall stand in need of a back door for retreat.
You think of everything.
And you forget one thing.
What?
To ask me if I want money.
That's true. How much do you want?
All you have in gold.
I have 500 pistoles, or thereabouts.
I have as much. With 1,000 pistoles, one may face everything. Empty your pockets.
There.
Right, and you go.
In an hour, time to eat a morsel, during which I shall send for a post-horse.
Capital! Adieu, Chevalier.
Adieu, Countess.
Commend me to the cardinal.
Commend me to Satan.
Milady and Rochefort exchanged a smile and separated. An hour afterward, Rochefort set out at a grand gallop. 5 hours after that he passed through Arras. Our readers already know how he was recognized by D'Artagnan, and how that recognition, by inspiring fear in the four Musketeers, had given fresh activity to their journey. End of chapter 62. Recording by jvanstan. Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 63 of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 1, The Three Musketeers, by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Drop of Water. Rochefort had scarcely departed when Madame Bonacieux re-entered. She found Milady with a smiling countenance.
Well, said the young woman, what you dreaded has happened. This evening or tomorrow the cardinal will send someone to take you away. Who told you that, my dear?
asked Milady.
I heard it from the mouth of the messenger himself. Come and sit down close to me,
said Milady.
Here I am. Wait till I assure myself that nobody hears us. Why all these precautions? You shall know."
Milady arose, went to the door, opened it, looked in the corridor, and then returned and seated herself close to Mme. Bonacieux.
"Then,"
said she,
"he has well played his part." "Who has?" "He who just now presented himself to the abbess as a messenger from the cardinal." "It was then a part he was playing?" "Yes, my child." "That man, then, was not—"
"That man," said Milady, lowering her voice,
"is my brother."
"Your brother?" cried Mme. Bonacieux.
"No one must know this secret, my dear, but yourself. If you reveal it to anyone in the world, I shall be lost, and perhaps yourself likewise." "Oh, my God!" "Listen. This is what has happened. My brother, who was coming to my assistance to take me away by force if it were necessary, met with the emissary of the cardinal, who was coming in search of me. He followed him. At a solitary and retired part of the road he drew his sword, and required the messenger to deliver up to him the papers of which he was the bearer. The messenger resisted. My brother killed him." "Oh," said Mme. Bonacieux, shuddering. "Remember, that was the only means. Then my brother determined to substitute cunning for force. He took the papers and presented himself here as the emissary of the cardinal, and in an hour or two a carriage will come to take me away by the orders of his Eminence." "I understand. It is your brother who sends this carriage?" "Exactly, but that is not all. That letter you have received, and which you believe to be from Madame de Chevreuse—" "Well?" "It is a forgery." "How can that be?" "Yes, a forgery. It is a snare to prevent your making any resistance when they come to fetch you." "But it is D'Artagnan that will come." "Do not deceive yourself. D'Artagnan and his friends are detained at the siege of La Rochelle." "How do you know that?" "My brother met some emissaries of the cardinal in the uniform of Musketeers. You would have been summoned to the gate. You would have believed yourself about to meet friends. You would have been abducted and conducted back to Paris." "Oh, my God! My senses fail me amid such a chaos of iniquities. I feel if this continues," said Mme. Bonacieux, raising her hands to her forehead, "I shall go mad." "Stop." "What?" "I hear a horse's steps. It is my brother setting off again. I should like to offer him a last salute. Come." Milady opened the window and made a sign to Mme. Bonacieux to join her. The young woman complied. Rochefort passed at a gallop. "Adieu, brother!" cried Milady. The chevalier raised his head, saw the two young women, and without stopping, waved his hand in a friendly way to Milady. "The good George!" said she, closing the window with an expression of countenance full of affection and melancholy. And she resumed her seat as if plunged in reflections entirely personal. "Dear lady," said Mme. Bonacieux, "pardon me for interrupting you, but what do you advise me to do? Good heaven! You have more experience than I have. Speak, I will listen." "In the first place," said Milady, "it is possible I may be deceived, and that D'Artagnan and his friends may really come to your assistance." "Oh, that would be too much!" cried Mme. Bonacieux. "So much happiness is not in store for me." "Then you comprehend it would be only a question of time, a sort of race which should arrive first. If your friends are the more speedy, you are to be saved. If the satellites of the cardinal, you are lost." "Oh, yes, yes, lost beyond redemption! What then to do? What to do?" "There would be a very simple means, very natural." "Tell me, what?" "To wait concealed in the neighborhood, and assure yourself who are the men who come to ask for you." "But where can I wait?" "Oh, there is no difficulty in that. I shall stop and conceal myself a few leagues hence until my brother can rejoin me. Well, I take you with me. we conceal ourselves and wait together." "But I shall not be allowed to go. I am almost a prisoner." "As they believe that I go in consequence of an order from the cardinal, no one will believe you anxious to follow me." "Well?" "Well, the carriage is at the door. You bid me adieu. You mount the step to embrace me a last time. My brother's servant, who comes to fetch me, is told how to proceed. He makes a sign to the postilion, and we set off at a gallop." "But D'Artagnan, D'Artagnan, if he comes?" "Shall we not know it?" "How?" "Nothing easier. We will send my brother's servant back to Béthune, whom, as I told you, we can trust. He shall assume a disguise and place himself in front of the convent. If the emissaries of the cardinal arrive, he will take no notice. If it is Monsieur d'Artagnan and his friends, he will bring them to us." "He knows them, then?" "Doubtless. Has he not seen Monsieur d'Artagnan at my house?" "Oh, yes, yes, you are right. Thus all may go well, all may be for the best, but we do not go far from this place." "7 or 8 leagues at the most. We will keep on the frontiers, for instance, and at the first alarm we can leave France." "And what can we do there?" "Wait." "But if they come?" "My brother's carriage will be here first." "If I should happen to be any distance from you when the carriage comes for you, at dinner or supper, for instance?" "Do one thing." "What is that?" "Tell your good superior that in order that we may be as much together as possible, you ask her permission to share my repast." "Will she permit it?" "What inconvenience can it be?" "Oh, delightful! In this way we shall not be separated for an instant." "Well, go down to her, then, to make your request. I feel my head a little confused. I will take a turn in the garden." "Go, and where shall I find you?" "Here, in an hour." "Here in an hour? Oh, you are so kind, and I am so grateful." "How can I avoid interesting myself for one who is so beautiful and so amiable? Are you not the beloved of one of my best friends?" "Dear D'Artagnan! Oh, how he will thank you!" "I hope so. Now, then, all is agreed. Let us go down." "You are going into the garden?" "Yes." "Go along this corridor, down a little staircase, and you are in it." "Excellent. Thank you."
And the two women parted, exchanging charming smiles. Milady had told the truth; her head was confused, for her ill-arranged plans clashed one another like chaos. She required to be alone, that she might put her thoughts a little into order. She saw vaguely the future, but she stood in need of a little silence and quiet to give all her ideas, as yet confused, a distinct form and a regular plan. What was most pressing was to get Mme. Bonacieux away and convey her to a place of safety, and there, if matters required, make her a hostage. Milady began to have doubts of the issue of this terrible duel, in which her enemies showed as much perseverance as she did animosity. Besides, she felt as we feel when a storm is coming on, that this issue was near, and could not fail to be terrible. The principal thing for her, then, was, as we have said, to keep Mme. Bonacieux in her power. Mme. Bonacieux was the very life of D'Artagnan. This was more than his life, the life of the woman he loved. This was, in case of ill fortune, a means of temporizing and obtaining good conditions. Now, this point was settled. Mme. Bonacieux, without any suspicion, accompanied her. Once concealed with her at Armentières, it would be easy to make her believe that D'Artagnan had not come to Béthune. In 15 days at most, Rochefort would be back. Besides, during that 15 days she would have time to think how she could best avenge herself on the four friends. She would not be weary, thank God, for she should enjoy the sweetest pastimes such events could accord a woman of her character, perfecting a beautiful vengeance. Resolving all this in her mind, she cast her eyes around her and arranged the topography of the garden in her head. Milady was like a good general who contemplates at the same time victory and defeat, and who is quite prepared, according to the chances of the battle, to march forward or to beat a retreat. At the end of an hour she heard a soft voice calling her. It was Mme. Bonacieux's. The good abbess had naturally consented to her request, and as a commencement they were to sup together. On reaching the courtyard, they heard the noise of a carriage which stopped at the gate. Milady listened.
"Do you hear anything?"
said she.
"Yes, the rolling of a carriage."
"It is the one my brother sends for us."
"Oh, my God!"
"Come, come, courage!"
The bell of the convent gate was sounded. Milady was not mistaken.
"Go to your chamber," said she to Mme. Bonacieux. "You have perhaps some jewels you would like to take?"
"I have his letters,"
said she. "Well, go and fetch them and come to my apartment. We will snatch some supper. We shall perhaps travel part of the night, and we must keep up our strength."
"Great God!"
said Mme. Bonacieux, placing her hand upon her bosom.
"My heart beats so I cannot walk."
"Courage, courage! Remember that in a quarter of an hour you will be safe, and think that what you are about to do is for his sake."
"Yes, yes, everything for him. You have restored my courage by a single word. Go, I will rejoin you."
Milady ran up to her apartment quickly. She there found Rochefort's lackey and gave him his instructions. He was to wait at the gate. If by chance the Musketeers should appear, the carriage was to set off as fast as possible, pass around the convent, and go and wait for Milady at a little village which was situated at the other side of the wood. In this case, Milady would cross the garden and gain the village on foot. As we have already said, Milady was admirably acquainted with this part of France. If the Musketeers did not appear, things were to go on as had been agreed. Mme. Bonacieux was to get into the carriage as if to bid her adieu, and she was to take away Mme. Bonacieux. Mme. Bonacieux came in, and to remove all suspicion, if she had any, Milady repeated to the lackey before her the latter part of her instructions. Milady asked some questions about the carriage. It was a chaise drawn by 3 horses, driven by a postillion. Rochefort's lackey would precede it as courier. Milady was wrong in fearing that Mme. Bonacieux would have any suspicion. The poor young woman was too pure to suppose that any female could be guilty of such perfidy. Besides, the name of the Comtesse de Winter, which she had heard the abbess pronounce, was wholly unknown to her, and she was even ignorant that a woman had had so great and so fatal a share in the misfortune of her life.
"You see," said she, when the lackey had gone out, "everything is ready. The abbess suspects nothing and believes that I am taken by order of the cardinal. This man goes to give his last orders. Take the least thing, drink a finger of wine, and let us be gone."
"Yes,"
said Mme. Bonacieux mechanically.
"Yes, let us be gone."
Milady made her a sign to sit down opposite, poured her a small glass of Spanish wine, and helped her to the wing of a chicken.
"See," said she, "if everything does not second us. Here is night coming on. By daybreak we shall have reached our retreat, and nobody can guess where we are. Come, courage! Take something."
Mme. Bonacieux ate a few mouthfuls mechanically, and just touched the glass with her lips.
"Come, come," said Milady, lifting hers to her mouth. "Do as I do."
But at the moment the glass touched her lips, her hand remained suspended. She heard something on the road which sounded like the rattling of a distant gallop. Then it grew nearer, and it seemed to her almost at the same time that she heard the neighing of horses. This noise acted upon her joy like the storm which awakens the sleeper in the midst of a happy dream. She grew pale and ran to the window, while Mme. Bonacieux, rising all in a tremble, supported herself upon her chair to avoid falling. Nothing was yet to be seen, only they heard the galloping draw nearer.
"Oh, my God!"
said Mme. Bonacieux.
"What is that noise?"
"That of either our friends or our enemies," said Milady with her terrible coolness. "Stay where you are, I will tell you."
Mme. Bonacieux remained standing, mute, motionless, and pale as a statue. The noise became louder. The horses could not be more than 150 paces distant. If they were not yet to be seen, it was because the road made an elbow. The noise became so distinct that the horses might be counted by the rattle of their hoofs. Milady gazed with all the power of her attention. It was just light enough for her to see who was coming. All at once, at the turning of the road, she saw the glitter of laced hats and the waving of feathers. She counted 2, then 5, then 8 horsemen. One of them preceded the rest by double the length of his horse. Milady uttered a stifled groan. In the first horseman she recognized D'Artagnan.
"Oh, my God, my God!"
cried Mme. Bonacieux.
"What is it?" "It is the uniform of the cardinal's Guards. Not an instant to be lost. Fly, fly!" "Yes, yes, let us fly!"
repeated Mme. Bonacieux, but without being able to make a step, glued as she was to the spot by terror. They heard the horsemen pass under the windows.
"Come then, come then!"
cried Milady, trying to drag the young woman along by the arm.
"Thanks to the garden, we yet can flee. I have the key, but make haste. In 5 minutes it will be too late."
Mme. Bonacieux tried to walk, made 2 steps, and sank upon her knees. Milady tried to raise and carry her, but could not do it. At this moment they heard the rolling of the carriage, which at the approach of the Musketeers set off at a gallop. Then 3 or 4 shots were fired.
"For the last time, will you come?"
cried Milady.
"Oh, my God, my God! You see my strength fails me. You see plainly I cannot walk. Flee alone." "Flee alone, and leave you here? No, no, never!"
cried Milady. All at once she paused. A livid flash darted from her eyes. She ran to the table, emptied into Mme. Bonacieux's glass the contents of a ring, which she opened with singular quickness. It was a grain of a reddish color, which dissolved immediately. Then taking the glass with a firm hand, she said, "Drink. This wine will give you strength. Drink." And she put the glass to the lips of the young woman, who drank mechanically. "This is not the way that I wish to avenge myself," said Milady, replacing the glass upon the table with an infernal smile. "But, my faith, we do what we can." And she rushed out of the room. Mme. Bonacieux saw her go without being able to follow her. She was like people who dream they are pursued and who in vain try to walk. A few moments passed. A great noise was heard at the gate. Every instant Mme. Bonacieux expected to see Milady, but she did not return. Several times, with terror no doubt, the cold sweat burst from her burning brow. At length she heard the grating of the hinges of the opening gates. The noise of boots and spurs resounded on the stairs. There was a great murmur of voices, which continued to draw near, amid which she seemed to hear her own name pronounced. All at once she uttered a loud cry of joy and darted toward the door. She had recognized the voice of D'Artagnan.
"D'Artagnan, D'Artagnan!"
cried she.
"Is it you? This way, this way!"
"Constance, Constance!" replied the young man. "Where are you? Where are you? My God!" At the same moment the door of the cell yielded to a shock. Rather than opened, several men rushed into the chamber. Mme. Bonacieux had sunk into an armchair, without the power of moving. D'Artagnan threw down a yet smoking pistol, which he held in his hand, and fell on his knees before his mistress. Athos replaced his in his belt. Porthos and Aramis, who held their drawn swords in their hands, returned them to their scabbards.
"Oh, D'Artagnan, my beloved D'Artagnan! You have come, then, at last? You have not deceived me? It is indeed thee!"
"Yes, yes, Constance, reunited."
"Oh, it was in vain she told me you would not come. I hoped in silence. I was not willing to fly. Oh, I have done well. How happy I am!"
At this word she, Athos, who had seated himself quietly, started up. "She? What she?" asked D'Artagnan.
"Why, my companion. She who out of friendship for me wished to take me from my persecutors. She who, mistaking you for the cardinal's Guards, has just fled away."
"Your companion?" cried D'Artagnan, becoming more pale than the white veil of his mistress. "Of what companion are you speaking, dear Constance?"
"Of her whose carriage was at the gate, of a woman who calls herself your friend, of a woman to whom you have told everything."
"Her name! Her name!" cried D'Artagnan. "My God, can you not remember her name?"
"Yes, it was pronounced in my hearing once. Stop, but it is very strange. Oh, my God, my head swims. I cannot see."
"Help! Help, my friends! Her hands are icy cold!" cried D'Artagnan. "She is ill! Great God, she is losing her senses!" While Porthos was calling for help with all the power of his strong voice, Aramis ran to the table to get a glass of water, but he stopped at seeing the horrible alteration that had taken place in the countenance of Athos, who, standing before the table, his hair rising from his head, his eyes fixed in stupor, was looking at one of the glasses, and appeared a prey to the most horrible doubt. "Oh," said Athos, "oh, no, it is impossible. God would not permit such a crime." "Water! Water!" cried D'Artagnan. "Water!" "Oh, poor woman, murmured Athos in a broken voice. Mme. Bonacieux opened her eyes under the kisses of D'Artagnan. "She revives!" cried the young man. "Oh, my God, I thank thee!" "Madame," said Athos, "madame, in the name of heaven, whose empty glass is this?"
"Mine, monsieur,"
said the young woman in a dying voice. "But who poured the wine for you that was in this glass?"
"She."
"But who is she?"
"Oh, I remember,"
said Mme. Bonacieux,
"the Comtesse de Winter."
The four friends uttered one and the same cry, but that of Athos dominated all the rest. At that moment, the countenance of Mme. Bonacieux became livid. A fearful agony pervaded her frame, and she sank panting into arms of Porthos and Aramis. D'Artagnan seized the hands of Athos with an anguish difficult to be described.
"And what do you believe?"
His voice was stifled by sobs. "I believe everything," said Athos, biting his lips till the blood sprang to avoid sighing.
"D'Artagnan, D'Artagnan!"
cried Mme. Bonacieux.
"Where art thou? Do not leave me. You see, I am dying."
D'Artagnan released the hands of Athos, which he still held clasped in both his own, and hastened to her. Her beautiful face was distorted with agony. Her glassy eyes had no longer their sight. A convulsive shuddering shook her whole body. The sweat rolled from her brow.
"In the name of heaven, run! Call! Aramis! Porthos! Call for help!"
"Useless," said Athos, "useless. For the poison which she pours, there is no antidote."
Yes, yes. Help! Help!"
murmured Mme. Bonacieux.
"Help!"
Then, collecting all her strength, she took the head of the young man between her hands, looked at him for an instant as if her whole soul passed into that look, and with a sobbing cry pressed her lips to his. "Constance! Constance!" cried D'Artagnan. A sigh escaped from the mouth of Mme. Bonacieux, and dwelt for an instant on the lips of D'Artagnan. That sigh was the soul, so chaste and so loving, which reascended to heaven. D'Artagnan pressed nothing but a corpse in his arms. The young man uttered a cry, and fell by the side of his mistress as pale and as icy as herself. Porthos wept. Aramis pointed toward heaven. Athos made the sign of the cross. At that moment a man appeared in the doorway, almost as pale as those in the chamber. He looked around him and saw Mme. Bonacieux dead, and D'Artagnan in a swoon. He appeared just at that moment of stupor which follows great catastrophes. "I was not deceived," said he. "Here is Monsieur d'Artagnan, and you are his friends, Messieurs Athos, Porthos, and Aramis." The persons whose names were thus pronounced looked at the stranger with astonishment. It seemed to all three that they knew him.
"Gentlemen," resumed the newcomer, "you are, as I am, in search of a woman who," added he with a terrible smile, "must have passed this way, for I see a corpse."
The three friends remained mute, for although the voice as well as the countenance reminded them of someone they had seen, they could not remember under what circumstances.
"Gentlemen," continued the stranger, "since you do not recognize a man who probably owes his life to you twice, I must name myself. I am Lord de Winter, brother-in-law of that woman."
The three friends uttered a cry of surprise. Athos rose, and offering him his hand,
"Be welcome, my lord," said he. "You are one of us."
"I set out 5 hours after her from Portsmouth," said Lord de Winter. "I arrived 3 hours after her at Boulogne. I missed her by 20 minutes at St. Omer. Finally, at Lilliers, I lost all trace of her. I was going about at random, inquiring of everybody, when I saw you gallop past. I recognized Monsieur d'Artagnan. I called to you, but you did not answer me. I wished to follow you, but my horse was too much fatigued to go at the same pace with yours. And yet it appears, in spite of all your diligence, you have arrived too late."
"You see," said Athos, pointing to Mme. Bonacieux, dead,
and to D'Artagnan, whom Porthos and Aramis were trying to recall to life.
"Are they both dead?"
asked Lord de Winter sternly.
"No," replied Athos. "Fortunately, Monsieur d'Artagnan has only fainted."
"Ah, indeed, so much the better,"
said Lord de Winter. At that moment D'Artagnan opened his eyes. He tore himself from the arms of Porthos and Aramis and threw himself like a madman on the corpse of his mistress. Athos rose, walked toward his friend with a slow and solemn step, embraced him tenderly, and as he burst into violent sobs, he said to him with his noble and persuasive voice,
"Friend, be a man. Women weep for the dead. Men, avenge them."
"Oh, yes," cried D'Artagnan. "Yes, if it be to avenge her, I am ready to follow you."
Athos profited by this moment of strength which the hope of vengeance restored to his unfortunate friend to make a sign to Porthos and Aramis to go and fetch the superior. The two friends met her in the corridor. Greatly troubled and much upset by such strange events, she called some of the nuns who, against all monastic custom, found themselves in the presence of 5 men.
"Madame," said Athos, passing his arm under that of D'Artagnan, "we abandon to your pious care the body of that unfortunate woman. She was an angel on earth before being an angel in heaven. Treat her as one of your sisters. We will return someday to pray over her grave."
D'Artagnan concealed his face in the bosom of Athos and sobbed aloud.
"Weep," said Athos, "weep, heart full of love, youth, and life. Alas, would I could weep like you."
And he drew away his friend, as affectionate as a father, as consoling as a priest, noble as a man who has suffered much. All 5, followed by their lackeys leading their horses, took their way to the town of Béthune, whose outskirts they perceived, and stopped before the first inn they came to.
"But," said D'Artagnan, "shall we not pursue that woman?"
"Later," said Athos. "I have measures to take."
"She will escape us," replied the young man. "She will escape us, and it will be your fault, Athos."
"I will be accountable for her," said Athos.
D'Artagnan had so much confidence in the word of his friend that he lowered his head and entered the inn without reply. Porthos and Aramis regarded each other, not understanding this assurance of Athos. Lord de Winter believed he spoke in this manner to soothe the grief of D'Artagnan.
"Now, gentlemen,"
said Athos, when he had ascertained there were 5 chambers free in the hôtel,
"let everyone retire to his own apartment. D'Artagnan needs to be alone, to weep and to sleep. I take charge of everything. Be easy."
"It appears, however," said Lord de Winter, "if there are any measures to take against the Countess, it concerns me. She is my sister-in-law."
"And me," said Athos. "She is my wife."
D'Artagnan smiled, for he understood that Athos was sure of his vengeance when he revealed such a secret. Porthos and Aramis looked at each other and grew pale. Lord de Winter thought Athos was mad.
"Now retire to your chambers," said Athos, "and leave me to act. You must perceive that in my quality of a husband this concerns me. Only, D'Artagnan, if you have not lost it, give me the paper which fell from that man's hat, upon which is written the name of the village of—"
"Ah," said D'Artagnan, "I comprehend. That name written in her hand."
"You see, then," said Athos, "there is a God in heaven still."
End of chapter 63. Recording by jvanstan. Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 64 of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 1, The Three Musketeers, by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Man in the Red Cloak. The despair of Athos had given place to a concentrated grief, which only rendered more lucid the brilliant mental faculties of that extraordinary man. Possessed by one single thought, that of the promise he had made and of the responsibility he had taken, he retired last to his chamber, begged the host to procure him a map of the province, bent over it, examined every line traced upon it, perceived that there were 4 different roads from Béthune to Armentières, and summoned the lackeys. Planchet, Grimaud, Bazin, and Mousqueton presented themselves, and received clear, positive, and serious orders from Athos. They must set out the next morning at daybreak and go to Armentières, each by a different route. Planchet, the most intelligent of the 4, was to follow that by which the carriage had gone upon which the 4 friends had fired, and which was accompanied, as may be remembered, by Rochefort's servant. Athos set the lackeys to work first, because, since these men had been in the service of himself and his friends, he had discovered in each of them different and essential qualities. Then, lackeys who ask questions inspire less mistrust than masters, and meet with more sympathy among those to whom they address themselves. Besides, Milady knew the masters and did not know the lackeys. On the contrary, the lackeys knew Milady perfectly. All 4 were to meet the next day at 11 o'clock. If they had discovered Milady's retreat, 3 were to remain on guard. The 4th was to return to Béthune in order to inform Athos and serve as a guide to the 4 friends. These arrangements made, the lackeys retired. Athos then rose from his chair, girded on his sword, enveloped himself in his cloak, and left the hôtel. It was nearly 10 o'clock. At 10 o'clock in the evening, it is well known, the streets in provincial towns are very little frequented. Athos, nevertheless, was visibly anxious to find someone of whom he could ask a question. At length he met a belated passenger, went up to him and spoke a few words to him. The man he addressed recoiled with terror, and only answered the few words of the Musketeer by pointing. Athos offered the man half a pistole to accompany him, but the man refused. Athos then plunged into the street the man had indicated with his finger, but arriving at 4 crossroads, he stopped again, visibly embarrassed. Nevertheless, as the crossroads offered him a better chance than any other place of meeting somebody, he stood still. In a few minutes a night watch passed. Athos repeated to him the same question he had asked the first person he met. The night watch evinced the same terror, refused in his turn to accompany Athos, and only pointed with his hand to the road he was to take. Athos walked in the direction indicated, and reached the suburb situated at the opposite extremity of the city from that by which he and his friends had entered it. There he again appeared uneasy and embarrassed, and stopped for the 3rd time. Fortunately, a mendicant passed, who, coming up to Athos to ask charity, Athos offered him half a crown to accompany him where he was going. The mendicant hesitated at first, but at the sight of the piece of silver which shone in the darkness, he consented, and walked on before Athos. Arrived at the angle of a street, he pointed to a small house, isolated, solitary, and dismal. Athos went toward the house, while the mendicant, who had received his reward, left as fast as his legs could carry him. Athos went round the house before he could distinguish the door, amid the red color in which the house was painted. No light appeared through the chinks of the shutters, no noise gave reason to believe that it was inhabited. It was dark and silent as the tomb. 3 times Athos knocked without receiving an answer. At the third knock, however, steps were heard inside. The door at length was opened, and a man appeared of high stature, pale complexion, and black hair and beard. Athos and he exchanged some words in a low voice. Then the tall man made a sign to the Musketeer that he might come in. Athos immediately profited by the permission, and the door was closed behind him. The man whom Athos had come so far to seek, and whom he had found with so much trouble, introduced him into his laboratory, where he was engaged in fastening together with iron wire the dry bones of a skeleton. All the frame was adjusted except the head which lay on the table. All the rest of the furniture indicated that the dweller in this house occupied himself with the study of natural science. There were large bottles filled with serpents, ticketed according to their species. Dried lizards shone like emeralds set in great squares of black wood, and bunches of wild odoriferous herbs, doubtless possessed of virtues unknown to common men, were fastened to the ceiling and hung down in the corners of the apartment. There was no family, no servant. The tall man alone inhabited this house. Athos cast a cold and indifferent glance upon the objects we have described, and at the invitation of him whom he came to seek sat down near him. Then he explained to him the cause of his visit, and the service he required of him. But scarcely had he expressed his request when the unknown, who remained standing before the Musketeer, drew back with signs of terror and refused. Then Athos took from his pocket a small paper, on which 2 lines were written, accompanied by a signature and a seal, and presented them to him who had made too prematurely these signs of repugnance. The tall man had scarcely read these lines, seen the signature, and recognized the seal, when he bowed to denote that he had no longer any objection to make, and that he was ready to obey. Athos required no more. He arose, bowed, went out, returned by the same way he came, re-entered the hôtel, and went to his apartment. At daybreak D'Artagnan entered the chamber and demanded what was to be done. "To wait," replied Athos. Some minutes after, the superior of the convent sent to inform the Musketeers that the burial would take place at midday. As to the poisoner, they had heard no tidings of her whatever, only that she must have made her escape through the garden, on the sand of which her footsteps could be traced, and the door of which had been found shut. As to the key, it had disappeared. At the hour appointed, Lord de Winter and the 4 friends repaired to the convent. The bells tolled, the chapel was open, the grating of the choir was closed. In the middle of the choir, the body of the victim, clothed in her novitiate dress, was exposed. On each side of the choir and behind the gratings opening to the convent was assembled the whole community of the Carmelites, who listened to the divine service, and mingled their chant with the chant of priests, without seeing the profane or being seen by them. At the door of the chapel, D'Artagnan felt his courage fall anew, and returned to look for Athos, but Athos had disappeared. Faithful to his mission of vengeance, Athos had requested to be conducted to the garden, and there upon the sand, following the light steps of this woman, who left sharp tracks wherever she went, he advanced toward the gate which led into the wood, and causing it to be opened, he went out into the forest. Then all his suspicions were confirmed. The road by which the carriage had disappeared encircled the forest. Athos followed the road for some time, his eyes fixed upon the ground. Slight stains of blood, which came from the wound inflicted upon the man who accompanied the carriage as a courier, or from one of the horses, dotted the road. At the end of 3/4 of a league, within 50 paces of Festubert, a larger bloodstain appeared. The ground was trampled by horses. Between the forest and this accursed spot, a little behind the trampled ground, was the same track of small feet as in the garden. The carriage had stopped here. At this spot Milady had come out of the wood and entered the carriage. Satisfied with this discovery, which confirmed all his suspicions, Athos returned to the hôtel and found Planchet impatiently waiting for him. Everything was as Athos had foreseen. Planchet had followed the road. Like Athos, he had discovered the stains of blood. Like Athos, he had noted the spot where the horses had halted. But he had gone farther than Athos, for at the village of Festubert, while drinking at an inn, he had learned without needing to ask a question that the evening before, at 8:30, a wounded man who accompanied a lady traveling in a post-chaise had been obliged to stop, unable to go further. The accident was set down to the account of robbers who had stopped the chaise in the wood. The man remained in the village. The woman had had a relay of horses and continued her journey. Planchet went in search of the postillion who had driven her and found him. He had taken the lady as far as Fromelles, and from Fromelles she had set out for Armentières. Planchet took the crossroad, and by 7 o'clock in the morning he was at Armentières. There was but one tavern, the Post. Planchet went and presented himself as a lackey out of a place, who was in search of a situation. He had not chatted 10 minutes with the people of the tavern before he learned that a woman had come there alone about 11 o'clock the night before, had engaged a chamber, had sent for the master of the hôtel, and told him she desired to remain some time in the neighborhood. Planchet had no need to learn more. He hastened to the rendezvous, found the lackeys at their posts, placed them as sentinels at all the outlets of the hôtel, and came to find Athos, who had just received this information when his friends returned. All their countenances were melancholy and gloomy, even the mild countenance of Aramis.
"What is to be done?"
asked D'Artagnan.
"To wait,"
replied Athos. Each retired to his own apartment. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Athos ordered the horses to be saddled, and Lord de Winter and his friends notified that they must prepare for the expedition. In an instant, all 5 were ready. Each examined his arms and put them in order. Athos came down last, and found D'Artagnan already on horseback and growing impatient.
"Patience!" cried Athos. "One of our party is still wanting."
The 4 horsemen looked round them with astonishment, for they sought vainly in their minds to know who this other person could be. At this moment Planchet brought out Athos's horse. The Musketeer leaped lightly into the saddle.
"Wait for me," cried he. "I will soon be back."
And he set off at a gallop. In a quarter of an hour he returned, accompanied by a tall man, masked and wrapped in a large red cloak. Lord de Winter and the 3 Musketeers looked at one another inquiringly. Neither could give the others any information, for all were ignorant who this man could be. Nevertheless, they felt convinced that all was as it should be, as it was done by the order of Athos. At 9 o'clock, guided by Planchet, the little cavalcade set out, taking the route the carriage had taken. It was a melancholy sight, that of these 6 men, traveling in silence, each plunged in his own thoughts, sad as despair, gloomy as chastisement. End of chapter 64. Recording by jvanstan. Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 65 of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 1, The Three Musketeers, by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Trial. It was a stormy and dark night. Vast clouds covered the heavens, concealing the stars. The moon would not rise till midnight. Occasionally, by the light of a flash of lightning which gleamed along the horizon, the road stretched itself out before them, white and solitary. The flash extinct, all remained in darkness. Every minute Athos was forced to restrain D'Artagnan, constantly in advance of the little troop, and to beg him to keep in the line, which in an instant he again departed from. He had but one thought, to go forward, and he went. They passed in silence through the little village of Festubert, where the wounded servant was, and then skirted the wood of Richebourg. At Herlier, Planchet, who led the column, turned to the left. Several times Lord de Winter, Porthos, or Aramis tried to talk with the man in the red cloak, but to every interrogation which they put to him, he bowed without response. The travelers then comprehended that there must be some reason why the unknown preserved such a silence, and ceased to address themselves to him. The storm increased, the flashes succeeded one another more rapidly, the thunder began to growl, and the wind, the precursor of a hurricane, whistled in the plumes and the hair of the horsemen. The cavalcade trotted on more sharply. A little before they came to Fromelles, the storm burst. They spread their cloaks. There remained 3 leagues to travel, and they did it amid torrents of rain. D'Artagnan took off his hat, and could not be persuaded to make use of his cloak. He found pleasure in feeling the water trickle over his burning brow and over his body, agitated by feverish shudders. The moment the little troop passed Goskal and were approaching the post, a man sheltered beneath a tree detached himself from the trunk with which he had been confounded in the darkness, and advanced into the middle of the road, putting his finger to his lips. Athos recognized Grimaud. "What's the matter?" cried Athos. "Has she left Armentières?" Grimaud made a sign in the affirmative. D'Artagnan ground his teeth. "Silence, D'Artagnan," said Athos. "I have charged myself with this affair. It is for me, then, to interrogate Grimaud." "Where is she?" asked Athos. Grimaud extended his hands in the direction of the Lys. "Far from here?" asked Athos. Grimaud showed his master his forefinger bent. "Alone?" asked Athos. Grimaud made the sign yes. "Gentlemen," said Athos, "she is alone within half a league of us, in the direction of the river." "That's well," said D'Artagnan. "Lead us, Grimaud." Grimaud took his course across the country, and acted as guide to the cavalcade. At the end of 500 paces, more or less, they came to a rivulet, which they forded. By the aid of the lightning, they perceived the village of Erkenheim. "Is she there, Grimaud?" asked Athos. Grimaud shook his head negatively. "Silence, then!" cried Athos, and the troop continued their route. Another flash illuminated all around them. Grimaud extended his arm, and by the bluish splendor of the fiery serpent they distinguished a little isolated house on the banks of the river, within 100 paces of a ferry. One window was lighted. "Here we are," said Athos. At this moment a man who had been crouching in a ditch jumped up and came toward them. It was Mousqueton. He pointed his finger to the lighted window. "She is there," said he. "And Bazin?" asked Athos. "While I watched the window, he guarded the door." "Good," said Athos. "You are good and faithful servants." Athos sprang from his horse, gave the bridle to Grimaud, and advanced toward the window, after having made a sign to the rest of the troop to go toward the door. The little house was surrounded by a low, quickset hedge, 2 or 3 feet high. Athos sprang over the hedge and went up to the window, which was without shutters, but had the half curtains closely drawn. He mounted the skirting stone that his eyes might look over the curtain. By the light of a lamp he saw a woman, wrapped in a dark mantle, seated upon a stool near a dying fire. Her elbows were placed upon a mean table, and she leaned her head upon her 2 hands, which were white as ivory. He could not distinguish her countenance, but a sinister smile passed over the lips of Athos. He was not deceived. It was she whom he sought. At this moment a horse neighed. Milady raised her head, saw close to the panes the pale face of Athos, and screamed. Athos, perceiving that she knew him, pushed the window with his knee and hand. The window yielded. The squares were broken to shivers, and Athos, like the spectre of vengeance, leaped into the room. Milady rushed to the door and opened it. More pale and menacing than Athos, D'Artagnan stood on the threshold. Milady recoiled. uttering a cry. D'Artagnan, believing she might have means of flight, and fearing she should escape, drew a pistol from his belt, but Athos raised his hand. "Put back that weapon, D'Artagnan," said he. "This woman must be tried, not assassinated. Wait an instant, my friend, and you shall be satisfied. Come in, gentlemen." D'Artagnan obeyed, for Athos had the solemn voice and the powerful gesture of a judge sent by the Lord himself. Behind D'Artagnan entered Porthos, Aramis, Lord de Winter, and the man in the red cloak. The four lackeys guarded the door and the window. Milady had sunk into a chair with her hands extended, as if to conjure this terrible apparition. Perceiving her brother-in-law, she uttered a terrible cry.
"What do you want?"
screamed Milady.
"We want," said Athos, "Charlotte Backson, who first was called Comtesse de la Fère, and afterwards Milady de Winter, Baroness of Sheffield."
"That is I, that is I,"
murmured Milady in extreme terror.
"What do you want?"
"We wish to judge you according to your crime," said Athos. "You shall be free to defend yourself. Justify yourself if you can. Monsieur d'Artagnan, it is for you to accuse her first."
D'Artagnan advanced. "Before God and before men," said he, "I accuse this woman of having poisoned Constance Bonacieux, who died yesterday evening." He turned toward Porthos and Aramis. "We bear witness to this," said the two Musketeers with one voice. D'Artagnan continued, "Before God and before men, I accuse this woman of having attempted to poison me in wine which she sent me from Villeroy, with a forged letter, as if that wine came from my friends. God preserved me, but a man named Brisemont died in my place." "We bear witness to this," said Porthos and Aramis, in the same manner as before. "Before God and before men, I accuse this woman of having urged me to the murder of the Baron de Wardes. But as no one else can attest the truth of this accusation, I attest it myself. I have done." And D'Artagnan passed to the other side of the room with Porthos and Aramis.
"Your turn, my lord,"
said Athos. The baron came forward. "Before God and before men," said he, "I accuse this woman of having caused the assassination of the Duke of Buckingham." "The Duke of Buckingham assassinated?" cried all present with one voice.
"Yes," said the baron, "assassinated.
On receiving the warning letter you wrote to me, I had this woman arrested and gave her in charge to a loyal servant. She corrupted this man. She placed the poniard in his hand. She made him kill the duke. And at this moment, perhaps, Felton is paying with his head for the crime of this fury."
A shudder crept through the judges at the revelation of these unknown crimes.
"That is not all," resumed Lord de Winter. "My brother, who made you his heir, died in 3 hours of a strange disorder which left vivid traces all over the body. My sister, how did your husband die?"
"Horror!" cried Porthos and Aramis.
"Assassin of Buckingham, assassin of Felton, assassin of my brother, I demand justice upon you, and I swear that if it be not granted to me, I will execute it myself."
And Lord de Winter ranged himself by the side of D'Artagnan, leaving the place free for another accuser. Milady let her head sink between her two hands and tried to recall her ideas, whirling in a mortal vertigo.
"My turn,"
said Athos, himself trembling as the lion trembles at the sight of the serpent.
"My turn. I married that woman when she was a young girl. I married her in opposition to the wishes of all my family. I gave her my wealth, I gave her my name, and one day I discovered that this woman was branded. This woman was marked with a fleur-de-lis on her left shoulder."
"Oh," said Milady, raising herself, "I defy you to find any tribunal which pronounced that infamous sentence against me. I defy you to find him who executed it."
"Silence,"
said a hollow voice.
"It is for me to reply to that."
And the man in the red cloak came forward in his turn.
"What man is that? What man is that?"
cried Milady, suffocated by terror, her hair loosening itself and rising above her livid countenance as if alive. All eyes were turned toward this man, for to all except Athos he was unknown. Even Athos looked at him with as much stupefaction as the others, for he knew not how he could in any way find himself mixed up with the horrible drama then unfolded. After approaching Milady with a slow and solemn step, so that the table alone separated them, the unknown took off his mask. Milady for some time examined with increasing terror that pale face, framed with black hair and whiskers, the only expression of which was icy impassibility. Then she suddenly cried,
"Oh, no, no!"
rising and retreating to the very wall.
"No, no! It is an infernal apparition! It is not he! Help! Help!"
screamed she, turning toward the wall as if she would tear an opening with her hands. "Who are you, then?" cried all the witnesses of this scene.
"Ask that woman,"
said the man in the red cloak.
"for you may plainly see she knows me."
"The executioner of Lille! The executioner of Lille!"
cried Milady, a prey to insensate terror, and clinging with her hands to the wall to avoid falling. Everyone drew back, and the man in the red cloak remained standing alone in the middle of the room.
"Oh, grace, grace, pardon!"
cried the wretch, falling on her knees. The unknown waited for silence, and then resumed.
"I told you well that she would know me. Yes, I am the executioner of Lille, and this is my history."
All eyes were fixed upon this man, whose words were listened to with anxious attention.
"That woman was once a young girl, as beautiful as she is today. She was a nun in the convent of the Benedictines of Temple Mar. A young priest, with a simple and trustful heart, performed the duties of the church of that convent. She undertook his seduction and succeeded. She would have seduced a saint. Their vows were sacred and irrevocable. Their connection could not last long without ruining both. She prevailed upon him to leave the country. But to leave the country, to fly together, to reach another part of France where they might live at ease, because unknown money was necessary. Neither had any. The priest stole the sacred vases and sold them. But as they were preparing to escape together, they were both arrested. 8 days later, she had seduced the son of the jailer and escaped. The young priest was condemned to 10 years of imprisonment and to be branded. I was executioner of the city of Lille, as this woman had said. I was obliged to brand the guilty one, and he, gentlemen, was my brother. I then swore that this woman who had ruined him, who was more than his accomplice since she had urged him to the crime, should at least share his punishment. I suspected where she was concealed. I followed her. I caught her. I bound her, and I imprinted the same disgraceful mark upon her that I had imprinted upon my poor brother. The day after my return to Lille, my brother in his turn succeeded in making his escape. I was accused of complicity, and was condemned to remain in his place till he should be again a prisoner. My poor brother was ignorant of this sentence. He rejoined this woman. They fled together into Berry, and there he obtained a little curacy. This woman passed for his sister. The lord of the estate on which the chapel of the curacy was situated saw this pretend sister, and became enamored of her, amorous to such a degree that he proposed to marry her. Then she quitted him. She had ruined for him. She was destined to ruin, and became the Comtesse de la Fère.
All eyes were turned toward Athos, whose real name that was, and who made a sign with his head that all was true which the executioner had said.
"Then," resumed he, "mad, desperate, determined to get rid of an existence from which she had stolen everything, honor and happiness, my poor brother returned to Lille, and learning the sentence which had condemned me in his place, surrendered himself, and hanged himself that same night from the iron bar of the loophole of his prison. To do justice to them who had condemned me, they kept their word. As soon as the identity of my brother was proved, I was set at liberty. That is the crime of which I accuse her. That is the cause for which she was branded."
"Monsieur d'Artagnan," said Athos, "what is the penalty you demand against this woman?"
"The punishment of death," replied D'Artagnan.
"My Lord de Winter," continued Athos, "what is the penalty you demand against this woman?"
"The punishment of death," replied Lord de Winter.
"Messieurs Porthos and Aramis," repeated Athos, "you who are her judges, what is the sentence you pronounce upon this woman?"
"The punishment of death," replied the Musketeers, in a hollow voice. Milady uttered a frightful shriek, and dragged herself along several paces upon her knees toward her judges. Athos stretched out his hand toward her.
"Charlotte Backson, Comtesse de la Fère, Milady de Winter," said he, "your crimes have wearied men on earth and God in heaven. If you know a prayer, say it, for you are condemned, and you shall die."
At these words, which left no hope, Milady raised herself in all her pride and wished to speak, but her strength failed her. She felt that a powerful and implacable hand seized her by the hair and dragged her away as irrevocably as fatality drags humanity. She did not, therefore, even attempt the least resistance, and went out of the cottage. Lord de Winter, D'Artagnan, Athos, Porthos, and Aramis went out close behind her. The lackeys followed their masters, and the chamber was left solitary, with its broken window, its open door, and its smoky lamp burning sadly on the table. End of chapter 65. Recording by jvanstan. Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 66 of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 1, The Three Musketeers, by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Execution. It was near midnight. The moon, lessened by its decline, and reddened by the last traces of the storm, arose behind the little town of Armentières, which showed against its pale light the dark outline of its houses and the skeleton of its high belfry. In front of them the Lys rolled its waters like a river of molten tin, while on the other side was a black mass of trees, profiled on a stormy sky, invaded by large coppery clouds which created a sort of twilight amid the night. On the left was an old abandoned mill, with its motionless wings, from the ruins of which an owl threw out its shrill, periodical, and monotonous cry. On the right and on the left of the road, which the dismal procession pursued, appeared a few low, stunted trees, which looked like deformed dwarfs crouching down to watch men traveling at this sinister hour. From time to time, a broad sheet of lightning opened the horizon in its whole width, darted like a serpent over the black mass of trees, and like a terrible scimitar divided the heavens and the waters into two parts. Not a breath of wind now disturbed the heavy atmosphere. A death-like silence suppressed all nature. The soil was humid and glittering with the rain which had recently fallen, and the refreshed herbs sent forth their perfume with additional energy. Two lackeys dragged Milady, whom each held by one arm. The executioner walked behind them, and Lord de Winter, D'Artagnan, Porthos, and Aramis walked behind the executioner. Planchet and Bazin came last. The two lackeys conducted Milady to the bank of the river. Her mouth was mute, but her eyes spoke with their inexpressible eloquence, supplicating by turns each of those on whom she looked. Being a few paces in advance, she whispered to the lackeys,
"1,000 pistoles to each of you, if you will assist my escape. But if you deliver me up to your masters, I have near at hand avengers who will make you pay dearly for my death."
Grimaud hesitated. Mousqueton trembled in all his members. Athos, who heard Milady's voice, came sharply up. Lord de Winter did the same. "Change these lackeys," said he. "She has spoken to them. They are no longer sure." Planchet and Bazin were called and took the places of Grimaud and Mousqueton. On the bank of the river, the executioner approached Milady and bound her hands and feet. Then she broke the silence to cry out,
"You are cowards, miserable assassins! 10 men combined to murder one woman! Beware! If I am not saved, I shall be avenged!"
"You are not a woman," said Athos coldly and sternly. "You do not belong to the human species. You are a demon escaped from hell, whither we send you back again."
"Ah, you virtuous men," said Milady, "please to remember that he who shall touch a hair of my head is himself an assassin."
"The executioner may kill without being on that account an assassin,"
said the man in the red cloak, rapping upon his immense sword.
"This is the last judge. That is all. Nachrichter, as say our neighbors, the Germans."
And as he bound her while saying these words, Milady uttered 2 or 3 savage cries, which produced a strange and melancholy effect in flying away into the night and losing themselves in the depths of the woods.
"If I am guilty, if I have committed the crimes you accuse me of," shrieked Milady, "take me before a tribunal. You are not judges. You cannot condemn me."
"I offered you Tyburn," said Lord de Winter. "Why did you not accept it?"
"Because I am not willing to die," cried Milady, struggling. "Because I am too young to die."
"The woman you poisoned at Bethune was still younger than you, madame, and yet she is dead," said D'Artagnan.
"I will enter a cloister. I will become a nun,"
said Milady.
"You were in a cloister,"
said the executioner,
"and you left it to ruin my brother."
Milady uttered a cry of terror and sank upon her knees. The executioner took her up in his arms and was carrying her toward the boat.
"Oh, my God!"
cried she.
"My God! Are you going to drown me?"
These cries had something so heartrending in them that Monsieur d'Artagnan, who had been at first the most eager in pursuit of Milady, sat down on the stump of a tree and hung his head, covering his ears with the palms of his hands, and yet, notwithstanding, he could still hear her cry and threaten. D'Artagnan was the youngest of all these men. His heart failed him. "Oh, I cannot behold this frightful spectacle," said he. "I cannot consent that this woman should die thus." Milady heard these few words and caught at a shadow of hope.
D'Artagnan, D'Artagnan!"
cried she.
"Remember that I loved you."
The young man rose and took a step toward her. But Athos rose likewise, drew his sword, and placed himself in the way. "If you take one step farther, D'Artagnan," said he, "we shall cross swords together." D'Artagnan sank on his knees and prayed. "Come," continued Athos, "executioner, do your duty."
"Willingly, monseigneur,"
said the executioner.
"For as I am a good Catholic, I firmly believe I am acting justly in performing my functions on this woman."
"That's well." Athos made a step toward Milady. "I pardon you," said he, "the ill you have done me. I pardon you for my blasted future, my lost honor, my defiled love, and my salvation forever compromised by the despair into which you have cast me. Die in peace."
Lord de Winter advanced in his turn.
"I pardon you," said he, "for the poisoning of my brother and the assassination of his Grace, Lord Buckingham. I pardon you for the death of poor Felton. I pardon you for the attempts upon my own person. Die in peace."
"And I," said Monsieur d'Artagnan,
"Pardon me, madame, for having by a trick unworthy of a gentleman provoked your anger. And I, in exchange, pardon you the murder of my poor love, and your cruel vengeance against me. I pardon you, and I weep for you. Die in peace." "I am lost,"
murmured Milady in English.
"I must die."
Then she arose of herself and cast around her one of those piercing looks which seemed to dart from an eye of flame. She saw nothing, she listened, and she heard nothing.
"Where am I to die?"
said she.
"On the other bank,"
replied the executioner. Then he placed her in the boat, and as he was going to set foot in it himself, Athos handed him a sum of silver.
"Here," said he, "is the price of the execution, that it may be plain we act as judges."
"That is correct,"
said the executioner.
"And now, in her turn, let this woman see that I am not fulfilling my trade, but my debt."
And he threw the money into the river. The boat moved off toward the left-hand shore of the Lys, bearing the guilty woman and the executioner. All the others remained on the right-hand bank, where they fell on their knees. The boat glided along the ferry rope under the shadow of a pale cloud which hung over the water at that moment. The troop of friends saw it gain the opposite bank. The figures were defined like black shadows on the red-tinted horizon. Milady, during the passage, had contrived to untie the cord which fastened her feet. On coming near the bank, she jumped lightly on the shore and took to flight. But the soil was moist. On reaching the top of the bank, she slipped and fell upon her knees. She was struck, no doubt, with a superstitious idea. She conceived that heaven denied its aid, and she remained in the attitude in which she had fallen, her head drooping and her hands clasped. Then they saw from the other bank the executioner raise both his arms slowly. A moonbeam fell upon the blade of the large sword. The two arms fell with a sudden force. They heard the hissing of the scimitar and the cry of the victim. Then a truncated mass sank beneath the blow. The executioner then took off his red cloak, spread it upon the ground, laid the body in it, threw in the head, tied all up by the four corners, lifted it on his back, and entered the boat again. In the middle of the stream he stopped the boat, and suspending his burden over the water, cried in a loud voice,
"Let the justice of God be done."
And he let the corpse drop into the depths of the waters, which closed over it. 3 days afterward, the four Musketeers were in Paris. They had not exceeded their leave of absence, and that same evening they went to pay their customary visit to Monsieur de Tréville.
"Well, gentlemen," said the brave captain, "I hope you have been well amused during your excursion."
"Prodigiously," replied Athos, in the name of himself and his comrades. End of chapter 66. Recording by jvanstan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 67 of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 1, The Three Musketeers by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Conclusion. On the 6th of the following month, the king, in compliance with the promise he had made the cardinal to return to La Rochelle, left his capital still in amazement at the news which began to spread itself of Buckingham's assassination. Although warned that the man she had loved so much was in great danger, the queen, when his death was announced to her, would not believe the fact, and even imprudently exclaimed,
"It is false! He has just written to me."
But the next day she was obliged to believe this fatal intelligence. Laporte, detained in England, as everyone else had been, by the orders of Charles I, arrived, and was the bearer of the duke's dying gift to the queen. The joy of the king was lively. He did not even give himself the trouble to dissemble, and displayed it with affectation before the queen. Louis XIII, like every weak mind, was wanting in generosity. But the king soon again became dull and indisposed. His brow was not one of those that long remain clear. He felt that in returning to camp he should re-enter slavery. Nevertheless, he did return. The cardinal was for him the fascinating serpent, and himself the bird which flies from branch to branch without power to escape. The return to La Rochelle, therefore, was profoundly dull. Our four friends, in particular, astonished their comrades. They traveled together side by side, with sad eyes and heads lowered. Athos alone from time to time raised his expansive brow, a flash kindled in his eyes, and a bitter smile passed over his lips. Then, like his comrades, he sank again into reverie. As soon as the escort arrived in a city, when they had conducted the king to his quarters, the four friends either retired to their own or to some secluded cabaret, where they neither drank nor played. They only conversed in a low voice, looking around attentively to see that no one overheard them. One day, when the king had halted to fly the magpie, and the four friends, according to their custom, instead of following the sport, had stopped at a cabaret on the high road, a man coming from La Rochelle on horseback pulled up at the door to drink a glass of wine, and darted a searching glance into the room where the four Musketeers were sitting.
"Holloa, Monsieur d'Artagnan," said he, "is not that you whom I see yonder?"
D'Artagnan raised his head and uttered a cry of joy. It was the man he called his phantom. It was his stranger of Meung, of the Rue de Fossoyeurs, and of Arras. D'Artagnan drew his sword and sprang toward the door. But this time, instead of avoiding him, the stranger jumped from his horse and advanced to meet D'Artagnan. "Ah, monsieur," said the young man, "I meet you then at last. This time you shall not escape me."
"Neither is it my intention, monsieur, for this time I was seeking you. In the name of the king, I arrest you."
"How? What do you say?"
cried D'Artagnan.
"I say that you must surrender your sword to me, monsieur, and that without resistance. This concerns your head. I warn you."
"Who are you, then?"
demanded D'Artagnan, lowering the point of his sword, but without yet surrendering it.
"I am the Chevalier de Rochefort,"
answered the other,
"the equerry of Monsieur the Cardinal Richelieu, and I have orders to conduct you to his Eminence."
"We are returning to his Eminence, Monsieur the Chevalier," said Athos, advancing, "and you will please to accept the word of Monsieur d'Artagnan that he will go straight to La Rochelle."
I must place him in the hands of guards, who will take him into the camp."
"We will be his guards, monsieur, upon our word as gentlemen, but likewise upon our word as gentlemen," added Athos, knitting his brow. "Monsieur d'Artagnan shall not leave us."
The Chevalier de Rochefort cast a glance backward, and saw that Porthos and Aramis had placed themselves between him and the gate. He understood that he was completely at the mercy of these four men.
"Gentlemen," said he, "if Monsieur d'Artagnan will surrender his sword to me and join his word to yours, I shall be satisfied with your promise to convey Monsieur d'Artagnan to the quarters of Monseigneur, the cardinal."
"You have my word, monsieur, and here is my sword."
"This suits me the better," said Rochefort, "as I wish to continue my journey."
"If it is for the purpose of rejoining Milady," said Athos coolly, "it is useless. You will not find her."
"What has become of her, then?"
said Rochefort eagerly. "Return to camp, and you shall know."
Rochefort remained for a moment in thought. Then, as they were only a day's journey from Surgères, whither the cardinal was to come to meet the king, he resolved to follow the advice of Athos and go with them. Besides, this return offered him the advantage of watching his prisoner. They resumed their route. On the morrow, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they arrived at Surgères. The cardinal there awaited Louis XIII. The minister and the king exchanged numerous caresses, felicitating each other upon the fortunate chance which had freed France from the inveterate enemy who set all Europe against her. After which, the cardinal, who had been informed that D'Artagnan was arrested, and who was anxious to see him, took leave of the king, inviting him to come the next day to view the work already done upon the dike. On returning in the evening to his quarters at the bridge of La Pierre, the cardinal found, standing before the house he occupied, D'Artagnan, without his sword, and the three Musketeers, armed. This time, as he was well attended, he looked at them sternly, and made a sign with his eye and hand for D'Artagnan to follow him. D'Artagnan obeyed. "We shall wait for you, D'Artagnan," said Athos loud enough for the cardinal to hear him. His Eminence bent his brow, stopped for an instant, and then kept on his way without uttering a single word. D'Artagnan entered after the cardinal, and behind D'Artagnan the door was guarded. His Eminence entered the chamber which served him as a study, and made a sign to Rochefort to bring in the young Musketeer. Rochefort obeyed and retired. D'Artagnan remained alone in front of the cardinal. This was his second interview with Richelieu, and he afterward confessed that he felt well assured it would be his last. Richelieu remained standing, leaning against the mantelpiece. A table was between him and D'Artagnan. "Monsieur," said the cardinal, "you have been arrested by my orders." "So they tell me, monseigneur." "Do you know why?" "No, monseigneur, for the only thing for which I could be arrested is still unknown to your Eminence." Richelieu looked steadfastly at the young man. "Holloa," said he, "what does that mean?" "If Monseigneur will have the goodness to tell me in the first place what crimes are imputed to me, I will then tell him the deeds I have really done." "Crimes are imputed to you which had brought down far loftier heads than yours, monsieur," said the cardinal. "What, monseigneur?" said D'Artagnan with a calmness which astonished the cardinal himself. "You are charged with having corresponded with the enemies of the kingdom. You are charged with having surprised state secrets. You are charged with having tried to thwart the plans of your general." "And who charges me with this, monseigneur?" said D'Artagnan, who had no doubt the accusation came from Milady. "A woman branded by the justice of the country? A woman who has espoused one man in France and another in England? A woman who poisoned her second husband, who attempted both to poison and assassinate me?" "What do you say, monsieur?" cried the cardinal, astonished. "And of what woman are you speaking thus?" "Of Milady de Winter," replied D'Artagnan. "Yes, of Milady de Winter, of whose crimes your Eminence is doubtless ignorant, since you have honored her with your confidence."
"Monsieur," said the cardinal, "if Milady de Winter has committed the crimes you lay to her charge, she shall be punished."
"She has been punished, Monseigneur."
"And who has punished her?"
"We."
"She is in prison?"
"She is dead."
"Dead?" repeated the cardinal, who could not believe what he heard. "Dead? Did you not say she was dead?"
"3 times she attempted to kill me, and I pardoned her. But she murdered the woman I loved. Then my friends and I took her, tried her, and condemned her."
D'Artagnan then related the poisoning of Mme. Bonacieux in the convent of the Carmelites at Béthune, the trial in the isolated house, and the execution on the banks of the Lys. A shudder crept through the body of the cardinal, who did not shudder readily. But all at once, as if undergoing the influence of an unspoken thought, the countenance of the cardinal, till then gloomy, cleared up by degrees, and recovered perfect serenity.
"So," said the cardinal in a tone that contrasted strongly with the severity of his words,
"you have constituted yourself judges,
without remembering that they who punish without license to punish are assassins." "Monseigneur, I swear to you that I never for an instant had the intention of defending my head against you. I willingly submit to any punishment your Eminence may please to inflict upon me. I do not hold life dear enough to be afraid of death."
"Yes, I know you are a man of a stout heart, monsieur," said the cardinal, with a voice almost affectionate. "I can therefore tell you beforehand you shall be tried, and even condemned."
"Another might reply to your Eminence that he had his pardon in his pocket. I content myself with saying, 'Command, Monseigneur. I am ready.'"
"Your pardon?"
said Richelieu, surprised. "Yes, Monseigneur," said D'Artagnan. "And signed by whom?"
"By the king?"
And the cardinal pronounced these words with a singular expression of contempt. "No, by your Eminence."
"By me? You are insane, monsieur."
"Monseigneur will doubtless recognize his own handwriting." And D'Artagnan presented to the cardinal the precious piece of paper which Athos had forced from Milady, and which he had given to D'Artagnan to serve him as a safeguard. His Eminence took the paper and read in a slow voice, dwelling upon every syllable, "December 3rd, 1627. It is by my order and for the good of the state that the bearer of this has done what he has done. Richelieu?" The cardinal, after having read these 2 lines, sank into a profound reverie, but he did not return the paper to D'Artagnan. "He is meditating by what sort of punishment he shall cause me to die," said the Gascon to himself. "Well, my faith, he shall see how a gentleman can die." The young Musketeer was in an excellent disposition to die heroically. Richelieu still continued thinking, rolling and unrolling the paper in his hands. At length he raised his head, fixed his eagle look upon that loyal, open, and intelligent countenance, read upon that face, furrowed with tears, all the sufferings its possessor had endured in the course of a month, and reflected for the 3rd or 4th time how much there was in that youth of 21 years before him, and what resources his activity, his courage, and his shrewdness might offer to a good master. On the other side, the crimes, the power, and the infernal genius of Milady had more than once terrified him. He felt something like a secret joy at being forever relieved of this dangerous accomplice. Richelieu slowly tore the paper which D'Artagnan had generously relinquished. "I am lost," said D'Artagnan to himself, and he bowed profoundly before the cardinal like a man who says, "Lord, thy will be done." The cardinal approached the table, and without sitting down, wrote a few lines upon a parchment of which two-thirds were already filled, and affixed his seal. "That is my condemnation," thought D'Artagnan. "He will spare me the ennui of the Bastille or the tediousness of a trial. That's very kind of him." "Here, monsieur," said the cardinal to the young man, "I have taken from you one carte blanche to give you another. The name is wanting in this commission. You can write it yourself." D'Artagnan took the paper hesitatingly and cast his eyes over it. It was a lieutenant's commission in the Musketeers. D'Artagnan fell at the feet of the cardinal. "Monseigneur," said he, "my life is yours. Henceforth dispose of it, but this favor which you bestow upon me I do not merit. I have 3 friends who are more meritorious and more worthy." "You are a brave youth, D'Artagnan," interrupted the cardinal, tapping him familiarly on the shoulder, charmed at having vanquished this rebellious nature. "Do with this commission what you will. Only remember, though the name be blank, it is to you I give it." "I shall never forget it," replied D'Artagnan. "Your Eminence may be certain of that." The cardinal turned and said in a loud voice, "Rochefort!" The chevalier, who no doubt was near the door, entered immediately. "Rochefort," said the cardinal, "you see Monsieur d'Artagnan. I receive him among the number of my friends. Greet each other, then, and be wise if you wish to preserve your heads." Rochefort and D'Artagnan coolly greeted each other with their lips, but the cardinal was there, observing them with his vigilant eye. They left the chamber at the same time. "We shall meet again, shall we not, monsieur?"
"When you please," said D'Artagnan.
"An opportunity will come,"
replied Rochefort. "Hey!" said the cardinal, opening the door. The 2 men smiled at each other, shook hands, and saluted his Eminence. "We were beginning to grow impatient," said Athos. "Here I am, my friends," replied D'Artagnan, "not only free, but in favor." "Tell us about it." "This evening, but for the moment let us separate." Accordingly, that same evening D'Artagnan repaired to the quarters of Athos, whom he found in a fair way to empty a bottle of Spanish wine, an occupation which he religiously accomplished every night. D'Artagnan related what had taken place between the cardinal and himself, and drawing the commission from his pocket, said, "Here, my dear Athos, this naturally belongs to you." Athos smiled with one of his sweet and expressive smiles. "Friend," said he, "for Athos this is too much. For the Comte de la Fère it is too little. Keep the commission; it is yours. Alas, you have purchased it dearly enough." D'Artagnan left Athos's chamber and went to that of Porthos. He found him clothed in a magnificent dress, covered with splendid embroidery, admiring himself before a glass.
"Ha ha! Is that you, my dear friend?"
exclaimed Porthos.
"How do you think these garments fit me?"
"Wonderfully," said D'Artagnan, "but I have come to offer you a dress which will become you still better."
"What?"
asked Porthos. "That of a lieutenant of Musketeers." D'Artagnan related to Porthos the substance of his interview with the cardinal, and said, taking the commission from his pocket, "Here, my friend, write your name upon it, and become my chief." Porthos cast his eyes over the commission, and returned it to D'Artagnan, to the great astonishment of the young man.
"Yes,"
said he,
"yes, that would flatter me very much. But I should not have time enough to enjoy the distinction. During our expedition to Bethune, the husband of my duchess died. So, my dear, the coffer of the defunct holding out its arms to me, I shall marry the widow. Look here, I was trying on my wedding suit. Keep the lieutenancy, my dear, keep it."
The young man then entered the apartment of Aramis. He found him kneeling before a prie-dieu, with his head leaning on an open prayer book. He described to him his interview with the cardinal, and said for the third time, drawing his commission from his pocket, "You, our friend, our intelligence, our invisible protector, accept this commission. You have merited it more than any of us by your wisdom and your counsels, always followed by such happy results."
"Alas, dear friend," said Aramis, "our late adventures have disgusted me with military life. This time my determination is irrevocably taken. After the siege, I shall enter the house of the Lazarists. Keep the commission, D'Artagnan. The profession of arms suits you. You will be a brave and adventurous captain."
D'Artagnan, his eye moist with gratitude, though beaming with joy, went back to Athos, whom he found still at table contemplating the charms of his last glass of Malaga by the light of his lamp.
"Well," said he, "they likewise have refused me."
"That, dear friend, is because nobody is more worthy than yourself." And he took a quill, wrote the name of D'Artagnan in the commission, and returned it to him. "I shall then have no more friends," said the young man. "Alas, nothing but bitter recollections." And he let his head sink upon his hands, while two large tears rolled down his cheeks. "You are young," replied Athos, "and your bitter recollections have time to change themselves into sweet remembrances." End of chapter 67. Recording by jvanstan, Savannah, Georgia. Epilogue of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 1, The Three Musketeers, by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Epilogue. La Rochelle, deprived of the assistance of the English fleet and of the diversion promised by Buckingham, surrendered after a siege of a year. On the 28th of October, 1628, the capitulation was signed. The king made his entrance into Paris on the 23rd of December of the same year. He was received in triumph as if he came from conquering an enemy and not Frenchmen. He entered by the Faubourg Saint-Jacques under verdant arches. D'Artagnan took possession of his command. Porthos left the service, and in the course of the following year married Madame Coquenard. The coffer so much coveted contained 800,000 livres. Mousqueton had a magnificent livery, and enjoyed the satisfaction of which he had been ambitious all his life, that of standing behind a gilded carriage. Aramis, after a journey into Lorraine, disappeared all at once, and ceased to write to his friends. They learned at a later period through Madame de Chevreuse, who told it to 2 or 3 of her intimates, that yielding to his vocation, he had retired into a convent, only into which nobody knew. Bazin became a lay brother. Athos remained a Musketeer under the command of D'Artagnan till the year 1633, at which period, after a journey he made to Touraine, he also quit the service under the pretext of having inherited a small property in Roussillon. Grimaud followed Athos. D'Artagnan fought 3 times with Rochefort, and wounded him 3 times. "I shall probably kill you the 4th," said he to him, holding out his hand to assist him to rise.
"It is much better, both for you and for me, to stop where we are,"
answered the wounded man.
"Corbleu! I am more your friend than you think, for after our very first encounter, I could, by saying a word to the cardinal, have had your throat cut."
They this time embraced heartily, and without retaining any malice. Planchet obtained from Rochefort the rank of sergeant in the Piedmont regiment. M. Bonacieux lived on very quietly, wholly ignorant of what had become of his wife, and caring very little about it. One day he had the imprudence to recall himself to the memory of the cardinal. The cardinal had him informed that he would provide for him, so that he should never want for anything in the future. In fact, M. Bonacieux having left his house at 7 o'clock in the evening to go to the Louvre, never appeared again in the Rue des Fossoyeurs. The opinion of those who seemed to be best informed was that he was fed and lodged in some royal castle at the expense of his generous Eminence. End of the Epilogue. End of the D'Artagnan Romances, Volume 1, The Three Musketeers, by Alexandre Dumas, translated by William Robson. Recording by jvanstan, Savannah, Georgia, on a sunny August day in 2018.